So go to www.population.io. www.population.io. Enter your date of birth, select country Ghana, and then your sex, male or female. Unfortunately, they've not added the others, so just male or female. You know your age, when you were born and the number of people you were born with, the job opportunities and the number of people you are competing with globally, the population of the country that is older than you, and the demography you are older than. Now, once you see that, and you know that I know that I'm older than 72% of Ghanaians, so every action I take, every decision I take, I know it will directly impact 72% of people who are behind me. If I want to push those ahead of me to go faster so that we take over, I need to also be strategic. Maybe I want to push Ben and be executive director later. I need to be strategic. It's very important to have this data at your fingertips so that as a business, you create solutions to do that. And it's so apt that we are talking about youth startups and agri-MSMEs. And I'd like to say thank you to our main sponsors, Cosmos Energy, Accra International Trade Center, Netherlands Foreign Ministry, IDH, Promasidor, Standard Chartered, and Kali Ghana. We also have Jobberman here. They have the Job Fair, MasterCard Foundation, and Agri-Impact. They are collaborating for the Job Fair. We have supporting sponsors, Mazera, African Regent Hotel, and Frontline Limited. And there'll be a special deal room today, the same way we did last year. ABSA, Access Bank, FNB, Leverage Microfinance, Standard Chartered Bank, they are handling the deal room. And special thank you to our media partners, Global Media Alliance, YFM, and Happy FM. The next item is to have the Executive Director of KIC to give us the welcome remarks. But before I invite him, I want to make his work easier by acknowledging the guests. We have some of the guests, because as we go along, I'll do more acknowledgements. So I'll start from him. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Ben Gyan, Executive Director of KIC, and his team for all the work they are doing. And to Mr. Joe Mensah, the K of KIC originates from Joe and his team. Mr. Joe Mensah, Board Chair of KIC, Vice President and Head of Ghana Business Unit, Cosmos Energy. We have Dr. Betty Annan, the Country Director for Accra. Please put your hands together for her as well. We have Mr. Robert Asugri, Country Director of IDH and his team. I can see my friend Isaac Newton here. Newton's third law of motion, action and reaction are equal in magnitude, but opposite in direction. So if we invest more in the youth will give us more. This man is the person who inspired the dead Newton to have that law. And we have Mrs. Hilda Nimotieku, the CEO of Jobberman Ghana. My own sister, Hilda, is also here. We also have Nananom Nime Name also here. I'll be acknowledging them as we go along. And we have a special delegation from the Rwandan Embassy also here. Her Excellency has sent a special delegation to join us for this event. So without really spending too much time on the acknowledgements, I'll come back to it later. Please help me invite Mr. Ben Gyan to give us the welcome remarks to set the ball rolling for the AIA 2024.
Good morning. Good morning. See, Kojo just quoted Newton's law, so let us work with that today. Mr. Joe Mensah, Board Chair, Cosmos Innovation Center, and Senior Vice President, Head of Ghana Business Unit, Cosmos Energy. My dear good old friend, Dr. Betty Annan, Country Director of Accra, our keynote speaker. Robert Asugri, Country Director, IDH representatives here this morning. Mr. Isaac Alquer Newton, National Program Coordinator for Netherlands Trust Fund, International Trade Center. Our sponsors, our esteemed sponsors and partners, distinguished guests, panelists, conference speakers, ladies and gentlemen, all media present, all protocols observed. I extend a warm welcome to you all to the 2024 Agricultural Innovation Center for Africa Conference. Agriculture undeniably serves as the backbone of Africa's economy, sustaining millions of lives and livelihoods. Recognizing the pivotal role that KIC and in collaboration with esteemed partners initiated the AIA Conference a year ago to catalyze the innovations and entrepreneurship within the agricultural sector while addressing its multifaceted challenges. Our theme for this year, empowering youth startups and agri-SMEs in Africa in addressing climate change, innovative financing, market efficiency, and gender mainstreaming for sustainable food systems. To make sure that we are able to talk about these critical issues facing youth integration into agricultural sector on the continent today. And since we are talking about climate change, I just want to chip in. I'm sure you all know the conversations happening in the past 2 weeks in our country when it comes to the weather. How farmers are losing crops on the field. So really, just like I just said, conversations here, decisions here that we'll be making is going to really go a long way to fill into policies and actions by business people, actors in the value chain, to make the right decisions so that we can safeguard our agricultural food systems in the country. The building blocks of the theme, youth startups, which is core to KIC, agri-SMEs, another core to KIC, climate change, innovative financing, and market efficiency, and gender mainstreaming have over the years significantly impacted agriculture on the continent. They reflect the urgent need to harness the potential of young entrepreneurs and small businesses to drive sustainable development in agricultural sector. Africa, like the rest of the world, is facing unprecedented challenges in the face of changing climate conditions. There are a lot of agricultural transformation towards food security and sustainable food systems, and it is timely that the perspective of youth actors within the system is added to the. The conference provides an invaluable opportunity to address issues that startups face and explore actionable solutions, harnessing the youth potential to transform Africa. Youth and agri-SMEs continue to remain at the forefront of innovations and change in agriculture by supporting these young innovators through conferences such as these. We are strategically positioning ourselves to champion a course of navigating the daunting challenges of food systems. Permit me again at this juncture to acknowledge the incredible work and dedication of our partners, Cosmos Energy, the birth mother or birth parent of Cosmos Innovation Center, and a key partner to the progress of KIC. Accra, the International Trade Center, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Netherlands, IDH, Cali Ghana, Promasidor, Standard Chartered Bank, whose contribution have been vital in advancing our mission and making this conference possible. We are also grateful to partners and investors who will be in the deal room tomorrow to listen to some of the business pitches. Also, KIC, together with Jobberman, who is working in partnership with MasterCard Foundation and Agri-Impact Limited, is hosting a career fair and employer forum, also happening alongside this conference, to introduce youth to opportunities within the agricultural sector. I also would like to say that tomorrow, in the same deal room, we would have the opportunity to listen to some pitches from KIC businesses that we're giving the second opportunity for investment. So you'll be seeing double action tomorrow in the deal room. I really want to treat all of you to see what KIC does with these businesses when it comes to building them from scratch and making them investable. I encourage each one of you to actively engage, share your insights, build lasting partnerships. Let us challenge each other to think creatively and work collaboratively together to a future where youth participation in agriculture is vibrant, inclusive, sustainable for the growth of Ghana, Africa, and the rest of the world. I look forward to engaging with you and also listening to your thoughts on how together we can make this happening. Long live Ghana, long live all our partners, long live KIC, as we invest in the future, one entrepreneur at a time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ben, for setting the scene for today. We are going to have the special remarks by the chairman of KIC and AIA Conference. He's always been there for KIC, and he's always there, and he'll be with us. If KIC were a religion, he will be omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient. So please, help me welcome Mr. Joe Mensah to give us his remarks with a round of applause.
Thank you, Kojo, and good morning to all of you. Each time I get the opportunity to follow Ben, he pretty much delivers the message that I'm supposed to deliver. So I say, great, he's done my job for me. What else should I do? I'm always excited to come to these functions because all of you here are doing something that is really going to create significant change, help humanity, get our country to the right spot, help the continent have a better narrative. That's what excites me each time I come to these functions. And as Kojo was giving you some numbers, the population of the youth that we have on the continent is so huge. And those of us that are of age that have to create the environment, a better environment for the youth to really shine and get us to a better place, have to really sit up and make sure that whatever we're doing is having you in mind, having you in sight, and creating that right environment. The message that I just want to, it's just a message of hope. Ben and I were talking about it this morning. What KIC is doing with all the partners that we have here together is really to give hope to the youth. And everyone that walks through this path of KIC definitely can feel proud and feel that they can actually grab something that they can look to the future for. If nothing at all, just learn something from somebody that you interact with while you are here in this session. There's plenty of skill, plenty of talent and expertise amongst all the people that come through here. Don't walk back home today or tomorrow empty-handed. Walk back home with something. learn something from somebody and actually write down maybe one or two things that will help you do something different tomorrow. Something that will help you build your business, take your business to a higher level. That is a singular message that I really want to share with all of you. We talk about innovation, we talk about collaboration, we talked about sustainability. All of that comes to the point that, as people say, water is life, agriculture too is life. And our continent here has so much to offer if we pay real good attention to this space. So I'm really delighted when I see young people actually cramming to be in this space. I travel a lot, and you'll be surprised to know that I will be in Houston, I'll be in Washington, and somebody runs into me and said, oh, I was KIC this, and I don't know the person from Hole in the Wall. And he tells me, the person comes to me with a smile, a grin on their face for having gone through what Ben and the people have been taking them through. It's exciting, it's rewarding, and I take a lot of pride in that when I see the young people there. Please, this is what's going to change the narrative for us. And I'm excited when Kojo was actually having people speak, and he says, I will have 3 women speak before I can go to a man. That is also very exciting, meaning that I've always said it, and people, laugh at me when I say it. I say, if we put more women in a position of leadership, this world will be a better place. So we need to encourage our women that are participating in this space, that we have to give them all the support in the world, because I know that if you give them the opportunity, give them the resources, they would definitely do a much better job. I believe that strongly. And that's why MasterCard Foundation, that's supporting our programs, are always on our case that we need to engage and bring more women into the fold. So while you are in here, create relationships, get some network, and draw from that network. I read a book back when I was, I spent most of my adult life in the US. I was schooled there and all of that. And I came back 2009. That's almost 15 years ago since I've been back. And I've really enjoyed every single day that I've been here. Just this past weekend, I was honored at Santasi Pokuara Secondary School, where they have probably the biggest auditorium of all high schools, was named after me, and major celebration. I was just crying all the way through that. Gee, all these things that I've been doing for the youth, promoting the youth and all of that, that is what it came to. Normally, they wait until you die before they honor you with those type of things. And I'm still alive, and this isn't happening to me. So it's now giving me energy to want to do more. Wherever the youth is there, wherever I find the youth, I really want to engage. I really want to do all I can to be able to help drive this agenda. I don't know if Ben has ever mentioned to you, the KIC team is developing a center of excellence in Kumasi. And they traveled to Kenya a couple of weeks ago to see what they have there. And I think they are on their way to go to China within the next few weeks, all in preparation of creating this center of excellence to also take the agenda to a different level. I came here early this morning and looking at the tractors out there for BTU and all of that, it was giving me chills that indeed we can do something local here, indeed we can. So I was asking a lot of questions. They don't know why I was asking those questions, because I was asking questions as to how much money did we give to BTU to actually work on these tractors? And I got the number, and I said, so if they finish and they really have, these are prototypes, when they get the final one together, how much would it cost? And these tractors are medium-sized enough that you can have women actually riding these tractors, because tractors are huge, and they tend to give tractors more to men. But I'm looking at how can we get these sizes for women? And what is the price level that we can give them that's attractive? I got all those numbers. And my objective is to make sure that it really happens. We will find the money, wherever it is, to support this and create this is just an example. It's a tip of the iceberg. There's plenty more to happen. So please, while you're out here, let your imagination go wild, because they said that every great opportunity, in life, right, it began with a dream. Dream it and ask for support. Once we know you're on the right path, we will find a way to provide the support for you so that you will be successful. Because at the end of the day, we don't just want you to just pass through. We want you to come here, get something, go out there, effect positive change, so that we can leave a lasting legacy and leave the world a better place than when we found it. So please, enjoy the next couple of days, study here, and walk away with something. I read a book that says that you have to be long on name. That means when they mention your name, you have to be recognized, right? Long on name, long on ability, and long on relationship. When you're coming out of school and you have one of these three, chances are you will get a job. If you have two of the three, you will get a choice of a job. And you have all three, the sky is the limit. So if you don't have a name, like I don't have a name, and I can develop a relationship, hone in on that relationship, because that's what you look back to and call to get you to get the right support, the right help for you to make your dream become a reality. So again, thank you for having me over here to say a few words to you. I wish you all the best in all the collaborations that you have here, and walk home with something. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for him. So when he was speaking, I was taking notes. The last few words, dream it and ask for support. But the ones he started with, talk to someone, interact with somebody, don't go home empty-handed, do something different. So I'll use the next 60 seconds to tell you a story. So we had a pitch event in Legon, and Mr. Brown was there. I was the MC. And when we were having lunch, I was at the table with him. And so, young man, what have you been up to? He said, I'm trying to build more farms beyond what I have in my hometown. But I have a few land issues in the greater Accra region, but we are still trying. Keep me updated. So we came here for the AIA last year. I sat where you are with Mr. Brown. So how's your farm going? Sir, it didn't work out because we had land litigation. So if I help you, can you build a farm? I said, why not? If I give you 20 acres, what will you do? I had my presentation on my phone, my plan. So I showed it to him, and he said that weekend I should come to his farm in Assisi. So I visited Mr. Brown, who is a board member of KIC, visited his farm, took me up the mountain, and he said, you see this land? What do you want to do with it? Please, I want to build an integrated farm. Okay, you can have it. A year on, I have a farm because I talked to somebody, I interacted with him, and I didn't go home empty-handed. Okay, I see when the revenue start coming from the farm, I'll give you a grant to support a young entrepreneur. So at this point, I'd like to invite my friend, Isaac Newton Acquah, the National Project Coordinator, Ghana, NTF VITC, to give us brief remarks from ITC. Please, let's welcome the scientist, Isaac Newton Acquah.
Thank you. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, investors, and most importantly, the youth of Ghana. You're the youth and the future of agriculture. I too would like to welcome you from the International Trade Center. And this is the second edition of the AIA Conference. So really happy to be here. So as mentioned, my name is Isaac Newton Acquah. My parents had a good joke there. I love science. Agriculture, as we know, is the lifeblood of the economy, with 40% of the people in Ghana working in that space. But we all know how things are, and the guests before, the speakers before mentioned it. When I was considered a youth, we were talking about the possibilities of global warming. Today, we all know the consequences of climate change. We live in a country where, the same country, we can have drought in the north, but when it rains in Accra, it's flooded. How? It's no longer just a theory or something that might happen. We're living through it. And these things are also threatening our agriculture and our livelihoods. That's why we need more things to support our food security, for our health, and our survival. The GDP is dependent on agriculture, leading to not just jobs in the country, but our export. So anything that affects agriculture affects us greatly. And with new laws coming up in the EU that are coming into place 2025, where we need to trace the produce here that we're exporting, and the EU is a major export partner, any consequence there is relevant, is going to affect us in big ways. So we need to be ready. We need to make sure that we're deploying traceability. So tomorrow we have a traceability workshop in the morning, 9 to 11. So I entreat you all to be there, because it's something that's going to affect us and the whole agricultural value chain in a very big way. We all know we have 99 problems, actually maybe more, and traceability is one. But I also know Cosmos Innovation Center over the years have been planting seeds in agri-tech and agribusinesses that have grown to help solve these problems. I know because I have several of these companies in the cohort of the Netherlands Trust Fund 5. We talk about the different issues and challenges in agriculture, the need for innovative financing models, and we have companies like Grow For Me that have changed and pioneered the way crowdfunding is done in the country. We talk about our huge post-harvest loss. Over 30% of the food grown goes to waste. Companies like Aquafresh are building solar-powered cold storage to solve that. Whether you use to plant, how much water you should use, based on weather forecast, companies like Initia are solving that problem. We have females doing groundbreaking work in agriculture, like Audrey from Sabon Sake, doing soil sequestering to capture carbon. And what about how do we talk to our farmers in local language? Because most of them don't have smartphones. We have companies like Farmerline doing just that. There's several opportunities for the youth, several. You don't have to come from an agriculture background to add value in agriculture. And there's so much space for women. So I'm thankful for the work that Miss Agriculture Ghana is doing, really getting more women involved in the agriculture space. We shouldn't just be a participant. We should be active in the space and all do our part. Our goal must be to shift Ghana from being a food import-dependent country to one where we export our food out. We have the means to do that. We should be able to have surplus, which we can use to feed ourselves and also get more export revenue. The youth, you must be at the forefront of this. As Kojo was saying, 72% of you are younger than us. And it's not just a matter of jobs. It's food security and it's wealth creation. Personally, that's what I see the Agriculture Innovation for Africa Conference to be all about. Over the next 2 days, as been mentioned, please network with people. You have a diverse group of business leaders, change makers, politicians, development partners, large companies, startups, and farmers, all in this space. Let's collaborate to make Ghana, West Africa, and Africa a beacon for agriculture innovation. The International Trade Center is committed to this cause. We believe in transforming trade, changing lives. As a partner of KIC and the AIA Conference, we continue to support the conference and work beyond here, driving growth that's inclusive, prosperous, and sustainable. The time is now, or maybe even with GMT timing, we are late. It's time we don't waste any more time. We get active, we get moving. Let's rise to the challenge, let's take risks, let's get things going. Thank you.
The time is, let's rise to the challenge and get things moving. And we have Miss Agriculture Ghana here. Please give us a wave. They are making the men endangered in agriculture. In the next 100 years, the women will own all the big agribusinesses. And that will be a good thing, because when the woman has resources, the whole country benefits. When men have the resources, just a small percentage. Oh, Doc, it's true, right? Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, those watching online, thank you very much for joining in. We'll be reading some of your comments as we go along. Our theme is empowering youth startups and agri-MSMEs in Africa, addressing climate change, innovative financing, market efficiency, and gender mainstreaming for sustainable food systems. And to speak about this theme and give us a keynote address is a woman who has played a role in almost all the various sectors of agric in Ghana, from fair trade to giving technical advice on markets and value chains with the Catholic Relief Services, to being the country director for the World Cocoa Foundation, to being the country manager for Agribusiness Systems International, and currently the country director for Accra. She has years of experience in our space. She has contributed in various ways in policy formulation, in research, governance, stakeholder engagement, and a whole lot more. I can confidently call her the mother of agriculture in Ghana now, because of her unique role she's played over the years and the position and the work she's doing with her team. So, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Betty Annan, to come up to give us the keynote address.
Thank you. Good morning. Mr. Joe Mensah, Board Chair of KIC, Mr. Ben Gyan, Executive Director of KIC Ghana, my good friend, Mr. Roberta Suguri, IDH Country Director, Mr. Isaac Acquah, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, I would say distinguished guests, friends from the media, and all protocol observed. I am honored to be here today as we gather to discuss the matter of paramount importance. This could not be timelier. On behalf of all farmers, and I'll stress particularly smallholder farmers, AGRA, and all stakeholders in Ghana's agricultural value chain, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Cosmos Innovation Center and to all our partners for organizing this pivotal conference. The theme for today's conference, Empowering Youth Startups and Agri-MSMEs in Africa, Climate Change, Innovative Financing, Market Efficiency, and Gender Mainstreaming for Sustainable Food Systems, is timely call to action. It urges us to reimagine how we can together harness the potential of our young men and women and small to medium scale enterprises to drive sustainable development, build resilience against climate change, and create more equitable and efficient markets across the continent. In Ghana, agriculture is not just an economic activity, but is a way of life for at least the recent data, 35% of our population, with a significant portion being youth. This demographic is pivotal to the future of our food systems. Yet we are acutely aware of the potential of our youth as often stifled by lack of access to resources, markets, and opportunities. with Ghana's population projected to increase to 20 million, reaching about 53 million people by 2050, the role of agriculture in providing employment and sustainable livelihoods will become even more crucial. Regarding climate change, it is one of the pressing challenges we are faced with. Africa accounts for just 3.8% of greenhouse gas emissions globally. However, the continent is the most highly exposed to the impact of climate change. Climate change greatly threatens yields, and most especially for smallholder farmers. I would say business as usual will not be enough for climate change adaptation. Neither countries nor farmers are prepared for the challenges that come with climate change. We therefore need a widespread commitment towards preparation, protection, and restoration. Hence, let me be a bit biased. AGRA, together with other partners such as Cosmos Innovation Center, aims to improve the adaptation of agri-food and farming systems to climate change so that smallholder farmers can increase their resilience to shocks, as well as agribusinesses. We integrate a climate change adaptation and mitigation strategy into all areas of our work, primarily delivered through our business lines, each of which focuses on critical elements of food system that must prepare for and adapt to climate change. This includes, but not limited to, drought-resistant crop varieties, protective and regenerative farming practices, and leveraging of markets. As we are all aware, the recent El Nino crisis, which has significantly impacted Ghana's cocoa sector, serves as a stark reminder of the vulnerability of our agricultural systems. Cocoa, often referred to as Ghana's golden bean, is not just a major export crop, but actually the lifeblood of many rural communities. However, with erratic weather patterns, prolonged droughts, and unseasonal rainfall, there's been a lot of disruption in the cocoa production, therefore leading to reduced yields and the threatening of livelihoods of millions of farmers who depend on cocoa. Just this August, several regions, including the Upper East, Northeast, Northern, Savannah, and parts of Bono East and Oti regions are experiencing severe crisis due to unexpected dry spells. The consequences of these dry spells have been and will be devastating in the near future. Smallholder farmers who primarily cultivate food to feed their families and only sell the excess have seen their investments and livelihoods crumble. The drought situation has forced farmers to abandon their fields because of significant crop failures, thereby impacting the agricultural productivity, food security, and livelihoods of millions of farmers and people of Ghana, and especially it would have devastating effect on our youth and our women. I would say this is a very critical issue that needs the necessary attention. Personal reports from our field officers, from our officers in the north, really indicate that it's really devastating. Most crops are dead, and there is the need to act now. Regarding innovative financing, there is evidence of low market actor competitiveness as seen in the recent SMEs performance score, which revealed that aggregators, traders, and processors were weak across all the focus countries. A number of countries were selected in Africa. Lack of credit in the agricultural sector prevents the ability of the market access to invest and grow. Addressing such challenges require more than just traditional approaches. Innovative financing mechanisms are critical to building climate resilience amongst our youth startups and Agri-MSMEs. Access to affordable credit, blended finance modules, and climate-focused investment funds can enable these enterprises to adopt sustainable practices, invest in climate-smart technologies, and enhance productivity. In Ghana, private sector initiatives are significantly impacting agriculture and economic development. For example, once again being biased, Agri partners with the government, private companies, and development organizations to drive agricultural innovation, improve seed systems, and enhance market access. It is in this light that Accra has partnered with the MasterCard Foundation to implement the Youth Entrepreneurship for Future of Food and Agriculture program, not only in Ghana, but across a number of African countries, to harness opportunities available for young people, focusing on shaping youth-friendly policy ecosystem, amplifying the voice of youth, promoting their empowerment, and facilitating the creation of job opportunities in the agricultural sector. Ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to mention a few initiatives aside the tremendous work being championed by Cosmos Innovation Center and the MasterCard Foundation. The Ghana Cares Economic Enclave Project, as known by many of you, leverages public-private partnerships to develop economic zones, boost infrastructure, and foster industrialization across Ghana. Additionally, the International Trade Center and the Netherlands Trust Fund Project supports Ghanaian MSMEs towards enhancing their export readiness, providing technical assistance, and facilitating market access through collaborative efforts. These initiatives collectively showcase how integrating public and private resources can address challenges and build resilience in Ghana's agribusiness sector. This notwithstanding, much more has to be done to scale these efforts. Financial institutions must be encouraged to develop products uniquely tailored to the needs of Agri-SMEs, focusing on long-term sustainability rather than short-term profits. By enhancing access to innovative financing, investment in agricultural infrastructure, and adopting climate change technologies, we can support these enterprises in overcoming challenges and driving sustainable growth in agriculture in the face of climate change challenges. As far as market efficiency is concerned, this is a critical area requiring careful attention, thereby improving market efficiency and strengthening agricultural value chains. For Ghanaian farmers and some agribusinesses, access to market is often limited by poor, unavailable infrastructure, fluctuating prices, and lack of market information. By investing in better linkages and digital platform and logistical support, we can ensure that farmers receive fair prices for their produce and that value is also added at every stage of the supply chain. A well-functioning private sector would help to drive farmers and businesses into a cycle of commercial growth, and reinvestment. Generally, the enabling environment for agricultural trade is relatively weak across the entire continent of Africa, and there is limited evidence of recent progress. High food price anomalies, an indicator of weak agricultural food trade, can be seen across majority of African countries. Therefore, enhancing market capacities and incentives for agri-food, inclusive market systems based on consumer demands, and increasing local processing capacities for safe and nutritious food are critical for market efficiencies needed to spur an overall productivity, employment gains, and growth. As far as gender mainstreaming for sustainable food systems is concerned, as most of us might know, women across the continent experience lower employment in agriculture and about 20 to 30% lower yields than our male counterparts. In addition, women-led agri-SMEs experience 20 to 34% lower business profitability versus male-led agri-SMEs. Likewise, despite their growing share of most sub-Saharan African population, our youth also, their participation in agriculture is critically low. For example, just around us, in Burkina Faso and in Nigeria, just 2% of youth are engaged in agriculture. Accra, I would say, for example, adopts an intentional approach to inclusivity, systematically identifying and tackling gendered constraints and intentionally investing in the performance and potentials of women-led farms and businesses, as well as entrepreneurial and employment capacity of youth in agriculture. So if you need more information, you can check our website or you can reach out and we will definitely give you more information. As we look to the future, it is imperative to recognize the vital role women play in agriculture and to ensure that our strategies reflect their contributions. Women are the backbone of most agricultural communities across Africa, and that including Ghana. They are often responsible for most of the food production, processing, and marketing. Despite these, women frequently face significant barriers that limit their participation in decision-making processes, access to resources, and opportunities for growth. Mainstreaming gender in agricultural strategies is not just a matter of fairness, it is a strategic imperative for building more productive, resilient, and sustainable food systems. When women are empowered and given equal opportunities, they significantly enhance productivity, improve household food security, household income, and contribute to more sustainable agricultural practices. As our MC said, when women have it, we make sure everybody enjoys it. There are many programs promoting women entrepreneurs across Africa, of which one is the Value for Her program, a program that is supported by AGRA and it's a continental initiative aimed at strengthening women's agribusiness enterprises and enhancing voice and advocacy across Africa. The initiative aims to increase the performance of women entrepreneurs through access to markets and trade, access to finance and investment, through tailored online and offline matchmaking activities, learning, networking, and global advocacy aimed at addressing some of the key barriers of women businesses or women business growth and market participation in agriculture. Tracy Rashida, a young Ghanaian CEO for Bood Company Limited, and one of the winners of this year's Value for Her competition. She's just won, I think, about $50,000, said, "I did not study agriculture in school, but developed a passion for it much later in life. The Value for Her platform is where I learned about the industry and explored new agricultural technologies that existed. And as of today, my business operations and dealings have transformed." And I know most of you who are or have partnered with KIC can say the same. This could be the statement of another young lady seated right here. Please let us take advantage of the numerous opportunities available to us and help ourselves develop the potentials we have. This is our call to action, and this is to all of us. As we reflect on today's discussions and critical theme of empowering youth startups and agri-MSMEs in Africa, climate change, innovative financing, market efficiency, and gender mainstreaming for sustainable food system, I earnestly urge all of us to take concrete steps to act in whatever capacities we may find ourselves to harness the desired change we all envisage. We must actively support our youth and small-scale enterprises by providing them with the tools, resources, and opportunities they need to succeed in an increasingly challenging and highly competitive environment. This means investing in climate-smart technologies, advocating for innovative financing mechanisms that reach those in need, and creating more efficient and inclusive markets that empower players in the agricultural value chain. Let our young leaders take advantage of programs such as the Center for African Leaders Agricultural Advanced Leadership Program, which provides hands-on and tailored experience for senior and rising leaders in Africa's agriculture sector. This program is especially for individuals spearheading and directly implementing specific country-level agriculture initiatives, and it is open to all. So if you are here and you are a leader in the space, please take advantage of it. This year, 5 Ghanaians have been competitively selected to undergo 18 months training, and they will start in the coming month. Further, let us commit to embedding gender equity in every aspect of our country, organizational and programmatic strategies, by ensuring that women have equal access to resources, decision-making, and opportunities. We can unlock the full potential for our agricultural sector and build a future that is not only productive, but also more sustainable. Together as partners and relevant stakeholders, let us facilitate a stronger African agriculture and food trade by reducing search and transaction costs and improving predictability and transparency. Let us all tackle systematic constraints in access to finance and market and trade institutions to build strong agri-food markets and trade across the continent. In conclusion, empowering youth startups and agri-MSMEs in Ghana and across Africa is not just an economic growth, it is about building a resilient, inclusive, and a sustainable future driven by the right leadership. And I'll quote from our president, the president of Accra, Dr. Agnes Kalibata, who said, "Achieving Africa's food security and economic growth requires leaders who are responsive, adaptable, and collaborative, whilst also integrating new strategies for environmentally sustainable agriculture." We all here can lead in our various capacity to drive change by addressing the challenges of climate change, leveraging innovative financing, enhancing market efficiency, and ensuring gender equity. We can transform our agricultural sector into a powerhouse of opportunities and sustainability. On this note, I would like to say a big thank you once again to Cosmos Innovation Center for giving us this opportunity, and I wish us all a very successful two-day program. I'm so much interested in the deal room. Maybe we can pick 2 to go to our deal room. Thank you.
Thank you. Another round of applause for Dr. Betty Annan. I wrote so many things, but I'll stick to the last one because we are in the election year. One party says we should reset, one party says we should upgrade. But her comments from the CEO of Agra, we need leaders who are responsive, adaptable, collaborative to drive the change. So if you are here and you want to put yourself on a ballot paper, don't upgrade, don't reset. Say responsiveness, adaptability, and collaboration for change. Amen. Thank you very much, Dr. Betty Annan, for that. She says so many things she spoke about. Hey, when you mentioned the $50,000, because when we were younger, in fact, not younger, 5 years, 10 years ago, $50,000 and things are things you hear in the Ghana budget, but not here on a platform like this being given to startups to scale. And this is big, and we thank you all so much for the work you are doing. And on the budget, you know how the minister will go and say, "Mr. Speaker, the government is constructing Dasuka Road, Fufusu Solar Road, this," then they keep mentioning the roads. I'm imagining Ben in Parliament addressing the states on the work that KIC has done. "Mr. Speaker, we have funded Trotro Tractor, Agro-Innova, Qualitrace, Tech Shelter, Profish, Soil Solutions, Quidex, Invoicia, Prosex Feed, Scarecrow, AI Scarecrow, Fruit Flour, Mianam Foods, OSL Group, Agro." As part of this, the youth employment budget of the state, please give KIC 20%. And everybody will say, yeah. Thank you very much. Now, we will take quick remarks from 3 institutions, and then we'll get into our panel discussions. Now, the first institution that will give us the remark is IDH, followed by Agri-Impact Group. Then we hear from Joberman. And finally, we will see the tractors that Mr. Mensah was talking about that have been built because of the collaboration between KIC and BTU. So to represent the country director for IDH, we have Hilda Abambire to give us remarks from IDH. Hilda Abambire. Yes, that's Hilda coming. Hilda, when you finish, you have to sit here because we left you a seat. Please give her another round of applause as she climbs up.
Right. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. So I'm standing on behalf of my country director, Robert Asugri. He actually wanted to be here, but he's caught up in equally important assignments. That is why he's not here. So my name is Hilda Abambire. I work with IDH. So basically, to talk about what IDH does before we go into the team and everything. So IDH is a Dutch-based organization that works in over 40 countries. In Ghana, we are implementing 2 programs. We have the Grains for Growth program, and we also have the Cocoa Forest Initiative program. With our work, it's more of market-driven approach, where we use SMEs, and we work with smallholder farmers as well. But with our approach, we don't work directly with the smallholder farmers. We work through the SMEs to reach out to the smallholder farmers, and we support them in different areas. So I have a small presentation that I want to walk us through what the youth can do, what are some of the opportunities for youth to tap in, and the challenges that are in the sector that needs recommendation to help the youth work well. So basically, with what the youth can do, there are so many things, but to begin with, please can you show my presentation? Yes, so this is how the presentation outline looks like. So just the intro and the context of it. Youth and agri-food system transformation, food system, the challenges and opportunities in the sector, youth empowerment strategies, what is the perspective when it comes to IDH, how are we involving youth, then conclusion and recommendation. So basically, we all know that the youth, they play a very critical role when it comes to every sector. Initially, we didn't have so much involvement in terms of youth in the agri sector, but of late, it's rising. You see a lot of people. Before we started the official program, we had a lot of introduction where youth are doing so many things, which is transforming the sector. So it's more like, we are not there yet, but it's improving as compared to first. There is so persistent systemic challenges in the sector, coupled with COVID-19, as well as the Russian-Ukraine war. That aspect really exposed how vulnerable Africa is, and the West is even the impact that it had in our food security in Ghana. There is an estimation that 11.7% of Ghana's population is food insecure, which translates into 3.6 million people. And Ghana's sector is heavily impacted by so many activities, especially with climate change. Recently, we had this drought, the dry spell, which affected a lot of areas, especially in the northern part of the country. They had planted, waiting for rains to do fertilizer application, it wasn't coming. Fields had dried up. All this is going to have negative impact when it comes to the yields that they are going to get, which would have a long impact in terms of food security. So the agri sector is really facing so many challenges. With Africans' youth, they are the most asset that every country can boast of. There is still high population when it comes to youth population, and involvement of the youth in all these sectors will help to address the challenges in the agricultural sector. every year it is estimated that over 250,000 young people enter the labor market. They graduate looking for jobs, adding to the high unemployment situation that the country is facing. And the agri-sector employs a lot of people, as stated earlier. What are some of the opportunities for youth? I like this picture on the slide here. I'm a proud farmer. This is a young guy that is one of our beneficiaries or participants on our program. We want young people to be proud of what they are doing. We want to have people, a lot of people like this in the sector that can boast of being farmers. Mostly when you gather youth or you have a lot of people, you hardly hear youth saying, I am a farmer. Everyone say, I'm working in the banking sector, I'm a technology, whatever, development expert, but you hardly hear anyone saying, I'm a farmer. But we want to be sure that we have more of these proud farmers in Ghana. What are the opportunities that are available for youth? Innovation and technology. It's an area that they can tap into. Innovative agricultural practices or smart farming practices. As compared to our traditional way of doing things, we have the youth more adapting smart practices. Unlike the traditional or old farmers that are more used to their primitive way of doing things, now we have young people that are trying to implement ways or innovative or smart practices when it comes to agriculture. There are entrepreneurship opportunities where we can have internship programs for youth, people who have developed more in the sector. Is it possible to attach them to those sectors or experts for them to have an internship program, for them to build their opportunities? Then policy and advocacy, and community engagement and advocacy too as well. Community people usually listen to their own. So if they have, let's say, a youth champion that can advocate for so many things when it comes to their community, it will also create great opportunities for all these young people to be involved. Research and development, networking and collaboration. These are all areas that the youth can tap in. Then what are the challenges in the sector? Limited policy inclusion. When they are developing any program, the youth, if they even have youth programs, there's little involvement when it comes to the actual people. For instance, with the recent youth programs that a lot of parties have launched, there is the need to have all the sectors for all the youth involved. So you have some youth representative for the agri sector, some in education, some in tech, so that you have an all-inclusive policy. Then also access to finance. It is difficult for youth to access finance. You have to come with collateral. You have to come with so many things. And these are people who have just graduated from school. They have nothing to boast of where they can even use as collateral to access some of these funds. Infrastructure challenges. Climate change, of course, is some of the biggest challenges that they are going through. High unemployment. Then outbreak of pests and diseases. Some want to go into the agri sector, they enter the sector, and they are faced with so many things. Maybe outbreak of pests and diseases, they don't know how to control it. These are things that really kind of discourage the youth in going into the agri sector. Then what are having outlined all these challenges, what are some of the strategies that can be put in place to ensure that at least, if not solving everything, but making sure we are able to go halfway? One is in terms of policy support. If the government or all governments that are coming in can have some kind of policy and it involves more of the youth. It's not done just at party level. They can have neutral people, they can have experts that are involved in all these developments. Then also investment in education. Then access to finance. It is possible, we have agri banks. Is it possible to also have a youth bank? So a youth bank basically takes care of startups, people who have come back from school. Is it so that they can use those areas to access funds? The conditions for accessing that one will be quite different from the commercial banks. So setting up something like youth banks is something that can also help youth to access finance. Then, of course, networking opportunities for these youth. And in terms of IDH, what are we doing to make sure that we have the involvement of youth in our programs? So this is the approach of IDH. As I said, our entry approach is through the SME. So we create market. It's a market-driven approach. The purpose is to improve the livelihood of the smallholder farmer, but not working directly with the smallholder farmer, but through the SMEs. And we create that market linkage. So the SMEs serve as a one-stop shop to the smallholder farmer, providing the necessary inputs and services. And the SME aggregates the small quantities from the smallholder farmers. And they are now able to supply to the big-time off-takers. So in our project, our SME supply to Nestle, to Guinness, because these are people who are well-positioned to have that direct network. So they now act as the intermediary people between the market and the smallholder farmers. Per our intervention, how do we involve youth? In all the value chains that we are working in, all the various levels, we involve youth in so many areas. We have youth in aggregation services, youth in mechanization service. The picture here is a typical example of one of our youth in mechanization service. This is Ikema. She's on our project. She's a service provider, mechanization service provider. Hardly will you find a woman being a tractor operator. And usually, it's always done by men. And when they go to the field, they try to plow more for the men because the women have small acres. So they prefer to do that. And she realized that there was a challenge for women to access timely land preparation. So she managed and had a tractor, and she provides mechanization services to small female smallholder farmers where they can do their timely production. So that is youth in mechanization service. So you can imagine if you have a couple of e-commerce type that are providing mechanization service to youth as well as female smallholder farmers. Then we have youth in seed and seedlings. Developing seedling is a kind of special expertise. If you want to ensure that you get the right yields, we can have specialized people doing that. And youth, they are more dedicated, they pay attention to details, and they can take up this. And this is what they are doing on the program. Then in terms of youth job placement, attaching youth to some of our SMEs to learn their practices and to pick up some of their best models that they are operating in. Then youth in cleaning, sorting, packaging, and even value addition. Instead of selling the raw products, they are able to add value to it. This is what we do on the program. So basically, the intentional investments in youth and agri or SMEs is the best way to go to ensure that we have the transformation that we are all looking up to. Then there's the need to make decisions that have Africa at heart. Most of the decisions or donors that are coming in is for the donor itself. But investments should have more of Africa at heart. Then there's the need to have conscious youth involvement in everything, as stated earlier. Then a long-term planning. Unlike we do 4 years, the next government comes, they throw it away, they also come in with their youth program. But if there's a long-term youth program, it helps to ensure that there's a continuous improvement to involve more of the youth. Then providing an enabling environment for the youth. So in all this, with IDH, through the market-led program, we believe that can transform the sector. Then also, we all need partnership and investment through our market convening. Mostly what IDH does is to do market convening. So we convene relevant actors. So in doing that, you bring both private and public sector people to ensure that they come out with policies to transform the sector. Then youth in Ghana's agriculture is the surest way to go, and we don't have to leave the youth behind. Putting the youth, as they say, we are the future leaders. I don't know if I'm still a youth because I look very young, but with the age categories that they give nowadays, 18 to 35, it might throw us out, but we still believe we are all youth. So thank you, and we are looking forward to it.
Thank you very much, Hilda. Thank you. Please, let's show her some more love. You know, one of the things I've written to talk about today is the definition of youth. And Hilda has started the agenda for us. Because BC something, people who are 300 years old were youth. When Methuselah was 955, the 300-year-old people were youth. And now me, I am 38. And Amaja will tell me under their program, I am not youth because cutoff point is 35. Do we agree? Do we agree? In fact, our elders say life begins at 40. So the cutoff point should be 45. So, because youth begins its life and life begins at 40. So it should be 45. So that those of us who didn't start, we did JSS and SSS. Now, the only people benefiting from some of these programs are the SHS people. We also want to be part. We want to be part. We are youth. We claim youth. John and Greg. So today I made two new friends, Greg from IDH and John. John, is 38 not youth enough? It is youth, right? John says no. Anyway, so Hilda, thank you for starting that agenda. We will keep pushing that. Life begins at 40, so youth should go all the way to 40. In fact, there are some political parties that have 65-year-olds being youth coordinators. Why can't I be 38 and access youth funding? We won't agree. Anyway, so we have two quick remarks before we go into the panel sessions. IDH has told us what they do. One very important institution that is also creating a lot of access for the youth in formal jobs is here, Jobberman Ghana, and I'd like to invite the CEO, Hilda Nimotieku, to give us brief remarks from Jobberman. Please, let's welcome Hilda with a round of applause.
Thank you. I like brief. All right, so thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. We are very excited to partner with KIC to do this event. We were planning a career fair already, and it was in agricultural value chain. It just made sense to join this august occasion to have that career and employer fair. So Jobberman Ghana is part of an initiative with the agricultural impact, Agri-Impact, so they'll come after me and give also a short remarks. So we are doing a project, and the project is called Happy. So you might see people with Happy t-shirts, and Happy is harnessing agricultural productivity and prosperity for the youth, right? And we have a consortium that is doing every bit of the work. People are doing construction. But Jobberman, our role is to help the young people into formal jobs. One of the key things is that agriculture is really not sexy for young people, right? When people think of agriculture, they think of a farmer with a hoe, with a cutlass, and that's, so because we run a jobs portal, and if you look at the jobs that come to the agricultural side, it's very limited. We look at opportunities in the agricultural side, it's very limited, because people I don't want to be a farmer. But there's much more in agriculture than this. It's the agri-adjacent runs all the way from production to the end, the retail, where people actually are selling those products. So we want to make agriculture an avenue, lucrative enough for young people. So it starts from a mindset shift that, listen, I can also be in agriculture, and I can also be, so people think that if you're a farmer, you don't have money. Well, that's not the case. And I think that even with the farmers, now you see that a lot of people are going into farming and making sure that people are, it's a lucrative business. So one of the things that we are doing is connecting employers with job seekers to go into the agriculture. So in the past 2 days, we will have a career fair. One of the key things we also realize that there's a soft skill gap between young people and employers. So people go into work and they can't survive because there's this gap. One of the things we do as a project is to train people. You go through a soft skill training that makes you employable to be able to sustain and maintain a job when you get a job within the agricultural value chain. And we will also have an employer forum tomorrow to talk about the challenges. We did the research. We're going to talk about the outcomes of the research, what employers, the challenges employers have in recruiting young people into the agricultural value chain. So we are excited to be part. This is supposed to be a quick remark, so I will end here. And Jobberman, I think people know us as a recruitment firm. We are still a recruitment firm, but we are helping also achieve the national agenda through this agricultural project. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jobberman. So just Google Jobberman Ghana. You find the link and you see all that they are doing. At this point, you have quick remarks from Agri-Impact, the consortium lead for the Happy Project. And we have the Gender, Youth and Social Inclusion lead, Amma Jan, to give us the remarks from Agri-Impact. Let's welcome Amma.
Thank you very much. I decided to trot to the podium because I'm still youth. Yeah, so I would like to also thank KIC for putting this together, for leading this, and we all tagging on. Yes, Agri-Impact, before I go into that, I'm speaking on behalf of my group CEO, who is currently out of Accra, and he sends his greetings. So, Agri-Impact is a 100% Ghanaian-owned business. It's a consulting firm, and our main focus is supporting businesses or giving advisory to businesses, especially in the agricultural value chains. So currently, we provide a lot of services, but then we will have a breakout room with Jobberman where we will explain all the services that we provide. And currently, we are implementing, together with 8 other partners, we've partnered with the MasterCard Foundation, and we are implementing a program called Happy. Happy is harnessing agricultural productivity and prosperity for youth. And in short, we say that job for youth. So if you see behind my T-shirt, it's written job for youth. Job for youth, what we are doing in Happy is to provide job opportunities or create job opportunities for 326,000 youths in Ghana. And also reducing the import of food, local food from outside, rice, soya, tomatoes, and then poultry. These are the value chains we are working in. And focus more on rice, which we are importing a lot. So we want us to expand it, so we have a lot of rice so that we will stop the importation. Okay, so having said that, I would like to also congratulate all youth who are here for being here, because your even coming here means you have commitment and you also have the curiosity to know what is in it for you, what is in there for you. And I also want to encourage you that agriculture is not just about farming. When we were growing up, we saw agric as a farmer. When you ask me about agric when I was youth like you, I'll only talk about farming. But then agriculture goes beyond the farm. There's a lot of opportunities in the value chain. There's a lot happening in there that you have to also investigate. I like your curiosity by coming here. And as you are here, there are a lot of expertise and experts here. Please ask questions. Go into the breakout rooms. Make sure you are asking questions. Make sure you are off your social media. Those over there, they are making money. You can also use yours to make money by listening to what is happening here, contributing, and making efforts in your own life. Because when we were growing, okay, I'm still youth anyway, but when we were growing, we didn't have this opportunity. There was nothing like this, nothing. No social media, no. One email or one telephone conversation, you have to go and be in a queue for like 3 hours before you can talk to somebody for 2 minutes. But then now you have everything at your fingertips. So I will encourage all of you that now the youth have no excuse. The excuse we've been given, there's no this, there's no that, there's still something. The something is what is even being done here. So once you have the opportunity to be here, tag on, network, talk to your fellow youth, because from the speakers who have just come, I've realized that there's a lot of things happening among even the youth. So if you are not part of the things happening, get yourself into something that is happening. Pretty soon we will have a breakout room. Jobberman, together with Agri-Impact, we will have a session where we will explain more of what Happy is doing. If you find yourself in there, please also ask questions and let's engage. So as you are here, just put it on your mind. As our second speaker mentioned, that go with something. Me, I'll go with something because I know I'm also youth and I need to tag on and carry something along. So thank you very much, and then I will see you in the breakout room. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amma. Please, another round of applause for her. So I consult for one of the institutions implementing the Happy. And when we go for consortium meetings, Amma will come. You people, how many jobs have you created? And say, oh, madam, we've created 300. It is too small. Spend the money and create jobs. Why do you have 45 years people and you are not getting the youth? Today she says she's youth. We have video evidence. When we go for consortium meeting and you ask for the age, I'll play the video. If Amma is a youth, then Kojo is also a youth. We are all a youth. Thank you, Amma, and thank you for the work you're doing with Agri-Impact. So last year we signed an agreement here. I remember Ben was here. I think Mr. Brown was here as well. And BTU, they signed a big sheet of paper to work on something transformative. So when I got here around 7:59, I saw a small tractor moving around, and I was like, yeah, that's right. So I approached them, and they said they are the BTU team that signed the MOU with KIC. Earlier when we were having the informal sessions, we had 2 people talk about it, but I think that a lot of us were not here. So I want to give all of us the opportunity to see the change and the growth we are seeing from the collaboration with different institutions. So I'd like to invite Camille from KIC to come and talk about the results of that MOU and what we can all benefit from if we work together with institutions like KIC. Camille.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. I think a lot has been said about the tractors already, which goes to show the level of excitement and also the commitment Mr. Mensah clearly expressed here that him personally and KIC are very, very committed to making sure that we can get these tractors to commercialization. But beyond the excitement and the commitment, this is also a story of the ingenuity of Ghanaian youth. And I would like to reference a very popular concept in India. I don't know if there are any Indians here. Unfortunately, we don't have any. Okay. Oh, we have a black Indian there. So in India, there's a concept, a very popular concept called jugaad. And jugaad is basically just resourcefulness, being able to take advantage of everything around you, no matter how cheap or expensive it is, to solve the problems that are around you. And that is what we are seeing with what King Tractor and Kigo have created. Looking at the unique challenges we have in Africa, especially in the agri sector, it is very important for us to borrow that concept of jugaad to make sure that we are able to use all the resources we have around us to solve some of the problems that we are facing. And beyond the ingenuity, it's also a story of collaboration between KIC and BTU. So at KIC, we are very committed to working with local partners to make sure that we are creating the impact that we are creating. And we work with 16 universities and other partners to make our programs like the Agri-Tech Challenge, Pro, Classic, Incubation, everything happen. For King Tractor and Kigo Agro, we had to leverage the ultra-modern facilities that BTU have, including the personnel that they have to support to make this happen. And at this point, I would like to invite the King Tractor team to come up on stage. So with a big round of applause, please help me invite the King Tractor and Kigo Agro teams to come on stage. And then also with a big round of applause, please help me invite the BTU team to come on stage as well. Okay, so this is the team that has made it happen. So we have a first version of the tractor which, was put together in a very rudimentary way. And now we have a second version which is much bigger, performs much better than the previous one, and we are going to continue to improve it until it gets to commercialization. And this is the team that's made it happen. I would like to give a minute to the King Tractor and Kigo team to make a remark, and then we'll go to the BTU team as well.
All right, good morning. My name is Eric Umpoli, a co-founder for King Tractor. And so I stand on behalf of my colleagues and that of the team to say a very big thank you to KIC, most especially Uncle Ben. You've been with us throughout the journey. And so we started this back at our communities, thinking that we could do this ourselves, and we started with the small one that we have developed. And we had the opportunity to be with KIC, and so we applied from the classic into the pro, now at the incubation level. So it has been a one-year journey, and we are very grateful for the support. They have given us the capacity building, financial support to come out with what we are having now. In fact, we are now at BTU, Bolgatanga Technical University, to improve upon these machines and implements that we are having. We are collaborating together. King Tractor and that of Kigo Agro, we are collaborating together. So the implement is also made in such a way that it's able to mount on the tractor. And so we are working hand in hand. And we are grateful to BTU for their commitment to help us come out with these machines and implements that we have started to produce. And we think in the very few months to come, we will continue to improve upon what we are having. I think we have videos and pictures showing testing that we have done after the production, was done. So I stand on behalf of my team to say a very big thank you to KIC and everybody here. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Eric. So I would like to call BTU as well to say a word, and then we can move.
Thank you so much, Kama. So let me also stand on all existing protocol. Good morning. So I bring you greetings from Bolgatanga Technical University, and we are also grateful to KIC for the collaboration. We appreciate the collaboration from King Tractor and Kigo Agro Limited. I'm here with the faculty advisor, Professor Daniel Oponseche. Then the 4 engineers. So I have Engineer Della, Engineer Nicholas, Engineer Kwame Dubik, then Engineer Justin. So with the collaboration between Kigo Agro Limited and Ken Tractor, we're able to improve on the tractors as well as the groundnut harvester. So we'll continue with the collaboration so that we can commercialize the tractor and the groundnut harvester. So thanks so much for the collaboration. So I'm the Pro Vice Chancellor of Bogota University, Professor Peter Oseboma.
All right, thank you very much. So that's the story of the tractors you see out there. If you haven't seen them already, you should definitely make your way to the tractors. I'm sure later in the day we will, turn it on and show how, it works. But before we go, I would like us to give a proper KIC appreciation to the BTU and the King Tractor teams for the good job they are doing. So please appreciate. Ahoya. Thank you very much.
Oh, Charlie, when Nabil said thank you, I thought we were going to give it a resounding round of applause. Let me tell you why this is important. Earlier this year, I plowed my farm for 400 cedis per acre. This morning, I called the tractor operator to come and plow. He says 650 Ghana cedis per acre. Then I asked him how much, why it's going to cost that much. He said fuel prices, everything has gone up. So it's 650 cedis per acre. The painful thing is that he charged 200 Ghana cedis to come and see the farm. So if we're able to get these tractors working, it means that the average person can afford to buy a tractor, or a group of farmers, 4 of you, if you put 30 bags of maize together and you sell for 300 cedis, you'll be nearing the cost of buying a tractor, which will help you to expand your tie and dye business. So please, let's put our hands together for BTU and King Tractor. But Ben, we have established something today. When the King Tractor gentleman was speaking, you called you Uncle Ben. You have been eliminated. You are not youth. You have been eliminated. You are not youth. So you are not part of us. I can see my sister, Nanajwa Sifa here. Nanajwa, good to see you. Prof. Irene G. from University of Ghana is also here. Prof, good to see you. Now, Prof has 120 acres of rice under her ownership. Emura, Prof. Good job. We have Dr. Gloria Silfi also here from the University of Ghana. Doc, good to see you. I'm trying as much as possible to acknowledge everyone. So as we go along, I'll be doing more acknowledgements. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to do something quickly before we go into the panel sessions. And we are not managing the time very well, so I'll move a few things so that we can stay within the time. I want all the speakers, the special guests, the sponsors to come here so that we get opportunity to take one photo, because I know when we break up for the various sessions, I'll lose all of you. So board chair and all our speakers, special guests in the front row, if you can join us to take a group photo. Isaac, Adjoa, the speakers, moderators, the sponsors, all of you, if you can come up front for us to take a group photo before we go into the breakout sessions, I'll be very happy. Greg, please join us. Greg from IDH, your first time in Ghana, so join us so we keep the memory of you being here. All sponsors. Echo. Kamla. In fact, BTU, Prof, you should also join us. If you've held my mic or will hold the mic or will speak or you sponsored or you are part of the organization in any way, please join us. I think I'll move this to the side. Okay. So we'll take the group photo before we go for the breakout sessions. In fact, if I've not mentioned your name and you have the confidence to join the photo, you can come and join the photo. Thank you all very much. And audience, thank you for allowing me to do this. God bless you. So we have a panel session coming up in this auditorium, and we have another panel session coming out in room 1. The panel session that is going to happen here is on policy perspective, empowering youth startups and agri-MSMEs in Africa. It will be moderated by Benjamin Osu-Ansah. Ben, please please stand, Ben, if you are here. Benjamin Osu-Ansah. So Ben is moderating that. Now the second panel session is in room 1. It's on climate-smart agricultural practices for sustainable food production. And it will be moderated by the most controversial ideation team member of KIC. He is smaller than his controversy in form, but his controversy, if you pitch and Accra begins to ask you questions and you didn't prepare, you know you'll not go anywhere. But if you did your job very well and Accra asks you a question and you get it, you know you are winning something. So Accra, please get up, let's see you. You see the body? Small in face, but big in bones. Don't mind the body, respect the engine. That is, and he's a youth. So, if you are interested in the conversation on climate-smart agric practices for sustainable food production, please follow Accra to room 1. Yeah, so get up and go so that we follow you. And those of us who will be a part of the policy conversation on empowering youth will stay here. So, if you want to learn more about climate-smart agric practices for sustainable food production, Accra is going to moderate that. You can follow him for that conversation. Now, the panelists are Dr. Stephen Yeboah, Senior Research Scientist at the Crop Research Institute, Bismarck Ousunate, Acting Executive Director for Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana, Kwabena Frimpong, Regional Director for Africa, Ignitia, and Dr. Isaac Nono, National Coordinator for Sustainable Cocoa Initiative in Ghana. So that is the first conversation. I never fear no man, even though I walk to the valley of So we also have a career fair happening. So when you come back from this, or those of you interested in the career fair, there is room 2 here. We have the career fair happening there. If you are looking for a job, if you are looking for opportunities, that's the place to go. So please, those of us in here, our moderator. So all those who have registered with Agri House and Jobberman for the career fair, it's happening in room 2 on my right. You can go for that. So now we are going to have the conversation on empowering youth startups and agri-MSMEs in Africa. And our moderator is Ben Ousu-Ansah, please. Ben, please join us here to start that conversation. DJ, please kill the music, please. Please kill the music, totally. Kill the music. All right, so thank you. So those here, if you could please come to the middle so that we have a tighter group for this conversation. So those on this row, please come to the middle row here. Those on the far left row, if you can also move closer so that we have a tighter space for the conversation. And ladies and gentlemen, networking, we are starting our next session here. So kindly take your seats or go and do the networking outside. we are going to have the session here, so kindly take your seats or take the networking outside. Okay, so the panel discussion on empowering youth startups and agri-MSMEs, panelists are Dr. Betty Annan, Country Director, Accra, Nanajwa Sifa, Lead of Guzakuza, Dr. Kweku Entry, Policy Officer and Cluster Leader for Research, Policy and Investments with FARA, and our moderator is Benjamin Owusu Ansa. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator, Ben, over to you.
All right, thank you so much, say Kojo. All right, just want to do a quick one and then we bring up our panelists onto the stage. So, right, as Kojo rightly said, I will invite, first of all, Dr. Betty Annan to join us here. Please, so when I invite the person, just to have some energy in the house, just put your hands together. Let's give them some rounds of welcome as they take their seats up here for us. Yeah. I presume everybody is in the youth category, so this clap is for the elderly. Let's welcome Dr. Betty Annan again onto the stage. Yes. If you still want to be in the youth bracket, just do it so well. Then I will also welcome Nanajwa Sifa to join us here. Okay, and then Dr. Kweku Entry to also join us here. This is the final one, so do it well for us. Thank you. So I'll quickly give our panelists 30 seconds to give an introduction about themselves.
I'm the country director for Accra, but I've worked in a number of organizations in the NGO space, but my passion is working with youth and women. And that's what actually drives me. What else can I say about myself? I am a mother, and I love young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Nana.
So my name is Nanajwa Sifa. I am the leader of Guzakuza, and we are inspiring women in agribusiness to build what we call resilient businesses in Africa. So if you hear African Women in Agribusiness Award, that one is from Guzakuza. If you hear Women in Agribusiness Week, which is known as WOW, that one too is Guzakuza. And if you hear Ignite, African Women in Agribusiness Leadership, that one is Ignite, and I am the initiator. Thank you.
Thank you. Doctor.
Thank you very much. In Africa, I lead a cluster, as you introduced me, known as Policy Research and Investment. I'm an agricultural economist and a farmer as well. And as the first speaker said, I'm also a father of 3. And I think basically that's about it. I think I would probably get the time to talk more about FARA and what we do and how the youth can benefit from what we do. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. A round of applause for our wonderful panelists. So, our session is going to base on policy perspective, looking at empowering youth, startups, and then agri-MSCs in Africa. So before we start it all, I used to work with that we used to sell or distribute Bibles. Now, we had a policy, and the policy that at the end of the week, the one who sells more Bibles will have a higher commission. We had a friend amongst us by name Kingsley. Kingsley couldn't speak smoothly. He was a stammerer. But at the end of every week, Kingsley's sales tops it all. So the whole team got worried and amazed. So we approached Kingsley and we said, Kingsley, how do you do it? Because during meetings, you are not even able to express yourself. So how do you do it? How are you able to sell all the Bibles? He said, I won't tell you guys. He said, well, please let us know. So we persuaded him, and finally, Kingsley said, this is my trick, or this is what I do. When I get to the place that I want to sell my Bibles, I just tell them that I'm here to sell Bibles. But if you don't buy any of the Bibles, I will read everything for you. And imagine a stamina going to read the whole Bible from Genesis to Revelation. You will buy. So that was his policy he was using. In this field, we're going to divide it into 3 main areas for our discussion so that we can be able to sell a lot of Bibles. We're going to take it from policy support. We're going to look at it from financial constraints and then limited market access. So from Kingsley's example, his innovative way of selling the Bibles, of making sure that the product he has is always being sold. I want to start first of all with our hardware, Mr. or Dr. Kwaku Entry. We want to find out what are some of the innovative financing models that improves access to capital for youth startups and Agri-MSMEs. Just as Kingsley was able to create his own innovative model, how do we create innovative financing models to improve the access for young people who are getting into agri or who are into the agri sector?
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. Before I come to the substantive question, let me use just 2 minutes or 1 minute to introduce my organization, FARA. So FARA is a continental organization. That means we work across the continent, and we bring the voice of agricultural research, innovation, and science, to enhance agricultural productivity. And we do this by working with regional, or what we call regional sub-regional organizations. So you hear of CORAF, you hear of CADESA, SARECA, and the rest of it. In FARA, we do this by through 4 main pillars. That is capacity building. So we build capacity. We also advocate for, we do policy advocacy. So what we are doing here falls into what we do in FARA. We have another pillar that looks at innovations for impact. And so I'm happy that we have the youth here who are more into innovative. And then we also do, of course, knowledge management. And we support the work of the youth through a network that we have known as YPAD, that is Young Professionals in Agricultural Development. It's a global network. And for Africa, we have the office, or we have the secretariat housed in FARA. And through that network, we support the work of youth across the continent. Now to the substantive question about financial models. So from experience, what we have been doing at FARA is, again, through our advocacy work, engage with financial organizations to support the work of youth. And that is, in that case, if a youth approaches a financial organization for support, financial support, the terms and conditions that are laid out are friendly to enhance the acquisition of financial support. I can speak of projects that we are currently implementing in East Africa, Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda, where we've collaborated with some financial institutions like the Kenyan bank, a Kenyan bank that provides this support to youth startups. Through our advocacy work, we also engage policymakers at the country level to create some kind of incentives for youth to be able to access financial support. So there are tax cuts for youth, There are flexible repayments of loans when is to the youth. And we also engage with other financial organizations. Currently, we're working or we're seeking partnership with MasterCard Foundation. We work with Accra. We work with other, financial USAID and the rest of it to provide this support to youth. We encourage the youth to get into these things because of the flexible or the friendly, terms and conditions that are applied to these soft loans. Of course, they are not free of charge because we also ensure that the youth own whatever businesses that they are rolling out, so that they wouldn't see it as free money in quotes, but then they would have some kind of commitment to what they do. So basically, what we do is to create the enabling environment and also advocate for that kind of environment to be created for youth enterprises to boost their, to support them in engaging in agricultural productivity and agricultural production in the agricultural sector in general. Before I end, let me use this opportunity to correct certain perceptions that we've had from reading and from experiences and all that. We tend to think that we don't have youth engaged in the agricultural sector. But recent studies have shown that the age bracket in agricultural sector, not production, the sector, is between 25 to 32, which actually is the youth bracket that we're looking at here. And so we should probably look at where we have the youth engaged more. Usually we look at the production level, and so we think of farming, going to till the land. But there are a lot of opportunities along the value chain where youth can be engaged. And I want to encourage our youth here to take advantage of the various nodes along the value chain to get into agriculture. The IT in agriculture, there's processing, marketing, a whole lot, engineering. We just saw the tractors that have been. So we should tune our minds off the field. Of course, if you get into the field to produce, fair enough. But we shouldn't limit agriculture to just the production where we think that it is tedious and we don't have the collateral for land and the rest of it. There are other opportunities along the value chain that I think we can take advantage of. So thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you so much. Doc, don't hand over the mic yet. I really love the way you did that separation. I was coming straight to you. The sector and then the production. I know when we talk of agriculture, anyone is straight. We're taking cutlasses and hoes. That is it all. So with that notion, what are some of those innovative ways that we can bring the youth in the other sector along the chain? You mentioned IT. How do we use IT in these areas? How do we encourage them? What are some of the innovative stuff that will encourage a young person in school to say, I want to go into farming, and knowing the exact place he or she wants to find themselves? What are some of the innovative things we can do to encourage them to get in there? Those are also serving as innovative financing stuff for them. So what are some of the things we want to rally around, not only the production, but the sector itself, so we know how to bring in more youth in that area? I want you to throw lights on it.
Thank you so much. So, like I said, through what we do at FARA, through our youth network, one of the things we do is create a platform for engagement.
Okay.
So here, what we do is that we bring youth who have had the experience in some of these areas together, and they share their experiences and they serve as mentors to others who don't probably have the knowledge or the know-how to get into these things. So we create that platform, and that platform helps us to network, or to bring them together to network among themselves, because we've realized that it is good if they learn from each other. They learn fast from each other than somebody coming from elsewhere to show them the way. When they are led by their colleague youth, they're able to pick up. So we create this platform, And if you remember, I mentioned that one of the things we do is policy advocacy. So apart from they talking to themselves, we also create the environment for them to engage policymakers. So they engage policymakers for them to listen to them. And one thing we've also realized is that most often than not, the youth are not really interested in the political landscape, as far as agriculture is concerned. Currently, I know there is a youth strategy as far as the AUC is concerned. The AUC has developed a very nice youth strategy that, we can pick and learn from it, look at the pillars, and then learn from it, and then engage, get ourselves engaged. But we seem to be focused, or the youth seem to be focused on other things. Okay, so when we create this platform to bring the policymakers close to the youth, it also helps the youth to know what the political landscape is. When I talk of political landscape, what the politicians are ready to spend money on as far as the agricultural sector is concerned. That's what I'm talking about. So it's not about the promises that they are making, but in that sector, in the agricultural sector, what are they saying? Currently, Ghana, we just close to the elections. What are those politicians saying about the agricultural sector? Are we interested? Do we listen to them? Or we think it is just politics, so let's leave them to do their politics, and then we will concentrate on whatever we are doing. It's about time we get interested in these things, ask the necessary questions, and I believe that through that engagement, we'll be able to build the necessary capacities and then create the necessary networks to be able to promote our work.
Thank you so much. So, Nana, we'll come to you and what your organization also is coming up with or doing in the areas of innovative financing models. Doc has thrown some light on other areas, but I want to find out from you, what are your submissions on this question, innovative financing models that improve access.
Yeah, so before I come to that, let me just also add to what Doc said.
Right.
So I also don't believe that young people should focus on agriculture, only agriculture. That's why I like the term agribusiness. Because if you talk about agribusiness, then you talk about the value chain. But this is what we have been doing in the North. So last year, for example, we collaborated with the university for development studies. And we have seen that, yes, the narrative has changed. So just like Doc said, now we have a lot of young people who are interested in the sector. So that's the correction. We have a lot, because when we call for applications for our Ignite program, we get more than 1,600 people every year. That means there is the interest, right? But they need support, and that's what we're going to talk about. But what we did last year with the University for Development Studies was that we told the youth, especially the graduates and the students, that you don't need to be a farmer to be in the sector, right? You have your skills. So for example, if you're a marketing student, if you're a marketing graduate, if you're an accountant, what can you do in the sector? You can work with the smallholder farmers. So we brought smallholder farmers to the room, and we brought the students and the graduates. What can you do to help the smallholder farmer? How can you get a job? How can you create job for yourself in the agriculture value chain? How can a smallholder farmer also benefit from your service? So for example, I'm a smallholder farmer. I need help with my bookkeeping. You are a bookkeeping graduate, a bookkeeping student. How can you help me? How can you sell your service? So I just want you to, especially the youth here, I just want you to think of what you can do with the skills you already have in the agriculture sector, okay? Not necessarily going to the farm to farm. So when it comes to the financing, I like what some of the startups are doing in the country. So talk of Complete Farmer. They are a crowdfunding platform. So they are trying to source for funds from other sources. So they pull resources together from all over the world to help people who want to start their agribusinesses. And this is one of the things I think we can do. I mean, because the interest rate is really high, but if you go to the platform, you can just put your business there, and those who are interested in funding your business will approach you and then fund. So that is one of the things I thought of. And at Ignite, or at Guzakuza, we also use the partner model. So that's the SUSU. We've realized that it's difficult to get finance. So how can we put our own resources together? We are women, we business women. How can we pull the small monies together to be able to expand our agribusinesses? So that is one of the innovative approaches we are using. And we're also using credit union. So in Ghana, this works. We are creating the Women in Agribusiness Credit Union, where women in agribusiness, especially the young women, can have easy access to funding. So we don't need to go to the bank for them to tell us that we have to pay 30% per annum, but we are creating our own form of union to be able to raise funds together and then expand our businesses. So that is what we are doing from our quarters.
From your quarters, okay. So I'll go to Dr. Betty. It's widely known, and it's not a hidden secret, that agriculture is the backbone of many African economies, providing livelihood for millions, contributing to the significant growth of their GDP. But the question now rings through our minds that why is it that there are not enough financing models for people to get into it? Because if it is giving you that huge chunk in your GDP, why is that we have challenges with financing or creating financial models for startups or youth to be attracted into the agri-sector?
Thank you. Let me say a bit about Accra, what we do, before I go into the question. So Accra, our focus or our mission and vision put together is to ensure that Africa can feed itself. Right. And we do this through a number of business lines. We work through the seed sector, or what we call seed systems. We work through sustainable farming methods, regenerative agricultural methods, under the sustainable farming, good agricultural practices. We also go through the inclusive finance, market, and trade, where we work to ensure that their platforms trade is enhanced, and then farmers have access to markets. And then we also do what we call policy and state capability, help build policy, capacity of institutions, particularly government institutions in the policy space. And then also research. We work with the universities. If you know of the West African Improvement Crop Center at University of Ghana, that was set up by AGRA. We train PhD students, we train MSc students in specific areas in the agricultural sector, like in crop science and soil science, for example, to have more. And then we have 3 cross-cutting themes, which we have climate change, inclusivity, of course, the focus is on youth and women now, and then also nutrition. So these are cross-cutting. And we work in a number of African countries. Our headquarters is in Nairobi. On the financing bit, I just want to add to it. AGRA works with different partners, and we actually have funds set up. We call it the AECF fund and the ABC fund that gives not only funding for startups, but even small to medium scale enterprises, even medium scale enterprises, and you can get a facility up to about $500,000 to support your business. We also do the VSLs, the Village Savings and Loans. We have credit facilities in different forms. Very soon we'll be working with the Cosmos Innovation Center to roll out a revolving fund that would give some credit to about a minimum of about 15 youth businesses. It will not. We haven't finalized yet, but we are hoping that it will not be. It will be a 0% interest rate. We want to more like pilot it to see how it goes. And then if it's successful, so those of you who would have access, make sure you pay back. If it's successful, then we can scale it up to reach other beneficiaries. But on the aspect of why we countries within Africa signed on to a number of treaties or conventions that they were required to contribute at least 10% of their GDP towards agriculture.
And majority of the countries are not doing that, including Ghana. Our subvention for agricultural sector is extremely low. And sometimes until crises come up, like we currently have, we do not have funds allocated enough to support the agricultural sector and to even attract the youth. As we all are aware, our interest rate, I think currently the Bank of Ghana rate is about 28%, I think. So then, how much would a universal bank or even a rural bank add to it to be able to give a loan to a farmer? People are taking loans at 40% interest rate at the rural and I'll say, how do we call it, the rural banks. And I'm just wondering how a farmer will take a loan at 40% interest rate and be able to repay, considering the fact that most of our farming practices are rudimentary and subsistence. We don't have mechanized systems. As the MC was saying, I was shocked to hear that to plow an acre is 600. I thought it was like 200. So how do you expect a smallholder farmer to be able to do that? We don't have special purpose vehicle. I'm sorry, but I have to say this. I asked why ADB has changed. They are now a normal commercial bank. Meanwhile, it was created specifically to support the agricultural sector. A number of youth, we want youth to go into agriculture, but we expect them to bring collaterals. Where are they going to get it from? We don't even encourage the study of agriculture in our universities. It is just normal agriculture. I studied agriculture at the University of Science and Technology. The practicality of it, let me be sincere, very limited. As compared to going to a school in the US or in the UK to study agriculture, you have the experience. I remember doing my master's, I was attached to a number of companies. Whether you like it or not, you go and then stay in a cold room to learn. But it is not the same here. And worse is our policy system. We don't have any supporting mechanisms for that. If you look at our current youth policy, agriculture is just mentioned. That's all. And even the national policies we have, it's as if we are not really concerned with the crisis that we are faced with. I'm just wondering how Ghana is going to take care of us as citizens when there is no food. Just one cropping season, we won't have enough to feed the country. And it's all because we have not put in place the necessary mechanisms to be able to attract those who want to go into agriculture. If we have special purpose vehicles for agriculture, we have reduced interest rates that can attract, we have land banks that people can have access to. Youth can have access to all these, and then they will be able to produce, they will be able to add value, and then do whatever they need to do to be able to make the sector more profitable and then more attractive. I would say that for some time now, if you look at the banks, or let me put the universal banks, even the loan amount, if somebody wants to start a business and the person is looking for even 20,000 cedis, it's as if 20,000 is so small an amount to go through to get access to that through a bank. You even get guarantee to support, to be able to have access. And most of our young people who need money to start their businesses, they don't need that $100,000 we are talking about, 50,000. They are looking for as small as 10,000, 5,000. And we don't have that mechanism to even get them to access these through the universal banks or even the mobile money platforms. I know there are loans that like MTN and I mean, we don't have such mechanisms. So if a youth is interested, how would the person be able to have access to such credit schemes or even the facilities? And I think that it should be intentional. we have to internalize it in our strategies as a country. In terms of policy, we should be more interested in making sure that our policies that we develop have specific mention of agriculture, of youth, what we want to do, and then we should be able to implement, not just having it on the shelf, but implementing it to make sure that the youth benefit or the country benefits in a way that people will be interested. We have MasterCard Foundation supporting through ABSA Bank and then Fidelity Bank. ABSA, I think the interest rate, I may be wrong, but the interest rate is about 10%. Fidelity is looking at a much lower interest rate, to give loans to SMEs. But I'm just wondering, how many youth are even aware of this opportunity? And then if they are, what are the conditions? Somebody told me these are not patient funds. They are expected to pay back within 5 years. We have I think we have the Development Bank in Ghana now. And fine, they have patient funds, but are they able to give loans like 20,000 to a youth? They are giving the funds through the commercial banks. So how would we have access? So I think policy-wise, we would have to sit down as a country, have the right people around the table, come up with policies that addresses challenges in the agricultural sector, and have financing mechanisms that can support those that are interested in the space and be able to have a more productive system. Thank you.
Right, so still with you, since you brought the policies up. So what are some of the current policy gaps that are affecting growth, aside this one that you just mentioned about the financial market, where, for instance, the development bank has to give the commercial banks to the commercial banks before a startup can access that? What are some of the current gaps that are affecting youth getting into the agribusiness sector?
I would say we haven't really come up as a country with a policy that addresses youth in agriculture. We have the National Youth Policy. But as I said, we are currently, as AGRA, working with the National Youth Authority through the Ministry of Youth and Sport to actually look at developing a policy out of which, not developing a new policy, but looking at sections of the policy and addressing the agricultural component so that we can develop a flagship program that would address specific challenges in the agricultural sector, specifically for youth. I'll say that there are a number of policies. I can't mention all, but currently what we are doing as AGRA is analyzing all these policies, putting them together to be able to identify what the gaps are. So I cannot tell right now what the various gaps are, but I can clearly say that when it comes to the youth, we do not have any specific policy that addresses youth engagement in the agricultural space. We have the National Youth Policy, but Agric is just mentioned. So with some of the work we are doing, we'll be able to expand on that and then come up maybe with a policy, not just a policy, but have some form of program, or I would say a flagship program that can be created around that so that youth can benefit. But in general, when you look at our agricultural, the NAIPs that we have, I doubt, I have looked at it, I have read through, but there is no specific section that talks about youth engagement, youth employment, creating opportunities for youth. Youth are mentioned, they are mentioned, but as to the specifics. But I think that as a country, we are doing well. If you look at the parliament, we have a select committee that addresses youth issues. And working with them, they are doing a lot of work. They are supporting, they are making, I think, more of the youth voices heard. And for AGRA, we are currently working also with the National Development Planning Commission, and we have established an inter-ministerial platform, more so for intersectoral engagement with different policymakers so that we can come up, identify what the gaps are, we can come up with policies that would address specific issues in the agricultural sector, but that pertains to youth and then women. So we are looking at that, and so far the engagement has been interesting. We have Ministry of Education on, gender on, we have the Parliamentary Select Committee on Agri, Select Committee on Youth, we have National Development Planning Commission, I think Ministry of Employment. We have a number of ministries on it, but it's left with finance. So I'm hoping that since my senior colleague, my big man Bashiru is here, Bashiru, please let's make sure we have finance on. And then we would ensure that at least some of these issues are addressed with all the right people in the room. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But it was serious when you said the policy we don't have a national policy relating to agriculture for the youth. Is that what I heard?
Specifically for youth. No, we have a lot of policies in the agricultural space, but specifically for youth, we don't. We have the National Youth Policy. But with that, agriculture is just mentioned. We don't have a comprehensive policy that addresses youth in agriculture. Yes.
Doctor, then this is
I may be wrong, but that's what, okay, we have a policy expert here. He will tell us.
We'll get to him. But Doc, then that's serious. Before our policy expert will come in, from your point of view, where you sit, seeing this, isn't it a gap in policy for youth in agriculture?
Yeah, it's a huge gap, as has already been mentioned. And, sorry. So, I think somewhere in 2010, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture decided to embark on what we call the YEAP, that's Youth in Agricultural Program. But you know, if you are having a program without a policy, like she's mentioning, then at a point, you know, you're unable to achieve the objectives that you set for, because every program has to be backed by specific policies, as in what has to be achieved and how it's going to be achieved. So it is true. I mean, what she has alluded to is true, that we don't have specific policies when it comes to youth in agriculture. And that is where we have work to do. In fact, I was going to respond to the question of why are we not investing in agriculture as politicians, or why politicians are not investing in agriculture. And I said to myself that we have work to do, and the work we have to do is to see, you know, agriculture is such that, or the gains from agriculture is such that people doesn't really pay attention to it, or the results of agriculture. I mean, if Ghana is food secured, everybody gets food to eat. People don't really talk about it. But we'll talk about the roads, we'll talk about the markets, we'll talk about the whatever, the tangible things. And that is what the politicians also talk about. They mount platforms and stages, and they talk about markets that they've built, boreholes that they've dug, but they don't talk about the country being food secure, or the productivity of agriculture being improved or enhanced. And I was at another platform where I said that if they are not telling our story, we need to tell our own story. How do we tell our stories? We need to engage stakeholders like the media, like other relevant stakeholders who will help us tell our stories. Because if you do so much and nobody hears about it, nobody sees it. We started talking about food insecurity when Russia and Ukraine started their whatever. How should we in Ghana suffer from Russia and Ukraine having their own thing? You understand? And here it was even okay, but when you go to East Africa, where they depend a lot on bread, wheat, the effect was so much. So somebody is fighting somewhere, and you are in Africa, and you are the one who is suffering from that, or who is being affected from that. So we need to tell our stories. The youth who have been able to come up with some innovative ways to create their own jobs, we need to talk about them. We need to let them know. We need to let the world know. And that is one way we can draw the politicians' attention to what we are doing to encourage them to fund it. Otherwise, they will continue to talk about the markets and the roads and those things. We're not talking about food security. They only talk about food security when there's an issue, an outbreak of diseases, malnutrition, then they talk about it. And they only talk about it and leave it there. The commitment to it is not, as it should be. So we need to tell our stories. Those of us who happen to have be in areas where we can enhance the propagation of our stories, we need to do that. And we shouldn't only look at the bad side of agric. When there's drought, then we are talking. When there's an outbreak of fall armyworm, we are talking. But when there's food security, we are not talking. When farmers are increasing their harvest, we're not really talking about those things. We need to. And I think the media is one of the stakeholders that we need to engage more to get that done. So another thing also is about getting, I think Doc spoke about getting the right people, to help in the formulation of the policies. Most often we exclude the youth when it comes to policy formulation. So you see the policy designed very well, but the voice of the youth is not heard or is not seen in those policies that we develop. And when you move ahead to look at the implementation of policies, then that side, we don't even hear the voices of the youth. And I think it's about time that, it's still through advocacy. That's those of us who happen to be at certain levels need to engage the policymakers about the need to bring the youth to the table when we are discussing these policies affecting the agricultural sector. Thank you so much.
Right, so Nana, I know your organization, you deal with a lot of women or girls in your organization. Are there any gender-sensitive policies that kind of prevent getting more women or promoting more women into agriculture from your side?
So for the policy issues, I'll leave it to the doctors to talk about. I focus on how we can actually get the solutions to the challenges we are facing. But I've not seen, I see the broad gender policy. I work in the agribusiness space. Right. I've not seen specific policy targeted at women in agribusiness. That's why I said I will leave that to the policy experts to talk about it. But what we are doing, so we talked about, in 2015, I was also on the YAP program. I remember going to the office several times talking about this. But after, and I think it was NDC time, after NDC, we didn't hear about that thing again. Whether it was a program or a policy, we didn't hear about that again. And that is the challenge we are facing in this country. So we have we have fragmented programs, right? So we have YAP, NEAP, YAB. Everybody is doing what they want to do. And so it becomes difficult to even track or trace what we want when it comes to whatever deliverable we want to achieve. It's so difficult to track progress. It's so difficult to even monitor. And this is why my approach, that it doesn't matter which government is in power, we should have a policy that targets youth or women in agribusiness or in agriculture. All right, so whether MPP is in power or NDC in power, we have that policy that will make sure that we are covered, right? The youth is covered, the women are covered. And then also, my request, again, is that we should be intentional about what we do. Yes, we have seen the agriculture in manifestos, we have seen agriculture on paper, but is that the reality? Okay, so we need to be intentional about what we do. And I'm talking to policy makers now. I'm not a policy expert. I am a practical person, but I can only appeal to policy makers that we should make things work. And we cannot just put things on paper and say, okay, we have a policy. Even if we have the policy for youth, how intentional are we, right? So for me, we need to be deliberate about our actions. I live in both UK and in Ghana, and I know how deliberate they are when it comes to the support for young people in business or young people in agriculture. So I think we can also follow some of the successes they have.
Right, thank you. So being intentional gets back to Dr. Betty. You have part of your models being inclusivity, which is with youth and then women. Are there any gender-sensitive policies that kind of stops women from getting into the agribusiness, or we want to have more gender-sensitive policies that will rather encourage them coming on board, since you are working with inclusivity?
I would say there is no gender-sensitive policy that prevents, but there are policies that rather enhance or give opportunity for youth and women to be able to get into the space. Right. And for Accra, we have specific programs that address these challenges. Right. Not only in Ghana, as I mentioned in my speech, we have the Youth Entrepreneurship for the Future of Food and Agriculture. And this is in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. We have what we call Value for Her. And this year, I was so excited. We have 5 Ghanaian ladies who have won, and they are getting money. And not just money, but the publicity, mentorship linkages, and all that. And even access to credit. We have what we call COLOR, our Center for Agricultural Leadership program. And it's deliberate to get the women and youth leaders in the space to be able to reach a certain level where they can make the needed impact. So I would say for Accra, we are very, very intentional about our intervention. And if you need more information, we'll be more than happy to link you to these. We have what we call Generation Africa, which is still ongoing. And from ideation, even just having an idea, like the way KIC is supporting, even just your idea, you'll be handheld throughout the process to a level where your idea can become a reality. And not just a reality, provide you the support in terms of mentorship, even in terms of finance. There are a lot of competitions that go on within different platforms that you can even win up to $100,000 to support your business. And as I speak, we are preparing to go to African Food Systems Summit in Kigali, starting from the 1st to the 7th of September. We have 10 youth from Ghana that are participating in that. We have 2 of them speaking. We have 2 from actually Cosmos Innovation Center that are going to actually speak and pitch what they are doing. And I'm glad that one is a lady. I mean, they are all youth, one is a lady, and we've been able to manage to get her to speak. And these are opportunities. So for us as Accra, we are very intentional. We have policies, internal policies, that ensures that we are able to make a deliberate effort to have youth and women issues addressed. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much. So for those of us who didn't hear it earlier on, there are people who have won. Is it 50,000? You can go out more than that. All right. Right, so I think I will want to hand over to our MC, and then if he will be sincere enough and give us a question from the audience for them, that will be okay. But that one, I'll give you indulgence for that. But if not, I'll humbly close and then hand over to MC Kojo. So over to you, Kojo.
Thank you. Hello? Good. Thank you. So, we don't have enough time. So, what I'm going to do is that, Doc, you're around, right? You're around for the whole of today? Or at least for lunch? Yes.
I am not 100% certain.
Okay.
But we have a senior programs officer. We have Bashiru.
Bashiru, please get up and let's see your face. Good. So Doc is here. Nanajwa, you'll be here throughout the day, right? Yes. Good. And then Doc, you'll also be here, right? But you can. The thing is, there is another session which is an online session with panelists from all over Africa, which is happening in the other place. So the more we go on here, the more they lose out on that. That's why we cannot continue. So please, let's show some love to Doc Adjoa, Doc, and my brother, the moderator, Benjamin, thank you so much. So we cannot take questions, but if you have any further questions to ask or any opportunities, like Bashiru is here, if you want to talk to Agrab, you can talk to Bashiru. Doc will also be around. And you can also see the KIC team. They can share their emails with you. So if you want to, not their numbers or emails. So if you have any serious business to do with them, you send them an email. So thank you very much. Please, you may take your seats. So the next two panel sessions are just about beginning. One will be here. The one in here is on innovative financing. And that will begin with a presentation and then the panel discussion. Now, the other one is on unlocking youth entrepreneurship in Agri, challenges and success stories from across Africa. So we have the Senior Business Development Manager for Farmer Line. We have Hamwe EA Limited from Uganda, Stella Lugalambi. Elvis Azonsi, co-founder and country manager for an agribusiness startup in Benin. There is also another person from Benin, another agribusiness founder from Senegal, and one more from Senegal. So this is a West Africa conversation. So if you want to learn about how some of the youth entrepreneurs in Agri have scaled their business and grown their business, that conversation is just about beginning in room 1. If you want to be a part of the innovative financing conversation, you stay right here. So ushers, please tell room 1 that we are ready. They can go ahead with their session, and then we have the innovative financing conversation here. So I'd like to invite the moderator for that session, Camille Nabong from KIC, to come and take over from me and handle the innovative financing conversation. Please, let's welcome Camille with a round of applause. And Camille, please manage the time so that we can go for lunch at 2.
How much time do you have? 1 hour.
Yes, so you have between 45 to 50 minutes.
Okay. I always don't like being, the one between people and their lunch. Yeah, but, good afternoon, and it's an honor to welcome all of you to this session. I think when it comes to financing, it's one that I am personally, very passionate about because I've worked on the front lines of entrepreneurship since 2013, and I've seen some of the challenges in financing firsthand, and it's something that I'm really passionate about. But I think it goes beyond a topic that I'm passionate about. It's something that is very, very crucial to the innovations that we will see in agriculture in the next few years, and even the broader goal of food security and the security of our food systems in Africa. I think financing is very, very, very important. So today we will be having a panel discussion on it, looking at how innovative financing can unlock funding opportunities for agri-MSMEs in Africa. But before that, I would like to invite Mr. Gilbert Adamte, who is the CEO of Leverage Microfinance, to give us a presentation on innovative financing before we go into the panel discussion. So with a round of applause, please welcome Gilbert. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Camille. Good afternoon to everyone. And let me dwell on existing protocols and then quickly move on, as Camille rightly said. It's not good to be in between lunch, else you deny people of eating as early as possible. So we'll be very quick with this one. So thank you so much, KIC, for the opportunity to speak on the subject, innovative finance. Finance, as they say, is the blood of every business organization. Just like we have blood flowing through us. Finance or cash flow is the bloodline for every business. And once you lose it, you have to be rushed to the hospital or the theater. Thank you. Thank you. So finance, as I said, once you lose it, you have to be rushed to the theater. And then all know what happens in the theater. When you go to the theater, you are either coming out alive or you are coming out dead. And sometimes even when you come out alive, if you don't take time, you'll be disabled. So let's look at the bloodline of every business, which is finance. Now, when we talk about financial innovation, it's not only about you having access to funds, but it's one way to fill the financial gap. And this is not only about sourcing new and additional funds, but also spending these funds effectively and efficiently for maximum returns. Remember, finance options used can make you more or less competitive in the marketplace. So we would want to look at some few financial models that are there for startups. And I would start with what we call the promotional loan schemes. When you look at our setup or our environment now, there are a lot of promotional schemes that are ongoing. When you talk about promotional schemes, I'm referring to the MasterCard Foundation sometimes coming up with various programs for youth startups in one way or the other. So these are schemes usually provide concessional or subsidy loans to farmers who meet certain eligibility criteria of public interest. These are sometimes augmented by non-financial assistance such as farm extension services, technical advice, accreditation, and certification. And recently, my institution have had to do a similar thing of going into this promotional funding in partnership, where we give out loans at a very good subsidy. I think that we're doing about 9% per annum, 8% per annum, and then 1% processing fee. And I believe that you cannot easily get this in the market, in the traditional setup. So if you have 8% per annum, that means that you are paying less than 1% a month. And as a startup, if you have some of these subsidies, I think that it should be able to help you. So one of the ways is the promotional loan schemes that we have. Then apart from that, you can also talk about credit lines where people finance or financial institutions allow a farmer or business owner to withdraw money from an account or to make direct payment from the account against defined credit limits. So credit lines are also available. Once you are able to present your case, you have credit lines with some of these financial institutions. Another thing I would want to mention is leasing. Leasing, as a startup, I would plead with you that don't rush into acquisition of plant and materials. A lot of people start and then they invest almost 100%, sometimes about 70% of the capital that they have into fixed asset. Remember, it is not too ideal to rush into fixed asset. You can go into leasing arrangements, and these leasing arrangements can help you build your business from time to time before you go into these capital expenditure products. It's amazing that people start and quickly they want to buy their own tractors, build their own warehouses, and all sort of things. It is good that you go into a leasing arrangement with some of these people and then manage your operational costs. Remember, these equipment that you are buying, if you would be servicing them, you get it, but all of them would erode the little funds that you have. If you go into certain leasing arrangement, I think that it can help you. Then we have trade finance instruments that facilitate domestic and international trade transactions. As a startup, of course, every human being, when you are starting to walk, we say we learn to crawl before we learn to walk. You can go into trade finance arrangement like the LC. A lot of startups have got their fingers burned as a result of not understanding the market. They went paid suppliers from outside the country, and the machines or equipment were never delivered. But if they are gone into trade arrangement like an LC, guarantees and other things, they would have saved their money in one way or the other. So we are looking at how efficient and effective you can use various avenues that you have, and trade finance is one of them, where you go into LC arrangements as well. Warehouse receipt financing is also another option that you can also look at it. Then, as a startup, as much as possible, don't do away with insurance. Insurance, you see, as I said, it's not only about you having access to the money, but your ability to utilize what has been given to you. There was a time, one startup that we financed in Tamale, in the Tamale enclaves. We told him, insure your goods, we were ready to pay for the goods. In fact, we had actually reserved money to pay for the machines that he had acquired, and he was a little bit reluctant to do it. At the end of the day, all the machines got bent as a startup. Now, when this happens to you, where do you start from? Are you going to go back to the promoters to refinance you to start from? But at least insurance would pick you up from somewhere and then move you to the next level. So we should look at insurance as an alternative source, as an innovative finance. Whatever you are doing, no matter what, try as much as possible to insure it. Is it a small equipment, the farms and other things? And I think that is going to help you. I heard the panelists already talk about crowdfunding, which is a very good innovation that has come into the system, where you put your things out there and people are ready to finance you. Climate financing is also another area that is coming up strongly. And so it's one thing that you would also want to look at it. Now, I would want us to look at some of the characteristics of innovative finance. Every innovative finance is purpose-driven. So you realize that all the people that are coming in, the MasterCard, the USAID, and all the people, is purpose-driven. So the fund is for a particular purpose. My few years, or let me say my 20 years experience in credit tells me that if you pick fund and you don't use it for the purpose, it's likely you will not be able to pay back. Some people think that almost it's a draw and now it's medicine. Look, if you pick funds and you don't use it for the particular purpose, the likelihood that it will go bad is very high. Hence, these innovative funds are purpose-driven. When you pick the funds, let's use it for the specific purpose for which the funds were given, rather than doing speculative kind of investment. You pick the fund for one subject and then you are using it for another subject because you feel that the other partner is doing well. You are into processing, you have seen the one doing aggregation doing so well, so you would want to quickly move away from your processing and also go out and do aggregation. Meanwhile, they have picked the funds purposely for processing. Let us look at some of these things, and then I think it's going to help us so much. Then, there are also non-financial assistance with some of these innovative finance. Now, most of the time, what happens after people have picked the funds, after you have financed their project, they are hesitant to go through the technical aspect of the program, like the trainings and other things. You call them for training, they will never attend the training thinking that, look, I have all it takes. Don't miss some of these technical knowledge that is being imparted on you. Remember, you are a startup. People have been there before. So be prepared and ready to learn from these people, and I think that is going to help you at the end of the day. Challenges in accessing these funds. I would want to touch on some few challenges in accessing these funds. Now, over the years and the period with which we have been dealing with this innovative funding, one of the areas that have been a challenge is people's inability to demonstrate their capacity. You would see that people will come up with papers that are quite shallow. You ask them, how are you going to make money to repay back? And then you realize that a lot of the things are speculative. They are not realistic enough at the end of the period. We should be able to demonstrate capacity, and that can be demonstrated through knowledge and then in-depth knowledge in whatever area that you want to go into. And then what is the economic viability of what you want to go into, the growth trend. Come out with realistic business plan. If possible, use the SOSTAC model, I call it, where you identify the situation very well, come out with your objectives, and then you come out with your strategy and a proper tactical plan with how you're going to analyze and control issues. And I think that is going to help you move on. So your ability to demonstrate your capacity to whoever is providing the fund or whoever is supporting you is very essential in sourcing some of these funds. Now, demonstration of character. Demonstration of character. As startup, one of the things that you have is your credibility. I was going to say that, people of God, one of the things that you have, people of God, is your credibility. With that one, no one can give to you. And it's one thing that a lot of startups are missing. They think that, let me put something together to satisfy the fund manager. Let me put something together to satisfy the credit officer. So we tend to give a whole lot of stories that we will not be able to achieve at the end of the day. And we lose character. Can you imagine you trying to finance somebody? You tell the person, go for an invoice for, how do you call it? Go for an invoice, let me pay the supplier. Assuming that you are supposed to buy, let's say, a tricycle. Then the person go to Abosokai, pick any invoice, and you notice that the company is rather into the sale of Opel engines, and they are into the sale of other things. So your credibility is something that you need to guard at every point in time. And one of the essentials of credit is about character. Once you lose your character, there is no way anybody would want to give you credit or would want to try you again, no matter how good your business or your financing model is. So let's guard our character as how do you call it, as startups. And then be truthful, be sincere, passion, and focus. A lot of people have walked in as startups, groups. KIC is doing so well. I mean, putting people together, the passion with which they started the business. The question is that how are they driving that? One would want to see how you are committed, even if you don't have funds to do the business. How are you committed to what you are asking me to finance? You get people, they bring proposals, you fund them. At the end of the day, they are sitting somewhere in the city, and then they have the business somewhere in the village. They visit the place once in a quarter. They don't know what is going on. Anytime they hear that there is funds, they want to rush and come for it. That sort of thing shouldn't be the case as a startup. Your passion and focus. Your lifestyle as a startup is also a matter, something that you need to look at. You are a startup, you cannot just start having a lifestyle of somebody who has done business for so long a time. What is the essence of flying a first class when you can do a basic as a startup? And then as a startup too, I would advise that look at some of the things that you can do by yourself, what we call the DIY, do it yourself, using the TKO model. There are some of the things that you need to learn to do it on your own. It's not everything that you have to resort to other people to do it for you. And I think that when you practice some of these few things, that is going to help you at the end of the day. Now, innovative finance versus the traditional financing. What is the advantage over some of these innovative finance over the normal financing? Now, in terms of products, you would notice that these innovative finance are focus-driven. If it is for women, it's for probably women in agriculture, it's for a specific purpose. Unlike the traditional bank, there is a generic product for everybody, so it's like one size fits all. But this innovative finance is product-driven. Then in terms of pricing, I heard Agra talking about 0%. I am sure that I need to contact her myself. Yes, and it's, in terms of pricing, these fundings are quite cheap that you will not get into the market. One speaker said that when some of us started business, I don't know where you would get a 0% interest or even 8%. Even 8% to start a business. In fact, I always say that if some of us had gotten that opportunity, I'm sure that we would have gone far. Raising capital is quite difficult, but some of these innovative funds are quite cheap, and we need to utilize it very, very well. Then, in terms of the distribution channels, we have digital platforms that distribute some of these financial innovative products as well. The process is also simplified. Ordinarily, things that you wouldn't get from the bank or things that the bank will not overlook, when you come to some of these innovative finance, we are able to do them. For instance, the 8% that I'm talking about, I think those who may have assessed it will know that in terms of collateral, some of them we don't even have fiscal asset as collateral. Like I said earlier on, your character is a collateral on its own. So if you don't have the character, then you don't have a collateral at all. But we are able to overlook some of those fiscal assets being used as collateral, and then advance these loans with the hope that it will be able to help you produce more. I would propose these 4 strategies for you as a startup for sustainability. Now, 1, focus. I have mentioned it earlier on. As a startup, try as much as possible to be very focused on what you have set out to do, without unnecessarily diversifying to other places. If you even want to diversify, look at 3 to 5 years, and then you'll be able to do some diversion. Then differentiation. Distinguish your offer from the other market. Distinguish yourself from the other markets by using your marketing piece, and I think that is going to help you so much. Cost. Ensure your financial solutions are making you an effective and efficient producer for value for money. Please, look at the source of funds that you go for. I'm into microfinance, so when I tell you to look at the source of funds, there are finance houses that are charging as high as 10% per month. They are high as 14% per month, especially when you go to the mining areas and stuff like that. These are not funds for your startup. Look at it critically, so that if you're able to manage the little that you have at the moment, you don't need to rush to these people to go get this money, and at the end of the day, you have to use almost all your profits to be paying back these finance houses. So be mindful of your cost, and then where you source for funding. And I've given you a number of finance options, including leasing and other things that you can look at going forward. Then have your STP models, that's your segmentation, targeting, and then position to the public. In my conclusion, what I would say is that there are a lot of opportunities for financing out there. I put it that the field is so big. Now there are a lot of financing opportunities for finance housing there. Unlike 20 years back when you only had the traditional banks, Standard Chartered, Barclays, Commercial Bank, and few finance houses giving out loans. Even now, apart from the finance house, there are a lot of NGOs and other things that are ready to help us get our financing. But it takes the demonstration of character, focus, and persistence to tap into it. As a startup, don't lose your credibility when given the opportunity. It is my hope that you keep your credibility intact, as it is your number 1 innovative finance model, which is your character. And then with that, you'll be able to go far. On that note, I'll pause, and then we'll go into the discussions. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you very much, Gilbert. So I think having heard from an investor, I would like us to go deeper into the discussion and also hear from the other side of the table. And on that note, I would be inviting my panelists to the stage now, starting with someone I have known for for a while now, who is very, very passionate about being on the ground and working with smallholder farmers and ensuring that they are able to benefit from input financing and all the other innovations that they offer as a startup. And I have so much respect for her. She's the head of partnerships for Grow For Me, Amabel Agbanu. With a round of applause, please welcome Amabel up to the stage. And then our MC for today. I think by almost all the definitions of youth I know, he's no more a youth, but he calls himself a youth farmer. And we all know and respect him so much for what he's doing in the space. Please help me welcome back on stage Mr. Kojo Akoto Boatin. And then Gilbert, who just finished, please join us back on stage again. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Gilbert, Amabel, and Kojo for joining me on stage. I think we've heard from a financier. And for me, there's only one place we can start this conversation from. And they always say ladies first. So, Amabel, what are some of the challenges? I mean, we've heard the challenges from the lens of an investor. So from you, as the head of partnerships and also having been in Grow For Me for a very long time from the beginning, what are some of the challenges you've seen when it comes to financing or raising financing for a startup in the agri space?
Okay, so thank you very much for the opportunity. As he said, I'm Amabel, head of partnership at Grow For Me. When it comes to financing, and especially for startups, it's quite challenging, and more challenging when it has to do with agriculture. Maybe the other sectors get it a bit easy, but if it's with agriculture, then it's a different story, because everyone is focusing on the risk aspect of agriculture. And the banks and everyone is also running away from the risks, forgetting that when they wake up in the morning, they'll eat. So when we started, we knew for a fact that nobody was going to give money for a startup to start a business in agriculture, especially when it has to do with smallholder farmers and input financing. No one was going to give you money. So what we thought about was that, okay, did we want to join the pool of youths who felt that when we were in school, we all write out the challenge of agriculture and we spelled it out, or we wanted to be the solution? And one main thing that it's common, a traditional way, which is crowdfunding in Ghana. So we all go home when there is funeral, and the entire community contributes money. That is crowdfunding. And we felt that that was an opportunity to source money to solve our challenge. But we did that because we needed to prove our concept to the banks before we could access financing from them. Because if we didn't do that to prove the concept, there was no way any bank was going to give us money. So assessing finance was really a challenge. And we started off with family and friends. And then when we were able to prove the concept of what we were running, we were able to get some books to show to the banks that, okay, these are our books. They look quite promising, so help us. And that was how we were able to come around with some of the challenges we faced.
Great. I think positioning yourself is really, really, really key, and that's what I've just picked up from what you said. I will go next to Kojo, but before that, I think we have another panelist that is supposed to join us here. If the representative from Pangaea is here, please, can you join us on stage? John. Please, let's welcome him with a round of applause. And John, if you can please just introduce yourself for us. I will be here.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is John Shikatano. I'm the co-founder of Pangaea Africa. We're a Ghanaian company. I have a co-founder who is Ghanaian. His name is Niloko. And we're basically an investment facilitation firm supporting agribusinesses here in Ghana as well as in other countries in West Africa.
Right. Thank you very much, John, for joining us. Now to Kojo. I know you have a farm, and you told the story of how you actually started it here. And I also know that you chose to bootstrap. Why? Why bootstrapping? And also, how are you positioning yourself so that I know in future you would want to raise funding? How are you positioning yourself to be ready for investors?
Thank you, Camille. So I decided to bootstrap because what you need to start a viable farming venture, there are so many dynamic things you need, and the current financial system will not fund it. There is no financial institution that will give you money to go and buy land. There is no financial institution that will give you money to create an access road to your farm. There is no financial institution that will give you money to build your farmhouse. There is no financial institution, maybe some of them will consider giving you money for irrigation. But from your brownfield, your greenfield to brownfield, most financial institutions are not ready to fund your business. So it is important that you start something on your own and you lay your fundamentals and prepare yourself to get funding. And the challenge, so I was in the other room. Now, almost everybody who is farming, especially around urban areas, we are struggling because real estate companies are buying out all the lands. So land that you could even get for 5,000 cedis 5 years ago per acre to farm, now you have to find about 40,000 cedis to get that land. Now, if you are getting that land to farm anything, it will take you between 5 to 10 years for you to start breaking even before you start paying off any loans or settling any financial commitments that you have. So it's difficult. Farming is long-term. What we have not done in Ghana is to consider farming as an infrastructure investment business. Because of our education and how we've seen farming over the years, it had always been the whole cutlass, seed, fertilizer. But you forget that the farmer needs land. When he gets the land, he needs a road to get to the land. And if you go to our villages, most places, we all walk to the farm to plant, and then when you finish, you have to carry it back. But if you are planting even 20 acres of maize, and you are getting 30 bags per acre, that is 600 bags of maize. Are you going to carry it all on your head back to? So you need to build a road. You need to find water. You need to build irrigation and all those things. And if you are really serious about protecting your investment, you need to have some form of security. That is a farmhouse where your farm workers will stay and all those things. So it's all infrastructure. It's like farming is real estate, but the system has not come to understand farming and all the nuances of farming. So it's really difficult to get money. So for me, I am bootstrapping because if I go to any bank now, they want to see revenues. They want to see projections first and see evidence of revenue. I don't have that. I'm planting coconuts and cashews over, so my cashews are ready, we are harvesting, but coconuts will take you 4 years for you to start harvesting. In between that, you can plant all sorts of things to keep your farm going, but you may not get as much money to invest and grow the way you want to go. That's why I'm bootstrapping. So for example, when I got the land that I mentioned, I had to build a 4-kilometer road to the land. And to build a 4-kilometer road to the land, you need to rent a bulldozer at 7,000 Ghana cedis a day. and it will work for about 6 days to clear the road for you. So do the maths. If I go to any bank and say, give me money to do this, they are going to ask for how I'm going to repay it immediately. I cannot pay it within a year or two. So that's the thing. Then you do your land preparation, you sink your boreholes and all those things. So it's capital investment you are putting down. So for me, my advice for a lot of people who want to go into some of these things is that as much as possible, have a source of income and gradually save up and build gradually, incrementally. You can have, say, if you want to start, I want to build about 10,000 acres of farmland within the next 5 years. But you start small, 20 acres. Have a proof of concept, have some revenues, then you expand your 20 acres to, say, 40 acres, 50 acres, and you go. Now, how am I readying the business to attract funding? Every activity that we undertake is recorded. In fact, every tree we've planted has been geotagged, and it's on Google Earth. So if I go to my funders and I tell you I have 20,000 coconut trees, I can give you the KML file, and you can go and verify that I have all these trees. We didn't do that only for evidence, but also to help us to manage the farm properly. If I go around and I see this crop struggling, instead of spraying in bulk because you don't have a lot of water, you can do local drip irrigation by putting water in a bottle to go and feed that particular tree for it to grow. So all that is appropriate technology. Now, all transactions, as much as possible, we do bank transfers or mobile money transfers so that we record and keep our books. And even though we are not making money, we are paying an accountant to keep all the records and do our annual reports and everything, so that when I come to a bank and say, over the past 5 years, I've spent, say, 2 million cedis on my investment, so I have skin in the game. I need working capital of, say, 500,000 cedis. We can now sit and talk business properly. So that is why I have decided to do this. And I also did that because I did radio for about 18 years, and I interviewed over 1,000 startups. Consistently, I saw these startups starting nicely and failing in a year or two because the fundamentals are not strong. And even the kind of funding available in the market now we are seeing $50,000 and all that. But when pitch competition started, we were seeing prize money of 5,000 cedis. 5,000 cedis, how much will 5,000 cedis help you scale your business? You pay salaries for 2 months, it's gone. You buy input for 1 season. You can't even buy full input. So that's why I decided to take time and do my job and save up, because I always knew I wanted to be a farmer. Save consistently to invest small in the things I wanted to do. Right. And also learn a lot from other people and also YouTube to build my capacity to face the business.
Right. Thank you very much, Kojo. Basically, have a source of income. Make sure you have a proof of concept. Build your fundamentals before you go out there. And I think that sets us up for my next question, because we have Pangea here who are also financiers. And I would like to know, John, what do you look at, or what do you look for in a startup before you make an investment decision on them? Yeah, but just before you respond, I think we have another panelist that's going to join us from Wangara Ventures. Do we have Wangara here? Right. Please, round of applause to welcome him. Do we have a microphone for him? So if you can please quickly introduce yourself before.
Hello everybody, how are you doing? My name is Kwabna Otusafo. I'm a portfolio manager at Wangara Green Ventures. So we are an impact investment firm looking at the missing middle, right? So these are companies that are early stage to growth stage. So we usually look at, let's say, 50,000 to 500,000 in the first tranche, and then we can follow on to $1 million, right? So happy to be part of this conversation with everybody, and yeah, I'm looking for an insightful conversation. Thank you.
Great, thank you and welcome. John, please.
Thank you. First, let me say congratulations to all the entrepreneurs here, especially the youth and women entrepreneurs, the bravery, the courage, the wisdom you have in starting your business. We all want to see you thrive and grow and contribute to Ghana's economy. We see, as others have said, this enormous gap between the demand for capital that represents your businesses and the supply of capital. And so why are those who need capital not able to reach those who have capital? Because there are capital providers. Not only we have the banks, which we've talked about and have sponsored this event, but all kinds of other institutions that are available. And I think part of the issue is that we don't know all the possible capital providers that exist out there. Wangara, who's here, is a fund, and there are many such funds. Perhaps you know some of them that are local. Maybe you don't know all of them, but we have the likes of Injaro, Mirepa, Oasis. Oasis has just launched, I'm sure some of you have heard, a fund that will have a $100 million fund size investing in Ghanaian businesses. But we also have the international impact funds. And these are funds that are seeking both, as does Wangara, impact, environmental and social impact, as well as financial returns on investment. So we have the likes of Acumen Fund and Claire Mondial and Sahel Capital, which is in Nigeria but invests heavily in Ghana, have recently invested in 2 of the companies that we work with as Pangea. We have even angel funders like Just Capital Quotient, which is currently doing diligence on a firm here in Ghana, and probably 100 other such funds that can be accessed that are actually seeking to invest in Africa, and many of them specifically in Ghana. So we need to know who are those other capital providers so that we can also seek their capital and seek to build the relationship and ultimately close deals with these investors. And so to your question, how do we do that? Well, one solution that we would propose is very important, and I'm sure others would agree, is investment facilitation. It's very difficult raising capital. It can be a full-time job, and knowing who all these investors are is very challenging. And if you don't know who they are, and if you don't know what their investment thesis is, you're very likely to fail because you'll go to the investor with the wrong approach, or you won't understand maybe that it's an investor who only invests in women and you're not a women-owned business, or it's an investor that focuses on smallholder farmers and you don't work directly with smallholder farmers. So knowing who those businesses are requires help. And that help can come from an investment facilitator or a business advisory service provider that helps raising capital. Pangea is one of those, but there are others out there. I'm sure you may know others. But seek the right investment facilitator who knows a bit about your company, your value chain, who works with companies of your size, so that you can get the support you need and find the right kind of capital, the right instrument, and the right capital provider that matches your capital need.
Right. So the match between the investor and the startup, and especially the facilitator, is very, very, very key. I think I would like to go to Kwabna from Pangea, so from Wangara, to kind of understand. You have done a lot of investments, and I think, if I'm right, you've invested in a KIC business before, and I'm pretty sure that in the years that you've been investing in Ghana, you've seen some key gaps. And sometimes the gaps lead to the mismatch that John is talking about. What are some of the biggest ones you've seen, the gaps in terms of, startups that come to you seeking funding?
Great, thank you. And thank you, John. I think John nailed on something on the nail perfectly, and what he mentioned was just trying to find the right match initially, right? So a company like Wangara, right, impact and climate smart, being eco-friendly is important, right? What you tend to see is some of these startups, looking at the investor, looking at the profile of the investor is equally important. It's not just the capital that you need, right? We have our own requirements, we have our own policies. You can't, for example, we look at renewable energy, we look at climate smart agriculture, we look at water management, we look at waste management, we look at the process of greening. So perhaps you had packaging of glass and you're transitioning to, let's say, packaging of bamboo, which is a sustainable grass, right? But then you tend to see that people here are investors, so they will come to us and their business would be assembling of combustion vehicles, carbon combustion vehicles. There's no match there. There's no way you can start. It's a non-starter, right? So just to start off with, just understanding, I see investment as a marriage. Seeing what the other party requires and what you're able to provide is equally important, because that's what brings it makes it seamless. Another thing we would look at is scalability and the viability of the business. Understanding the market, looking at the feasibility. Kojo mentioned the proof of concept. We also look at your growth plan. It's not just in the now, but how you see the trajectory of your business moving forward, right? So these are all the things that you need to keep in mind. So that's the commercial viability aspect of it. Then you look at the environmental and social impact. As investors, we have a responsibility in where we disperse our funding, right? You want businesses that consider the ecosystem in terms of the operations, in terms of the carbon emission. These are areas in which you should probably consider when you are looking at investors, because we have a responsibility to also meet. And lastly, just ensuring that you have a strong management. For example, let's say you're into agri-tech. You have a CTO. You want to make sure that each person allocated to the workforce has the strong competency towards that role. So these are some of the areas that we look at to see if we have an appetite for this business and how attractive the business will be. Yeah.
Right. Thank you very much. I'm very mindful of our time, but I'll come back to Gilbert. I think in your presentation, you made very, very important points about how the startups can make themselves attractive. And I think one thing that I took note of was insurance, because insurance is not just an innovative financing for the startup, but it's also a way to hedge the risk that is associated with them. Are there other things that you look at in your risk assessment? And what can startups do when they are looking to raise debt financing to make sure that they've mitigated some of the risks that you may see?
Okay, thank you, Camille. As you rightly said, insurance is one of the things that readily come to hand when it comes to these startups within our space in one way or the other. When you are able to at least get the basic insurance for your business, you know that when you come back to ground zero, you'll be able to come up again. Now, as a financier, I would also want to look at business continuity. In case the owner is not around, what happens to the business? There have been times that so you would want to see the business continuity plan of the business that you are trying to finance as a risk measure. If the business is not having a continuity plan, then you push in money, and then once the leader is off, you know that the money goes down the drain. So business continuity plan is one key thing that I think startups should be able to, or succession plan is something that startups should be able to have with their business as part of the risk measures that they have. Then you would also want to look at things like availability of whatever raw materials, especially with the processing, processing companies, whether whatever they are using as their raw materials are indeed available. Because some people start and they cannot finish because the things that they are working with are not readily available. So you would want to look at the total value chain to be sure that you won't get along the way. So these are all risk factors that we look at from time to time in financing.
Right, thank you. So Amabel, we've talked a lot about what investors look for, some of the challenges that you are facing as a startup. let's tie all that into business development services and the role that it plays. So with Grow For Me, how have you guys leveraged business development services to make yourself ready to be attractive to the investors?
Thank you. So for the BDS, I think that they've been quite helpful, and quite a number of them are coming up. And for us at Grow For Me, we will encourage that more of those activities should be done. Why am I saying this? After going through our proof of concept and then being A and B, the likelihood that you are going to get funding from Bank A or any financial institution is high than when you go as an individual. Because when you go as an individual, as a startup, who knows you? Nobody knows you. And the banks really want to see your books. Even if they think that, oh, you have prospect and they want to give you the money, they will not give you what you really require. They are going to give you what they think is good for them and protects them. But working with the BDS, going through trainings, and they're preparing you better to meet investors and even recommending you paves the way to move faster and quicker.
Right. So, John and then Kwabena, you are in a unique place. I don't know if you have components in your investing that's focused on business development services and making sure that you are able to give startups the support that they need prior to investing in them and also post investing in them. Do you have any components like that? How have you leveraged business development services? Any of you can answer it.
Sure. Let me recognize my teammate Frederick, who's here, and we have a team who supports these business communication. I want to emphasize the importance of being able to communicate effectively, not only verbally in a conversation or a pitch session, but also in writing, because we need to transmit documents that are effective, that are brief, and that show the investment opportunity in a company. What Pangea does is develop one-page teasers. So not a long document on a deck, but a one-page summary of why the investor should consider an investment in this company. And the other part that's very important, and I think Kwabena has mentioned this, is the financial performance and the financial projections. Of course, having your books and be able to share your bank statements, yes, but having strong audited financial statements that make sense, but then also looking forward to what will your projected financial performance be after an investment. So if you are seeking an investment of X dollars, how will that investment help you produce additional revenues and additional profits in the following years? It can be a difficult task, but it's very important to show the investor, the capital provider, why they should invest and what kind of returns on investment they might expect. And then finally, the impact model. A lot of us talk about impact, but how do we quantify the impact? If it's climate impact, how do we quantify the adaptation and resilience benefits in terms of how smallholder farmers' income becomes more diversified or grows as a result of the investment? If it's climate mitigation, how many tons of carbon will be mitigated by the company over a period of time? If it's on gender, how many women will benefit either as customers, as employees, or as beneficiaries somehow of the company? So being able to quantify the impact is also important, because an impact investor will want to see that. So those are just a few of the elements. There are others that we can speak of, but again, emphasizing the role of a business advisory service or business development service provider who can help you, again, find the right capital provider and then tailor your pitch or your communications to that investor so that they'll see how exciting the opportunity is to invest in your company.
Right. So, Kwabena, do you have something to add on that?
Then we do have a post-investment plan that perhaps in each year, this is how we can help you get over that hurdle. So some of these services with BDS providers will include business development, as in just helping startups with business development, identifying your customers, the pricing, target market. Other ways could even be providing digital services, helping them to transfer their analog operations to a digitalized, which will help with market access as well as scalability. So it all varies. It's just more about just being upfront. You're a startup business. It's normal not to be perfect. You're not going to get it 100%. Just be a bit more collaborative, helping, because we will support you as forthcoming. We can't help you if we don't know what is wrong with you, if we can't diagnose what the issues are. So I think that's how we're able to sort of help with continuous progress, especially with startup companies. Yeah.
Great. I have two more questions before we go for lunch. I don't want to keep people from going to have lunch, but John and Kwabena, any of you can take this. I want us to look at the big picture. We definitely need more Pangeas, more Wangaras, and even leverage. We need more leverages. So any of you three can pick it. From a national level, what policies or maybe interventions do you think that we should be doing to attract more investors like you?
I'll just keep it brief, then my colleagues will step in here. So I know Ghana is in quite a... Okay, so maybe tariff subsidies could help, just public-private partnerships, just opening some of the gates for subsidies to encourage more activity, whether it's exports, more on the export side than the imports. Also, especially for some of these agri-businesses, making available warehouses, because transport costs, you see fuel costs have increased. Just having access to warehouses, not just in, let's say, on the edges of Accra, but also in the northern region where companies will be able to store their grains. Just little things that will help those businesses sort of be more cost efficient with their operations will be very helpful. But ideally, I think subsidies would be the way to go in terms of supporting these startups. Yeah.
Okay, so like Kwabena just said, subsidies would be a very good thing, especially when it comes to those of us in the financial space, or let's say financial institutions. I would expect that if I'm financing a startup with an interest rate of about 8%, I would expect that the taxman, when he comes, wouldn't tax me like the same way he would tax another bank who is not subsidizing, how do you call it, a startup. So if you can have a tax rebate for those financial institutions financing startups, it will encourage other financial institutions to come in to support startup businesses. But if I need to reduce my interest rate, if I need to take care of my operational expense at the same time, come back, and I'm being taxed the same way as my competitor, at the end of the day, it will be difficult for you to increase your portfolio for these startup businesses and then charge the subsidized interest rate that you charge. Yeah.
Right. So the last question will be to Kojo and Amabel. If you have thoughts as well, feel free to come in, but very briefly. Just the same perspective, but for startups and agri-MSMEs, what do you think are some of the policies that we need to be putting in place to make sure that things are a little easier for you when it comes to financing?
I think first we need to look at our banking regulations and see how we can use regulation to catalyze funding. For example, every bank keeps a reserve with the Bank of Ghana, which they don't earn any interest on. And this runs into billions of Ghana cedis. If the BOG said that each bank could have, say, 10% of what they keep in the reserves to fund agriculture at 5%, it would make sense, because the banks give the money to the BOG to keep in the reserves anyway, and they don't earn anything on it. So we can give you up to 10% of that to fund agri at 5%, or 10, even 7%. It will make sense to the banks because it's money they are not earning money on. And if it's given back to you, you are mandated to use it to fund agric. It makes sense. Because if MasterCard Foundation and all sorts of institutions are giving loans at 5 to 7%, why can't we use national policy and funds that largely, in my estimation, lie idle with the Bank of Ghana, except when we are messing up the economic management and we need to use some of those funds to plug a few holes. That should be able to help out. The other thing is that agric is largely infrastructure. If our politicians are debating, they will tell you they've built 94,000 kilometers of roads, they've built these number of hospitals, agenda, whatever, and how much irrigation access have we invested in? The roads we are building, which farms are they leading to? And how productive are those farms? Which land banks are we developing to enable the youth so that my sister here, if she wants to grow sorghum to feed her business, she's a food processor, she can go to an institution and apply for land, say 1,000 acres with irrigation, access road, and electricity. Basically, her business has been de-risked. If she has that land and she comes to John, Kwabena, or anybody, that I have land, there is already water, she just needs working capital because there is some infrastructure in place. I think we need to invest in that particular infrastructure to promote agribusiness. And we also need to use the smart approach to use the public financial services to fund businesses. Also, we need to use procurement to empower businesses. Again, if school feeding is going to work with all the food processors who have gone through the KIC to give them contracts and also be disciplined enough to pay them on time, then these people do not have to go to the Melcoms and the ShopRites and supply them enough to wait for 90 to 120 days to get their money back. So as Christmas is coming, all the rice processors, Robel Ventures and all the people who have been through your system, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Agri, all the ministries and public agencies are going to buy millions of Ghana cedis worth of rice. We should have them in a database and have them supply some of that rice and not from the Olams and the importers. If you empower the business with your purchasing power, they always have a revenue for which they can go to John, Kwabena, and anybody and say, this is my revenue projection, and this is certified and assured. So if you gave me 1 million Ghana cedis, I could process more of A, B, C, D to pay you back. So let's use public policy to make financing cheaper, public policy to make infrastructure available, and public policy to enable our startups to be able to sell. So I don't expect Ministry of Agric in the next 5 years, for example, to go to China, Spain, Brazil, and India to buy small tractors when King Tractor has done prototype 1, prototype 2, and they are in prototype 3. In fact, if you project to buy 1,000 tractors in the next 5 years, let's give them 10% of that to invest in their next prototype so that they can accelerate their development process. That way you have homegrown solutions that are employing the people, putting money in our pockets, and running around our financial sector to support all of us to grow. Those are some of mine.
Thank you. I see the conversation is getting very interesting. Amabel has a mic up, and I think John also. Let's make these your final thoughts. So Amabel, your final thoughts, it can be on that. And then
so I was initially going to talk about the tax, and then Gilbert interestingly talked about it. So as a startup or a young person who has started business, employed people, and you are paying them, and you wake up one day and the taxpayers call you, you are owing this huge amount, and you are wondering, how? You have a group of officers who have sat in their office and in their own mind decided, okay, the CEO probably is receiving this amount, the general manager is receiving, and they've all carved out the salaries for you and decided that this is the tax you are going to pay. And you are even depending on the microfinance or other people to also finance your business. How do you survive? And I'm happy to learn today from the first session that we really don't even have a policy well carved out for agriculture. So there is even no conversation. So we only have to wait and hope that the policy is well defined, and then the talk is reduced so that it is put into action. So we are all waiting, and we want to see how the policies will come up.
Right, great. So we'll go to John for your final thoughts as well.
Thanks. I'll make 2 final points, and these aren't policy points. From my perspective, we're the private sector, and the private sector is the engine of economic growth and development. So the government will have their policies, but let's focus on what we do as the private sector to drive growth. And for that, I have two thoughts. One is to focus more on access to finance. The grants are good, and Cosmos and other entities that provide small grants to small businesses are good and important. But ultimately, we need finance. We need debt. We need equity. We need investments that produce return, because these are nearly unlimited. And if we produce good investments, there'll continue to be more and more investments in the agriculture sector. We're beginning to see that happening, and it's happening in other countries. But there needs to be more focus on access to finance and what it takes to mobilize finance in Ghana. The second point is attracting more of these investors who are outside of Ghana today to come to Ghana. They're investing today significantly in Kenya, in South Africa, in Egypt, in Nigeria. But we can bring them to Ghana, but we have to work at courting them, at showing them what are the opportunities. In the last year, I've attended several investor conferences. There's one called SOCAP in California, Social Capital. There was one called AIM for Climate in Washington, D.C. I'm attending one next month in London called AFSIC, Invest in Africa. We need a Ghanaian presence here. We need to show that there are opportunities. There are amazing investment opportunities here in Ghana. Agribusinesses run by women, by youth, that are generating returns, supporting smallholder farmer growth. But we need to participate in these events and show these investors who are today in Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa that there are opportunities in Ghana. So to the development community, to partners, let's be present there. Let's bring the opportunities there. And for Pangaea itself, let me say, we are self-financed. We operate as a private company with our own resources. And so that limits us in a way to perhaps larger businesses. But if there are ways to work in partnership with entities, and we're talking to Cosmos and we're talking to some others, to subsidize or support our engagement with smaller businesses, that's also important, because you can't really make profit necessarily with the small businesses, but they also need advisory services. And so that's maybe a final suggestion, is to work more in partnership with development partners so that we can reach more of the smaller businesses and help them access capital.
Great. And we have a number of development partners here, so I'm sure they've heard your call. Kwabena, your final thoughts?
My final
30 seconds.
Great. All right. My final thoughts. At Wangara, what we try and do is we do have a capacity building sessions that we do have with some of these startups. So, for example, this year we've gone through a corporate governance. We have an impact measurement. I think a lot of startups are doing a lot in terms of impact, but what they fail to do is finding a way to actually measure it, right? There's so much people are doing, but they've not found the right system to quantify how much they're doing, whether it's job creation, carbon emissions, whatever you're doing. It's something that it helps the attractiveness of the business. Another topic that we're going through is the tax. Amabel mentioned, tax has been a major issue with startups. And I think if there's any government agencies that are focused here with tax, it would be good to perhaps have some sessions, capacity building sessions. We have one in Q4. Just going through the companies like these startups don't have to just have a surprise tax liability at the end of the year, which is a hefty and affects the operations. So just that sort of collaborations, capacity building, helping with some of these subsidies, tax, just informing them with some. You don't want that gotcha rule at the end of the year, you owe this much in tax. It doesn't help anybody. So just bridging that gap in knowledge will be very helpful for some of these startups. So thank you very much.
Right, thank you. I think we only have just Gilbert and Kojo, and we should be done. So your final thoughts, please keep it to 30 seconds.
My final thought, I think that I mentioned it in my presentation. As a startup, ensure that you are keeping your character and credibility. And it's key. That's the only collateral that you have that nobody can give to you. And then 2, seek advice when you are missing. And then I think that you'll be able to make a headway. Financial innovation is not only about sourcing for funds, but it's about managing what you have. It's key to have it.
Excellent, excellent. Could you bring us home? Final thoughts.
Know your stuff. There is nothing more assuring to somebody who wants to give you money when they know that you know your stuff. You've built your skills, your knowledge base, your experience, and what you say you are going to do, you will and can do it. Know your stuff. I think a lot of us, sometimes when we want to go into stuff, we want to go in it because we've heard that Sikawum, you can make money, but really spend time to know your stuff. If you are spending 4 years getting a degree in a university, you should not expect to use 1 year to start a maize farm and be an expert in it. There are different seasons, so know your stuff, your funders, that they can trust you and they can go the long haul with you. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Those were a lot of good thoughts. And, for the startups that are here, I'm sure you've picked up a lot in terms of how to be ready. And also, our investors here have given us a lot on what they are looking for. So please go out there, make things happen. And I would like to say a very big thank you to our panelists for taking time to actually come out here and share your knowledge. We really, really appreciate that. And thank you to the audience for making time to sit down.
Depending on the lunch coupon that you have, I think the speakers and the special guests are going up. Now, after lunch, we have 4 panel sessions, 2 here, 2 in room 1. The first one is on strengthening policy frameworks, and our brother from Accra will be handling that, Bashir Dokurugu, he'll be handling that. Nana Ochibedu, Agri and Agribusiness Entrepreneurship Coordinator at Bisbok Project GEA, will be on that platform. Clifford Bansa, Acting Director M&E for NEIP, will be on that conversation. Andrew Reed from the USAID Economic Growth Office will be on the platform as well. And we have Stephen Odatefiu from the World Food Programme and Dr. Kweku Entry, Policy Research and Investment Cluster Leader at FARA, on the platform. Kafui Odimils, the lead for youth engagement at the MasterCard Foundation, will be a part of that conversation as well. Now, whilst that is ongoing, Sape Kwade, the CEO of Banchi Chrome, will be having a special session on opportunities in the cassava value chain in room 1. And then after the session in here, we'll have another one on market efficiency, enhancing market access and efficiency for smallholder farmers. That will also be in room 1. Eko Mensa will moderate that. And in the main room, we'll have the conversation on gender mainstreaming, which will be moderated by Abna Befi, the National Project Coordinator at GRIC for ITC. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe lunch is served. It's 2:27. I'll be very, very happy if we are back by 3:15 so that the next session will begin. Please enjoy lunch, network whilst you enjoy the lunch, and see you in 45 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Nadia Ali. I'm the Program Officer for Cosmos Innovation Center for Ashanti Region. So I work in partnership with KBI on the KNUST campus. We're implementing the Agri-Tech Challenge from KIC, where we bring young people together to display their with technology ideas in solving issues around the globe and especially around the country. We especially encourage young girls to participate. Their participation is key because empowering a woman empowers the whole nation.
Before KIC, I was a teacher at one of the senior high schools in Accra region, and I saw this challenge, Cosmos Innovation Center challenge, and I decided to participate in the challenge. That reminded me of the place I come from, that is Upper East region. I realized that that place there's high level of unemployment, and the youth there are ready to offer their service. Then down south, we have farmers who are also looking for laborers. Then we decided to create an app so we'll be able to connect those laborers down there and then the farmers on the other side to come together to solve the unemployment problem there. KIC being so wonderful, they were able to train me very well, like the mentoring, the capacity building, like the resources, the guidance. They train me everything. It's just amazing, and through their help, I was able to make it. And I'm just advising or just telling the youth out there, especially the Zongo communities, just like myself, just that they should try. They should try and think outside the box. Everything is possible. Just try something. It's amazing to be able to create something for your people.
I'm very happy to be chosen as one of the electoral areas which has benefited a lot from this Awompare institution, which is helping the youth to grow in agric and also to get job doing.
Sannu ku da zuwa da Ali Sisi Farms, sunana Ali Adam. To, muna godiya da taimakon da wanga organization Awompare ya bamu a cikin ayyukanmu da muke yi. Sun zo muna da mutane ayyuka da suka training su already, sun ba su training suka zo suka kama muna wanga aiki. Shi yasa ya bar ayyukanmu da muke gani bai tafiya da kyau, yanzu mun gan ci gaba a ciki. Shi yasa muke musu godiya da ayyukan da suka zo suka kama muna kan muna yin kifi nan ga, muna yin catfish, muna yin tilapia, muna yin kaji, muna yankawa, muna sa costo, ga shanaye, muna sai over 100 cattle cikin shekara. Kaji kuma muna sai more than 3,000, muna yanka wasu, muna sai wani kuma da ransu haka nan. Shi yasa da suka zo suka kama muna, mun gan ci gaba cikin ayyukan nan. Shi yasa muke musu godiya. Allah ya taimake su cikin ayyukan da suke yi. Allah sa kuma mu dace. Muna son kuma workers nan more. Don yanzu mun fara yin abincin kajin nan da na kifin nan kuma yanda za a bari community nan kuma su samu jin daɗi da walawa a cikin wannan community.
Pharmacist is a small startup that started through Cosmos Innovation Center in 2020. I heard about the company or the KIC through the finalists when they were pitching in 2019. So I got interested and then I participated in 2020. We started with a team of 5 and we started an idea that will provide monitoring services for organizations and companies that sponsor smallholder farmers. The key challenge that we identified is that a lot of smallholder farmers, which form about 72% of farmers in Ghana, struggled really to get access to mechanized services like tractors for plowing and also for certified inputs. And they end up doing manual farming, which affects their yield, and then also they are not able to do enough cultivation. Some of them just do either 1 acre or less than 1. So we realized that we needed to provide a solution for that.
Loro mana nyete wala ma sai kulmi aben dang ye loro ate nye loro la sa ashele den sa di ngwan ma yima ka ku ma bunzir ma ku tulan nan ka ne bo na ren nan shamma to so sum zar ku ya loro ma yirum de to koblan den sa ma sai ku no mi bo bo ta kobshi amma dang mala kobo sai ku no ma loro yan kwa ka bra ban bra ne ye shel ma tin yar ta wa ma de tana ku sura na wona ta ma pa zantiti na ma anye loro ko yu shel ben kai ban ye loro ko katin ye loro ko yu shel ma ta'aba ma fa leb gar ma ta za ha ma zan pa loro ma fulo to an pa loro ma fulo to ma loro sora kana kata dan ko da mira ma ta'abo da ma tan yi dan da nyab ma kata dan nyab ma ton ko ma ta'aba na ber fulo to kadra cha kata ban zira ma kar da sonnan jen yela de la titi.
Cosmos Innovation Center and MasterCard Foundation continue to impact the lives of young people in Ghana, creating youth employment opportunities for a brighter Africa. Here are some selected KIC businesses being supported under the KIC and its partners, including the MasterCard Foundation.
My name is Aisha Amin, the marketing and co-founder lead for Jasgo Company Limited. So in 2016, when I was coming to school, my auntie Amina called me and she shared with me the problem she's facing in her farm. And as a result, she can't really give me anything in terms of money to come to school. She's not able to afford the fertilizers in the market, so her crops are actually not growing. She's not able to meet the yield targets. So it was really sad moment, but then I still have to come to school. Luckily for me, in 2016, when the application opened, I applied. And when I applied, I got the opportunity to be part of the KIC program. And through that, we were taking on a market research. When we went for the market research, we realized that it's not only my auntie. We have several farmers in the central region and western region that are actually facing the same problem. And it's not only the fertilizer problem, they also are experiencing pest infestation. So I met with my co-founders and we decided to do something about the fertilizer problem. But at the same time, we also want to add the pesticide components to it. We did our research, we added the pesticide components. Before the KIC program, I didn't have a way of starting this. But through the KIC, we went on market research, we were exposed to a lot of people. We had the opportunity to network with them, talk to them, and through that, we formed a long-lasting relationship. It built my confidence, and it gave me the opportunity to actually start something on my own and own it. So it has actually empowered me as a woman to start something on my own.
Feed is a massive challenge in the agri space, especially for animal farmers. There is a massive gap to address this feed challenge, and we are using the technology of the black soldier fly to address this challenge. So far, we have 80% of our staff capacity being women, and we are looking for it to do more to empower many rural women.
After completing my MPhil, I found myself at home. I didn't have a job, and the CEO of Agri-MSME reached out to me about what he was doing here at Agri-MSME, and I agreed to come on board. Even though I'm in agriculture, I didn't have any experience with insects or whatnot. But then coming on, getting the opportunity to be a part of the team, I've learned a lot, learned even more than the stuff that I learned at school, and I'm glad to be in the agriculture space right now.
My name is Acquah. I'm a co-founder of AIA Technologies, which was founded in 2018 through the Cosmos Innovation Center. We were fortunate to be the winners for the 2019 cohort. At AIA Technologies, we provide farmers with pest-based caring services and also agrochemical applications. So with KIC, even though after the training, they didn't leave us, they kept us in touch, provided technical trainings and services for us throughout since 2019 up to date. Initially, farmers used children to scare pest-based on their field. Instead of the children should be at school, their parents asked them to come and scare the pest-based on the field, which lasts about 8 to 10 hours a day. But since AIA came into existence, we've been able to take care of those responsibilities, and now the children get time to go to school and focus on education.
Kodu Technology is an agribusiness startup in the northern region where we make affordable and eco-friendly sanitary pads from the fibers of banana and plantain to solve the issue of period poverty, to realize that the banana and plantain sector, they waste a lot of resources. That was when we embarked on a journey to figure out ways we could turn the wasted resources from the banana and plantain into finished products. So initially we had wanted to make paper. Then upon interaction with one of the smallholder farmers in Bulehegu community, we found out that his daughter was at home instead of being in school due to her inability to afford menstrual material. Indirectly, she was a victim of period poverty. So that was when we now decided that since the paper out of banana could absorb fluid for a very longer period of time, it's better we use it to make sanitary pads to solve issues like period poverty among her and many other ladies. Because according to statistics, over 500 million women suffer period poverty globally. Fortunately for us, we're able to receive a grant. We're one of the winners of the Agritech Pro Challenge, where we received a grant of $50,000 from the Cosmos Innovation Center. So with that money, we use it to purchase a decorticator and a sanitary pad cutter. Then the next step will be the packaging. Kodu Technology has a long chain of production line from the farm to the laboratory to the production and to the distribution, which will create jobs for people and count towards Goal 9 of the Sustainable Development Goal, industry, innovation, and infrastructure.
My name is Abraham Anania Musen, the headmaster of Cape Coast School for the Deaf and Blind. We've been participating in the Blue Skies Farm project. And last year's competition, we worked so hard that we were the second runner-up for the GHS session. And the most committed school to won that award as well. And one of the awards, personal awards, was won by one of our teachers, Mr. Emmanuel Abiu. And during the project itself, the children were engaged because the aim is to make sure that they get to know how to farm, and then they can take it up depending on wherever they find themselves after school. So we inculcated that into them. They participated, and then they worked so hard. And while the program was going on, in fact, we did pepper, and what we realized from the pepper was, we have to sell some, and then use the proceeds too. And because the boarding school, some of the people went to the kitchen for them to use to cook for the children, and then we sold some. The impact has been that the children have acquired their skills. We are still in the process of farming and doing other things.
My name is Naomi Annan. I'm in class 6. My favorite subject is mathematics and English. Last year I was part of the farm, but it did not affect my disability. In future, I will apply all the cultural practice, spraying, watering, weeding, and all the cultural practices. I will apply them in future. So now agriculture has helped me more. So in future, I'll work on the farm to help me earn more money.
Grow for Me basically is an input and commodity financing, aggregation and trading platform. What that means is that we raise capital from multiple sources to provide farmers input for production or to buy their harvest and enable them to sell at a very good price. And then we in turn aggregate and sell to off-takers, which could either be local processors, market women, or exporters. And we're excited to tell you our story. My background is agric engineering. I have an MPhil in that field. I ran a fintech before Grow for Me for 7 years that basically processed payments for businesses, churches, and other organizations. And whilst I ran my fintech company, I always wanted to figure a way to combine agriculture and fintech. And that's how we actually started Grow for Me. And in the process of doing input financing, we realized that there was a bigger problem, ready markets for the farmers. So we built a Grow for Me micro-aggregator platform within the trade department to enable us help farmers to sell, get paid instantly, and allow off-takers to buy. Why we really preferred KIC was the network to resources and partners internationally that can enable us scale our business and impact many farmers, particularly women.
I joined Grow for Me 2021 after my service, and Grow For Me has been a good company working with. They've helped me a lot because after my service I didn't know where to, so I sent my application and I went for interview. They accepted me. They sent me to Auditorium. At first when I came I was a bit nervous, but as time goes on I was able to work with the farmers, and for the first production we got like 80% of our rice recovery.
We are into the groundnut value chain. We convert groundnut into a number of products. Part of our products are groundnut paste, groundnut oil, groundnut powder, groundnut chips, and many more. So until we met Cosmos Innovation Center in the year 2021, our business was at a very low stage. That's because we had just both resigned, together with my co-founder, had just resigned from our jobs and decided to pursue entrepreneurship as our profession. Cosmos did not only groom us, Cosmos did not only give us a clear understanding of entrepreneurship, they did not only empower us, but they have also given us exposure. Today we are proud to say that Demi-Pearl is a name that at least 50% of people in Tamale have heard of and are waiting to see. Currently, Demi-Pearl has a monthly production capacity of about 6,000 kg worth of granules, and we look forward to scale up to be able to meet the increasing demand.
Pharmacist is a small startup that started through Cosmos Innovation Center in 2020. I heard about the company or the KIC through the finalists when they were pitching in 2019. So I got interested and then I participated in 2020. We started with a team of 5 and we started an idea that will provide monitoring services for organizations and companies that sponsor smallholder farmers. The key challenge that we identified is that a lot of smallholder farmers, which form about 72% of farmers in Ghana, struggled really to get access to mechanized services like tractors for plowing and also for certified inputs. And they end up doing manual farming, which affects their yield. And then also they are not able to do enough cultivation. Some of them just do either 1 acre or less than 1. So we realized that we needed to provide a solution for that.
Lor man yete wala ma sai kulmi aben dang ye lor ate nye lor la sa ashele den sa adi ngwan ma yima ka ku mabunzir ma ku tulan nan ka ne bo na ren nan shamma to son sum zar ku ya lor ma yerim bete problem den sa ma sai ku no mi wa bo ta ko shi amma dang mala ko sai ku no ma lor yan kwa ka bra ban bra ne ye shel atin yar ta wa ma de tana ku sura na wa ta ma pa da zan titse na ma anya loro ko yun shel men kai ban loro ko katin ya loro ko yun shel mata aba ma falle ba garma ta za ha ma zan kwa loro ma fulo to dan kwa loro ma fulo to ma loro sora kana kata dan ko da mira mal ta abo da ma tan yi ba dan da nyab ma kata dan nyab ma matun ko ma ta aba ne der funa to kadara cha kata ban zira ma karda sonnon
Before KIC, I was a teacher at one of the senior high schools in Accra region, and I saw this challenge, Cosmos Innovation Center challenge, and I decided to participate in the challenge. That reminded me of the place I come from, that is Upper East region. I realized that that place there's high level of unemployment, and the youth there are ready to offer their service. Then down south, we have farmers who are also looking for laborers. Then we decided to create an app so we'll be able to connect those laborers down there and then the farmers on the other side to come together to solve the unemployment problem there. And I'm just advising or just telling the youth out there, especially the Zongo communities, just like myself, Just that they should try. They should try and think outside the box. Everything is possible. Just try something. It's amazing to be able to create something for your people.
My name is Aisha Amin, the marketing and co-founder lead for Jasgo Company Limited. So in 2016, when I was coming to school, my auntie Amina called me and she shared with me the problem she's facing in her farm. And as a result, she can't really give me anything in terms of money to come to school. She's not able to afford the fertilizers in the market, so her crops are actually not growing. She's not able to meet the yield target. So it was really sad moment, but then I still have to come to school. Luckily for me, in 2016, when the application opened, I applied. And when I applied, I got the opportunity to be part of the KIC program. And through that, we were taking on a market research. When we went for the market research, we realized that it's not only my auntie. We have several farmers in the central region and western region that are actually facing the same problem. And it's not only the fertilizer problem, they also are experiencing pest infestation. So I met with my co-founders and we decided to do something about the fertilizer problem. But at the same time, we also want to add the pesticide component to it. We did our research, we added the pesticide components. Before the KIC program, I didn't have a way of starting this. But through the KIC, we went on market research, we were exposed to a lot of people. We had the opportunity to network with them, talk to them, and through that, we formed a long-lasting relationship. It built my confidence and it gave me the opportunity to actually start something on my own and own it. So it has actually empowered me as a woman to start something on my own.
Me green pepper and cucumber. Me say green pepper and cucumber 3 years in Fimi and Sunny. Me use inorganic fertilizer and I made 3 years. But each year will be a fertilizer be a organic fertilizer. The dindi asasi Adrian and I'm called Toby. Me say use asasi Adrian no. But some see any na who difference a womb. Ma who say see I'm a plant and it me a sweet a mammy nya be a chance and na me use in.
My name is Mary Cherena. I'm a co-founder of Team Kigo Agro Company Limited. We have started our team through a UBIS. So we form our team through the KIC Classic orientation. So we meet each other at the orientation ground and we're able to form a team. And during our market research tour, we started with granite paste. So, but during our market research tour, we realized that granite paste was not anything innovative that we are adding to our product. So we did research on most of the granite paste producers and also the granite farmers. So most of them were complaining that there is high demand of the granite paste, but the raw materials are not available. So we visit some of the farmers to find out why these granules are not available in the market. So they give us a story like there is hardship and labor intensive during the harvesting of granite. That's why most of them don't like going into the granite farming. So Kigo Agro came together and said, why won't we develop an implement that will help to solve this problem, this challenge that our farmers are facing? So we sat down to bring an idea to develop a simple machine, which is this one, that will help uproot granite effectively to reduce the labor that farmers, the labor intensive that our farmers went through.
So far, groundnut uprooting is very difficult. Plucking it is very difficult. Cracking it is very difficult, because when you uproot it and the rain is still coming, you are likely to get infested groundnuts, molded groundnuts. And this infested molded groundnut can lead to aflatoxin infestation, which is a carcinogenic chemical. So if we are able to come out with this harvesting machine, then we are indirectly just killing these aflatoxin problems. And I think in the near future, the farmers, groundnut farmers in Upper West, can confidently export groundnuts with ease.
So for me, KIC MasterCard Foundation, they are doing a great job. And I think that this is a very innovative approach. Over the years, I'm very conversant with the agricultural sector. Okay, I've done consultancy work for a number of NGOs within the agricultural sector. And if you look at the approach that KIC is bringing, it's completely different from what others have done in the past. This one, we are looking at developing the youth, training them, building their capacities to think unconventionally, okay? So that we can actually extend the frontiers of agriculture in Ghana, so that it becomes more rewarding. Because what KIC is also doing is they are changing the narrative. Okay, now when you talk of agri, everybody sees a poor farmer with a hoe and a cutlass tilling a piece of land. And you see, when we perceive agriculture that way, it's not really encouraging, motivating for the youth to go into it. But KIC is changing that narrative. That look, the agricultural value chain is very long. You can come in at any point. And you may probably not even have visited a farm before, okay, but you are involved in agriculture. So KIC is changing the narratives and then, redefining, agriculture and making it attractive for young people to take that step.
I want to say a very big thank you to KIC, Customers Energy, and MasterCard Foundation for prioritizing gender equality for me to become a business owner. I met KIC when I was in school, and maybe I was writing an exam when someone came with a flyer that there is a program out there, people are out there who want to support young entrepreneurs. And since from my childhood, I've been yearning to be an entrepreneur, especially in the agri sector. So when that opportunity came, I said, okay, let me give a chance, a try. And I applied and they called me for an interview. I went through the interview and I was successful, and a whole lot. I was able to meet a great team that we came out with this product and we formed a team by name King Tractor. We went through a lot of challenges and finally we brought out this product. Our machine is going to help my community in a diverse way, many ways, and one is creating jobs. Because this machine, if we are to operate, we will look for the fabricator, people to buy the materials from, all that. We are creating jobs for them, and the flour and all that. And also, it's going to help the smallholder farmers a lot, because looking at in Upper West here, during the farming season, it's difficult to plow their lands, especially my community. So machines like tractors have to move from down south to Upper West, and like that, the queue is always so long for farmers to till their land and farm and also get the rain some more. But like this one is very affordable, and anyone can manage it. As a lady, I can manage and I can operate it.
It's a fantastic move by KIC, and it's, apart from supporting the agri sector, it's also going to encourage or enhance productivity, enhance industrialization, particularly young ones. Now the youth that came out with this, it is going to be an encouragement. There are a whole lot of people around who have these small ideas, but sometimes the funding, they are not able to get the funding. So if KIC is able to come out this way, I think this is not the this is just the beginning. I want to believe. I think more of this are going to come in, and when they identify this shortfall, they support them. In the long run, the shortfall that we have in the industrial sector, agri and all that, I think gradually will cover up on that.
Kodu Technology is an agribusiness startup in the northern region where we make affordable and eco-friendly sanitary pads from the fibers of banana and plantain to solve the issue of period poverty, to realize that the banana and plantain sector, they waste a lot of resources. That was when we embarked on a journey to figure out ways we could turn the wasted resources from the banana and plantain into finished products. So initially we had wanted to make paper. Then upon interaction with one of the smallholder farmers in Bulehegu community, we found out that his daughter was at home instead of being in school due to her inability to afford menstrual material. Indirectly, she was a victim of period poverty. So that was when we now decided that since the paper out of banana could absorb fluid for a very longer period of time, it's better we use it to make sanitary pads to solve issues like period poverty among her and many other ladies. Because according to statistics, over 500 million women suffer period poverty globally. Fortunately for us, we're able to receive a grant. We're one of the winners of the Agritech Pro Challenge, where we received a grant of $50,000 from the Cosmos Innovation Center. So with that money, we used it to purchase a decorticator and a sanitary pad cutter. Then the next step will be the packaging. Kodu Technology has a long chain of production line from the farm to the laboratory, to the production and to the distribution, which will create jobs for people and count towards Goal 9 of the Sustainable Development Goal, industry, innovation, and infrastructure.
Feed is a massive challenge in the agri space, especially for animal farmers. There is a massive gap to address this feed challenge, and we are using the technology of the black soldier fly to address this challenge. So far, we have 80% of our staff capacity being women, and we are looking for it to do more to empower many rural women.
After completing my MPhil, I found myself at home. I didn't have a job, and the CEO of Agri-MSME reached out to me about what he was doing here at Agri-MSME, and I agreed to come on board. Even though I'm in agriculture, I didn't have any experience with insects or whatnot. But then coming on, getting the opportunity to be a part of the team, I've learned a lot, learned even more than the stuff that I learned at school, and I'm glad to be in the agriculture space right now.
I was finding a job and someone connected me to Agri-MSME. So it was a 3-month contract, and after that I'm now a staff here. So right now I'm on a project lead, which is Hibibwa, which have been assigned to help the women, rural women, to do a vegetable garden.
My name is Emmanuel Acquah, and I have a background in biochemistry, cell and molecular biology, with a postgraduate training in plant breeding and genetics. Now, my experiences have allowed me to come to the conclusion that agriculture is actually the best way to break into having a successful life. And just by cultivating the black soldier fly alone, I've been gainfully employed for a full year. Now, what I have learned over this process is invaluable, and actually you cannot get it within the halls of the university. So to my young brothers and sisters out there, going for agriculture is actually a more reliable way of doing well in life. Come join us.
We've been using the larvae for the fish feed preparation. So the time we started, we've been using other products or other feeds, but they've been giving us improvement though. By the time we've started with the larvae, we've seen more improvement. Especially we do weigh every month. So the time we were doing the other products, that's the other prepared feed, we are getting 0.2 kg 0.3 in a month. But as we started with the larvae, we've been getting 0.3, 0.4, 0.5 in a month.
I am Zikiru Shaibu, the Managing Director of Agri-MSME Ghana Limited. Agri-MSME Ghana Limited is into post-harvest loss management through advisory services, energy-efficient and cost-effective cold chain management solutions and market linkages to actors along the fruit and vegetable value chain. We support smallholder farmers, market women, students, people living with disability, as well as institutions who are in the fruit and vegetable sector. So the company began through the KIC initiative, where we joined the classic competition and we made it through the pro. AgroCode officially is registered 5 months now, but we've come far with our achievements. We've been able to secure partnerships with institutions, to secure land acreages to support farmers, as well as storage rooms at this site that I'm standing in terms of supporting smallholder farmers and actors along the value chain. We operate in KEA, University of Cape Coast campus, as well as Mankesim. But our main headquarters is found here at KEA, where we are at our operational area where we train farmers and introduce them to the technology. So if I should take you through the impact with KIC. So I started as a graduate assistant at the University of Cape Coast, where my focus was more on research and findings. Then I also have passion for using agri-tech technologies like drones and smartphones. So I saw the KIC challenge as an opportunity to participate and improve on my skills, and it was worth it.
I take AgroCode through KE Agri Department. Wabena was one you want to overcome, but I am Wama Acquah. So what Wabakan, but I am my junior day. My cano, Obo, Emmy, Queenma, may to my ejumani ye, na me ejuma sobobomo, Manfason. What chain and console able to me after the year, see and as well a fool. Yes, breaks. My yazi and a danana, yazi, baby able to yes, and as no so my father as a year on farm. May fool, na must start no men one day in Sonsoya Bambra, Mato Mazu Mizugon, and a Bramazugu, breaks in the mono, men who in Sonsoni Bebre.
My name is Nyadije Skajales. I'm a co-founder and at the same time the Human Resource Manager at AgroCode Ghana Limited. So I basically joined the Cosmos Innovation Agri-Tech Challenge for 3 reasons: to connect, to explore, and to also learn. So after joining, I've realized that I've been able to manage my finances as a person, because before joining, I was into selling of popsicle, pastries, and other stuff. I didn't know how to keep my books right. But after joining and the training that we went through, when I go outside, I realized that I'm different from my colleagues, because we can all have the same degree, but what makes you different from your colleague out there is about the innovation aspect of like a person. So being part of this team has really helped me to bring out the best in me as a woman, and also connect with people.
My name is Ali Haruna. I process tomatoes into tomato paste. We started doing the processing of tomato paste. We have a lot of challenges in it, especially the quality and the taste. We realized that when the farmers bring their produce from the farm, because of the lack of transport, they will not bring it at the right time. So we realized that the shelf life of the produce will reduce. So we came in contact with this new technology that will help us. Another methods, when they harvest the produce from the farm, they will put it inside there before getting the transport and then bring it to the house. So this new technology have helped us to improve the quality and the taste of our tomato paste.
My name is Acquah. I'm a co-founder of AIA Technologies, which was founded in 2018 through the Cosmos Innovation Center. We were fortunate to be the winners for the 2019 cohort. At AIA Technologies, we provide farmers with pest-based caring services and also agrochemical applications. So with KIC, even though after the training, they didn't leave us, they kept us in touch, provided technical trainings and services for us throughout since 2019 up to date. Initially, farmers used children to scare pest-based on their field. Instead of the children should be at school, their parents asked them to come and scare the pest-based on the field, which lasts about 8 to 10 hours a day. But since AIA came into existence, we've been able to take up those responsibilities, and now the children get time to go to school and focus on education.
My name is Nadia Ali. I'm the Program Officer for Cosmos Innovation Center for Ashanti region. So I work in partnership with KBI on the KNUSC campus. We're implementing the Agri-Tech Challenge from KIC, where we bring young people together to display their agri with technology ideas in solving issues around the globe and especially around the country. We especially encourage young girls to participate. Their participation is key because empowering a woman empowers the whole nation.
Before KIC, I was a teacher at one of the senior high schools in Accra region, and I saw this challenge, Cosmos Innovation Center challenge, and I decided to participate in the challenge. That reminded me of the place I come from, that is Upper East region. I realized that that place there's high level of unemployment, and the youth there are ready to offer their service. Then down south, we have farmers who are also looking for laborers. Then we decided to create an app so we'll be able to connect those laborers down there and then the farmers on the other side to come together to solve the unemployment problem there. KIC being so wonderful, they were able to train me very well, like the mentoring, the capacity building, like the resources, the guidance. They train you everything. It's just amazing, and through their help, I was able to make it. And I'm just advising or just telling the youth out there, especially the Zongo communities, just like myself, just that they should try. They should try and think outside the box. Everything is possible. Just try something. It's amazing to be able to create something for your people.
I'm very happy to be chosen as one of the electoral areas which has benefited a lot from this Awompare institution, which is helping the youth to grow in agric and also to get job doing.
Sannu ku da zuwa da Ali Sisi Farms, sunana Ali Adam. To, muna godiya da taimakon da wanga organization Awompare ya bamu a cikin ayyukanmu da muke yi. Sun zo muna da mutane ayyuka da suka training su already, sun ba su training suka zo suka kama muna wanga aiki. Shi yasa ya bar ayyukanmu da muke gani bai tafiya da kyau, yanzu mun gan ci gaba a ciki. Shi yasa muke musu godiya da ayyukan da suka zo suka kama muna kan muna yin kifi nan ga, muna yin catfish, muna yin tilapia, muna yin kaji, muna yankawa, muna sa costo, ga shanaye, muna sai over 100 cattle cikin shekara. Kaji kuma muna sai more than 3,000, muna yanka wasu, muna sai wani kuma da ransu haka nan. Shi yasa da suka zo suka kama muna, mun gan ci gaba cikin ayyukan nan. Shi yasa muke musu godiya. Allah ya taimake su cikin ayyukan da suke yi. Allah sa kuma mu dace. Muna son kuma workers nan more. Don yanzu mun fara yin abincin kajin nan da na kifin nan kuma yanda za a bari community nan kuma su samu jin daɗi da walawa a cikin wannan community.
Pharmacist is a small startup that started through Cosmos Innovation Center in 2020. I heard about the company or the KIC through the finalists when they were pitching in 2019. So I got interested and then I participated in 2020. We started with a team of 5 and we started an idea that will provide monitoring services for organizations and companies that sponsor smallholder farmers. The key challenge that we identified is that a lot of smallholder farmers, which form about 72% of farmers in Ghana, struggled really to get access to mechanized services like tractors for plowing and also for certified inputs. And they end up doing manual farming, which affects their yield. And then also they are not able to do enough cultivation. Some of them just do either 1 acre or less than 1. So we realized that we needed to provide a solution for that.
Lor man yet to alama, say kulmi aben dang yelur, ate yelur la, sa ashel. Then sa I'm going my makaku, Mabunzer Makutula Nanka and Bonner and Nangshamba. To some Zark, lure my little quablan. Then sa ma sayakunami were bought a quabshi. I'm madam Malakobo, the sayakun malure and young quack, a brave and branding a shell. I think you're Tava, Mari, Tanako Sorana on the tap, mamma, pie, as Antitsi. Na manya loro ko yin sharbiyan kai ban yeloro ko katin yeloro ko yin she mata abu ma falle buga mata ta za hama zan kwaloro ma fulo to dan kwaloro ma fulo to ma loro sora kana kata dan ko da mira ma ta abu da ma tan yi be dan da nyab ma kata dan nyab ma matan ko mata abu ne ber funa to kadara cha kata banzira ma karda sonnan je yela bela titi.
Cosmos Innovation Center and MasterCard Foundation continue to impact the lives of young people in Ghana, creating youth employment opportunities for a brighter Africa. Here are some selected KIC businesses being supported under the KIC and its partners, including the MasterCard Foundation.
My name is Aisha, the marketing and co-founder lead for Agri-MSME Company Limited. So in 2016, when I was coming to school, my auntie Amina called me and she shared with me the problem she's facing in her farm. And as a result, she can't really give me anything in terms of money to come to school. She's not able to afford the fertilizers in the market, so her crops are actually not growing. She's not able to meet the yield targets. So it was really sad moments, but then I still have to come to school. Luckily for me, in 2016, when the application opened, I applied. And when I applied, I got the opportunity to be part of the KIC program. And through that, we were taking on a market research. When we went for the market research, we realized that it's not only my auntie. We have several farmers in the central region and western region that are actually facing the same problem. And it's not only the fertilizer problem, they also are experiencing pest infestation. So I met with my co-founders and we decided to do something about the fertilizer problem. But at the same time, we also want to add the pesticide components to it. We did our research, we added the pesticide components. Before the KIC program, I didn't have a way of starting this. But through the KIC, we went on market research, we were exposed to a lot of people. We had the opportunity to network with them, talk to them, and through that, we formed a long-lasting relationship. It built my confidence, and it gave me the opportunity to actually start something on my own and own it. So it has actually empowered me as a woman to start something on my own.
Feed is a massive challenge in the agri space, especially for animal farmers. There is a massive gap to address this feed challenge, and we are using the technology of the black soldier fly to address this challenge. So far, we have 80% of our staff capacity being women, and we are looking for it to do more to empower many rural women.
After completing my MPhil, I found myself at home. I didn't have a job, and the CEO of Agri-MSME reached out to me about what he was doing here at Agri-MSME, and I agreed to come on board. Even though I'm in agriculture, I didn't have any experience with insects or whatnot. But then coming on, getting the opportunity to be a part of the team, I've learned a lot, learned even more than the stuff that I learned at school, and I'm glad to be in the agriculture space right now.
My name is Acquah. I'm a co-founder of AIA Technologies, which was founded in 2018 through the Cosmos Innovation Center. We were fortunate to be the winners for the 2019 cohorts. At AIA Technologies, we provide farmers with pest-based caring services and also agrochemical applications. So with KIC, even though after the training, they didn't leave us, they kept us in touch, provided technical trainings and services for us throughout since 2019 up to date. Initially, farmers used children to scare pest-based on their field. Instead of the children should be at school, their parents asked them to come and scare the pest-based on the field, which lasts about 8 to 10 hours a day. But since AIA came into existence, we've been able to take care of those responsibilities, and now the children get time to go to school and focus on education.
Keynote Technology is an agribusiness startup in the northern region where we make affordable and eco-friendly sanitary pads from the fibers of banana and plantain to solve the issue of period poverty, to realize that the banana and plantain sector, they waste a lot of resources. That was when we embarked on a journey to figure out ways we could turn the wasted resources from the banana and plantain into finished products. So initially we had wanted to make paper. Then upon interaction with one of the smallholder farmers in Bulehegu community, we found out that his daughter was at home instead of being in school due to her inability to afford menstrual material. Indirectly, she was a victim of period poverty. So that was when we now decided that since the paper out of banana could absorb fluid for a very longer period of time, it's better we use it to make sanitary pads to solve issues like period poverty among her and many other ladies. Because according to statistics, over 500 million women suffer period poverty globally. Fortunately for us, we're able to receive a grant. We're one of the winners of the Agri-Tech Pro Challenge, where we received a grant of $50,000 from the Cosmos Innovation Center. So with that money, we use it to purchase a decorticator and a sanitary pad cutter. Then the next step would be the packaging. Keynote Technology has a long chain of production line from the farm to the laboratory to the production and to the distribution, which will create jobs for people and count towards Goal 9 of the Sustainable Development Goal, industry, innovation, and infrastructure.
My name is Abraham Anania Musen, the headmaster of Cape Coast School for the Deaf and Blind. We've been participating in the Blue Skies Farm project, and last year's competition, we worked so hard that we were the second runner-up for the GHS session, and the most committed school to won that award as well. And one of the awards, personal awards, was won by one of our teachers, Mr. Emmanuel Abiu. And during the project itself, the children were engaged because the aim is to make sure that they get to know how to farm, and then they can take it up depending on wherever they find themselves after school. So we inculcated that into them. They participated, and then they worked so hard. And while the program was going on, in fact, we did pepper, and what we realized from the pepper was we have to sell some and then use the proceeds too. And because the boarding school, some of the people went to the kitchen for them to use to cook for the children, and then we sold some. The impact has been that the children have acquired their skills. We are still in the process of farming and doing other things.
My name is Naomi Annan. I'm in class 6. My favorite subject is mathematics and English. Last year I was part of the farm, but it did not affect my disability. In future, I will apply all the cultural practice, spraying, watering, weeding, and all the cultural practices. I will apply them in future. So now agriculture has helped me more. So in future, I'll work on the farm to help me earn more money.
Grow for me basically is an input and commodity financing, aggregation and trading platform. What that means is that we raise capital from multiple sources to provide farmers input for production or to buy their harvest and enable them to sell at a very good price. And then we in turn aggregate and sell to off-takers, which could either be local processors, market women or exporters. And we're excited to tell you our story. My background is agri-engineering. I have an MPhil in that field. I ran a fintech before Grow4Me for 7 years that basically processed payments for businesses, churches, and other organizations. And whilst I ran my fintech company, I always wanted to figure a way to combine agriculture and fintech. And that's how we actually started Grow4Me. And in the process of doing input financing, we realized that there was a bigger problem, ready markets for the farmers. So we built a Grow4Me micro-aggregator platform within the trade department to enable us help farmers to sell, get paid instantly, and allow off-takers to buy. Why we really preferred KIC was the network to resources and partners internationally that can enable us scale our business and impact many farmers, particularly women.
I joined Grow4Me 2021 after my service, and Grow4Me has been a good company working with. They've helped me a lot because after my service, I didn't know where to, so I sent my application and I went for an interview. They accepted me. They sent me to Auditorium. At first, when I came, I was a bit nervous, but as time goes on, I was able to work with the farmers, and for the first production, we got like 80% of our rice recovery.
We are into the groundnut value chain. We convert groundnut into a number of products. Part of our products are groundnut paste, groundnut oil, groundnut powder, groundnut chips, and many more. So until we met Cosmos Innovation Center in the year 2021, our business was at a very low stage. That's because we had just both resigned, together with my co-founder, had just resigned from our jobs and decided to pursue entrepreneurship as our profession. Cosmos did not only groom us, Cosmos did not only give us a clear understanding of entrepreneurship, they did not only empower us, but they have also given us exposure. Today we are proud to say that Demi-Pearl is a name that at least 50% of people in Tamale have heard of and are waiting to see. Currently, Demi-Pearl has a monthly production capacity of about 6,000 kg worth of granules, and we look forward to scale up to be able to meet the increasing demand.
Pharmacist is a small startup that started through Cosmos Innovation Center in 2020. I heard about the company or the KIC through the finalists when they were pitching in 2019. So I got interested and then I participated in 2020. We started with a team of 5 and we started an idea that will provide monitoring services for organizations and companies that sponsor smallholder farmers. The key challenge that we identified is that a lot of smallholder farmers, which form about 72% of farmers in Ghana, struggled really to get access to mechanized services like tractors for plowing and also for certified inputs. And they end up doing manual farming, which affects their yield. And then also they are not able to do enough cultivation. Some of them just do either 1 acre or less than 1. So we realized that we needed to provide a solution for that.
Lor man yet wala ma sai kulmi aben dang ye lor ate nye lor la sa ashele den sa adi ngwan ma yima ka ku mabunzir ma ku tulan nan ka ne bo na ren nan shamma to son sum zar ku ya lor ma yerim bete koblan den sa ma sai ku na mi wa bo ta kobshi amma dang mala kobo sai ku na maloren yan kwa ka bra ban bra ne ye shel atin yar ta wa ma de tana ku sura na wana ta ma pa zan titi na ma nye loro ko yun shel ben kai ban ye loro ko katin ye loro ko yun shel mata aba ma palle ba gar mata ta za ha ma zan kwa loro ma fulo to dan kwa loro ma fulo to ma loro sora kana kata dan ko da mira mal ta abo da ma tan yi ba dan da nyab ma kata dan nyab ma matun ko ma ta aba ne ber fune to kadara cha kata ban zira ma kar da sonnan
Before KIC, I was a teacher at one of the senior high schools in Accra region, and I saw this challenge, Cosmos Innovation Center challenge, and I decided to participate in the challenge. That reminded me of the place I come from, that is Upper East region. I realized that that place there's high level of unemployment, and the youth there are ready to offer their service. Then down south, we have farmers who are also looking for laborers. Then we decided to create an app so we'll be able to connect those laborers down there and then the farmers on the other side to come together to solve the unemployment problem there. And I'm just advising or just telling the youth out there, especially the Zongo communities, just like myself, just that they should try and think outside the box. Everything is possible. Just try something. It's amazing to be able to create something for your people.
My name is Aisha Amin, the marketing and co-founder lead for Jasgo Company Limited. So in 2016, when I was coming to school, my auntie Amina called me and she shared with me the problem she's facing in her farm. And as a result, she can't really give me anything in terms of money to come to school. She's not able to afford the fertilizers in the market, so her crops are actually not growing. She's not able to meet the yield target. So it was really sad moment, but then I still have to come to school. Luckily for me, in 2016, when the application opened, I applied. And when I applied, I got the opportunity to be part of the KIC program. And through that, we were taking on a market research. When we went for the market research, we realized that it's not only my auntie. We have several farmers in the central region and western region that are actually facing the same problem. And it's not only the fertilizer problem, they also are experiencing pest infestation. So I met with my co-founders and we decided to do something about the fertilizer problem. But at the same time, we also want to add the pesticide component to it. We did our research, we added the pesticide components. Before the KIC program, I didn't have a way of starting this. But through the KIC, we went on market research, we were exposed to a lot of people. We had the opportunity to network with them, talk to them, and through that, we formed a long-lasting relationship. It built my confidence, and it gave me the opportunity to actually start something on my own and own it. So it has actually empowered me as a woman to start something on my own.
Me piani, me dua green pepper and cucumber. Me say dua green pepper and cucumber 3 years in film and sunny. Me use inorganic fertilizer and anamedi dua 3 years now. But actually no be eka chere me say fertilizer bi wo ha organic fertilizer ne dindi asasi aduane and am called Toby nti me say use asasi aduane no bo so munsia ne na ma hu difference ewu ma hu say sisi a me plant na etimi esuyi e ma me nya bebre e chense ne na me use in.
My name is Mary Cherena. I'm a co-founder of Team Kigo Agro Company Limited. We have started our team through a UBIS. So we form our team through the KIC Classic orientation. So we meet each other at the orientation ground and we're able to form a team. And during our market research tour, we started with granule paste. So, but during our market research tour, we realized that granule paste was not anything innovative that we are adding to our product. So we did research on most of the groundnut paste producers and also the groundnut farmers. So most of them were complaining that there is high demand of the groundnut paste, but the raw materials are not available. So we visit some of the farmers to find out why these groundnuts are not available in the market. So they give us a story like there is hardship and labor intensive during the harvesting of groundnut. That's why most of them don't like going into the groundnut farming. So Kigo Agro come together and said, why won't we develop an implement that will help to solve this problem, this challenge that our farmers are facing? So we sat down to bring an idea to develop a simple machine, which is this one, that will help uproot groundnuts effectively to reduce the labor that farmers, the labor intensive that our farmers went through.
So far, groundnut uprooting is very difficult. Plucking it is very difficult. Cracking it is very difficult because when you uproot it and the rain is still coming, you are likely to get infested groundnuts, molded groundnuts. And this infested molded groundnut can lead to aflatoxin infestation, which is a carcinogenic chemical. So if we are able to come out with this harvesting machine, then we are indirectly just killing these aflatoxin problems. And I think in the near future, the farmers, groundnut farmers in Upper West can confidently export groundnuts with ease.
So for me, KIC MasterCard Foundation, they are doing a great job. And I think that this is a very innovative approach. Over the years, I'm very conversant with the agricultural sector. Okay, I've done consultancy work for a number of NGOs within the agricultural sector. And if you look at the approach that KIC is bringing, it's completely different from what others have done in the past. This one, we are looking at developing the youth, training them, building their capacities to think unconventionally, okay? So that we can actually extend the frontiers of agriculture in Ghana so that it becomes more rewarding. Because what KIC is also doing is they are changing the narrative, okay? Now, when you talk of agri, everybody sees a poor farmer with a hoe and a cutlass tilling a piece of land. And you see, when we perceive agriculture that way, it's not really encouraging, motivating for the youth to go into it. But KIC is changing that narrative. That look, the agricultural value chain is very long. You can come in at any point. And you may probably not even have visited a farm before, okay? But you are involved in agriculture. So KIC is changing the narratives and redefining, agriculture and making it attractive for young people to take that step.
I want to say a very big thank you to KIC, Cosmos Energy, and MasterCard Foundation for prioritizing gender equality for me to become a business owner.
I met KIC when I was in school, and maybe I was writing an exam when someone came with a flyer that there is a program out there, people are out there who want to support young entrepreneurs. And since from my childhood, I've been yearning to be an entrepreneur, especially in the agri sector. So when that opportunity came, I said, okay, let me give a chance, a try. And I applied and they called me for an interview. I went through the interview and I was successful and a whole lot. I was able to meet a great team that we came out with this product and we formed a team by name King Tractor. We went through a lot of challenges and finally we brought out this product. Our machine is going to help my community in a diverse ways, many ways, and one is creating jobs. Because this machine, if we are to operate, we will look for the fabricator, people to buy the materials from, all that. We are creating jobs for them, and the flour and all that. And also, it's going to help the smallholder farmers a lot
because looking at in Upper West here during the farming season, it's difficult to plow their lands, especially my community. So machines like tractors have to move from down south to Upper West, and like that, the queue is always so long for farmers to till their land and farm and also get the rain some more. But like this one is very affordable, and anyone can manage it. As a lady, I can manage and I can operate it.
It's a fantastic move by KIC, and it's apart from supporting the agri sector, it's also going to encourage or enhance productivity, enhance industrialization, particularly the young ones. Now the youth that came out with this, it is going to be an encouragement. There are a whole lot of people around who have these small ideas, but sometimes the funding, they are not able to get the funding. So if KIC is able to come out this way, I think this is just the beginning. I want to believe. I think more of this are going to come in, and when they identify these people, I mean, support them. In the long run, I mean, the shortfalls that we have, I mean, in the industrial sector, agri and all that, I think gradually will cover up on that.
Kodu Technology is an agribusiness startup in the northern region where we make affordable and eco-friendly sanitary pads from the fibers of banana and plantain to solve the issue of period poverty, to realize that the banana and plantain sector, they waste a lot of resources. That was when we embarked on a journey to figure out ways we could turn the wasted resources from the banana and plantain into finished products. So initially we had wanted to make paper. Then upon interaction with one of the smallholder farmers in Bulehegu community, we found out that his daughter was at home instead of being in school due to her inability to afford menstrual material. Indirectly, she was a victim of period poverty. So that was when we now decided that since the paper out of banana could absorb fluid for a very longer period of time, it's better we use it to make sanitary pads to solve issues like period poverty among her and many other ladies. Because according to statistics, over 500 million women suffer period poverty globally. Fortunately for us, we're able to receive a grant. We're one of the winners of the Agri-Tech Pro Challenge, where we received a grant of $50,000 from the Cosmos Innovation Center. So with that money, we used it to purchase a decorticator and a sanitary pad cutter. Then the next step will be the packaging. Kodu Technology has a long chain of production line from the farm to the laboratory, to the production and to the distribution, which will create jobs for people and count towards Goal 9 of the Sustainable Development Goal, industry, innovation, and infrastructure.
Feed is a massive challenge in the agri space, especially for animal farmers. There is a massive gap to address this feed challenge, and we are using the technology of the black soldier fly to address this challenge. So far, we have 80% of our staff capacity being women, and we are looking for it to do more to empower many rural women.
After completing my MPhil, I found myself at home. I didn't have a job, and the CEO of Agri-MSME reached out to me about what he was doing here at Agri-MSME, and I agreed to come on board. Even though I'm in agriculture, I didn't have any experience with insects or whatnot. But then coming on, getting the opportunity to be a part of the team, I've learned a lot, learned even more than the stuff that I learned at school, and I'm glad to be in the agriculture space right now.
I was finding a job and someone connected me to Agri-MSME. So it was a 3-month contract, and after that I'm now a staff here. So right now I'm on a project lead, which is Hibibwa, which have been assigned to help the women, rural women, to do a vegetable garden.
My name is Acquah,
and I have a background in biochemistry, cell and molecular biology, with a postgraduate training in plant breeding and genetics. Now, my experiences have allowed me to come to the conclusion that agriculture is actually the best way to break into having a successful life. And just by cultivating the black soldier fly alone, I've been gainfully employed for a full year. Now, what I have learned over this process is invaluable, and actually you cannot get it within the halls of the university. So to my young brothers and sisters out there, going for agriculture is actually a more reliable way of doing well in life. Come join us.
We've been using the larvae for the fish feed preparation. So the time we started, we've been using other products or other feeds, but they've been giving us improvement though. By the time we started with the larvae, we've seen more improvement. Especially we do weigh every month. So the time we were doing the other products, that's the other prepared feed, we are getting 0.2 kg, 0.3 in a month. But as we started with the larvae, we've been getting 0.3, 0.4, 0.5 in a month.
I am Zikiru Shaibu, the Managing Director of Agri-MSME Ghana Limited. Agri-MSME Ghana Limited is into post-harvest loss management through advisory services, energy-efficient and cost-effective cold chain management solutions and market linkages to actors along the fruit and vegetables value chain. We support smallholder farmers, market women, students, people living with disability, as well as institutions who are in the fruit and vegetable sector. So the company began through the KIC initiative, where we joined the classic competition and we made it through the pro. AgroCode officially is registered 5 months now, but we've come far with our achievements. We've been able to secure partnerships with institutions, to secure land acreages to support farmers, as well as storage rooms at this site that I'm standing in terms of supporting smallholder farmers and actors along the value chain. We operate in KEA, University of Cape Coast campus, as well as Manchester. But our main headquarters is found here at KEA, where we are at our operational area where we train farmers and introduce them to the technology. So if I should take you through the impact with KIC. So I started as a graduate assistant at the University of Cape Coast, where my focus was more on research and findings. Then I also have passion for using agri-tech technologies like drones and smartphones. So I saw the KIC challenge as an opportunity to participate and improve on my skills, and it was worth it.
I take AgroCode through KE Agri Department. Wabena was one overcome, but I am my Acquah. So what can one but my junior day. My cano, Obo, Emmy, Queenma, may to my Ejumani ye, na me Ejuma Sobobomo, Manfason. What I chain and console able to me after the year see and as well a fool. Yaze breaks. My Yazi and a Danana, Yaze baby able to ye see and as no so my father as a year your farm. May fool, na must start no men one day in Sonsoya Bambra to Mazu Mizugon in a Bramizugu breaks in the mono, men who in Sonsoni Bebre.
My name is Nyadije Skajare.
As I listened in since morning up to this time, it's like we have talked virtually about everything under the sun, so far as the agricultural value chains are concerned. We had the opportunity to listen to a panel that just ended, talking about creating the enabling environment for some of these, interventions to be able to really impact on startups and SMEs. Now, the reason why policy is very important in the scheme of things is the fact that we have to begin to look at it as an integral part of the ecosystem when you talk about the economy. Now, to just give you a context of why policy is very, very important in everything that we do. For instance, in 2019, there was a directive by the government of Ghana, Office of the President, instructing all public institutions, for that matter, the public sector, to patronize only produced in Ghana rice. You know, so this directive was really necessitated because farmers were producing, they were looking for markets. These markets were far away from them. So we came in, we had a conversation with the different ministries to really see how we can support the farmers to be able to access markets. So the conversation really came to the understanding that, look, we needed to start with the government institutions because in any way, it is the government which is providing funding for the purchase of this produce. So they started with the prison service, they started with the school feeding program, they started with the government secondary schools, and as well as the teacher training colleges. Now, before we knew it, there was a massive demand for local rice, so much so that if you go out there then to buy the paddy, it was not available. I can see somebody in the audience nodding his head. I think he was part of the story. You know, so that's what policy can do. Policy can effectively bring about the change that we want to see if it is, one, an effective policy, and number two, it is driven by the people, implemented by the people, you know, so that we can have that trust at the end of the day. Now, we're going to have a conversation. I don't see it as a panel per se. It's going to be a conversation to really look at how can we strengthen, you know, policy so that it can impact, you know, businesses such as startups and then also SMEs. To help me do that, I'm going to invite, you know, to the podium, Mr. Nana Ochrebedu. He is the Agriculture and Agribusiness Entrepreneurship Coordinator at the Ghana Enterprises Agency. Kindly give him a round of applause. Second to join him is Mr. Clifford Bansa. He is the Acting Director, M&E, National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program. Is he here? All right. I will go to the third person. My very own Mr. Andrew Reed is the Director of the Office of the Economic Growth, USAID. Thank you for coming. Next on the list is Stephen Odatefio, who is the Food Systems Coordinator, World Food Program. You're welcome, sir. Then we also have Dr. Entry, who is from FARA. He's a policy specialist. Do we have him here? Okay, so in any way, I think we can proceed. I think we have a very elaborate team here to help us go through the discussion points. Now, to begin with, I would want to start by trying to ask you to share your experiences with us in terms of what is happening in the policy space. If there are any successful policies or policy framework that have impacted, you know, startups and medium and scale, medium, small enterprises that you have worked with, if you can share that experiences with us, we'll be very happy. To start, I can see the engagement has already started. Very interesting. So, Mr. Bedu, the question I would want to throw to you is, How is your organization, for instance, supporting startups and SMEs in Ghana? I mean, how has that, kind of package look like in terms of your support systems to startups? Thank you.
Right. So, in terms of support to startups, right, I think I'll start from a broad perspective and then narrow in on agriculture and agribusiness, because that's the theme behind why we're here. I think that the Ghana Enterprises Agency has evolved from what it was before, which is the National Board for Small Scale Enterprises. Sorry, the National Board for Small Scale, NBSSI, essentially. It has been transformed to what it is now, basically to perform some of those functions. And so, in migrating from NBSSI to Ghana Enterprises Agency, the agency has been given the power officially to engage a broader level or a broader scope of startups. So initially, it would have been limited to just small scale and mostly rural. But under the Ghana Enterprises Agency, the organization has the mandate to do smaller, but also the medium end of the spectrum. And that also empowers the GA to collaborate with development organizations to curate bigger, better, more sustainable projects, which go on to support small and medium startups around the country. So in recent years, especially since 2020, when the GA Act was enforced, that policy has led to the curation and implementation of some projects, such as the Business in a Box project, which I'm working on. As well, before the Business in a Box project, there was the Young Africa Works program, which was done, of course,
Cosmos Innovation Center and MasterCard Foundation continue to impact the lives of young people in Ghana, creating youth employment opportunities for a brighter Africa. Here are some selected KIC businesses being supported under the KIC and its partners, including the MasterCard Foundation.
My name is Aisha Amin, the marketing and the co-founder lead for Agri-MSME Company Limited. So in 2016, when I was coming to school, my auntie Amina called me and she shared with me the problem she's facing in her farm. And as a result, she can't really give me anything in terms of money to come to school. She's not able to afford the fertilizers in the market, so her crops are actually not growing. She's not able to meet the yield targets. So it was really sad moments, but then I still have to come to school. Luckily for me, in 2016, when the application opened, I applied. And when I applied, I got the opportunity to be part of the KIC program. And through that, we're taking on a market research. When we went for the market research, we realized that it's not only my auntie. We have several farmers in the central region and western region that are actually facing the same problem. And it's not only the fertilizer problem, they also are experiencing pest infestation. So I met with my co-founders and we decided to do something about the fertilizer problem. But at the same time, we also want to add the pesticide component to it. We did our research, we added the pesticide components. Before the KIC program, I didn't have a way of starting this. But through the KIC, We went on market research, we were exposed to a lot of people. We had the opportunity to network with them, talk to them, and through that, we formed a long-lasting relationship. It built my confidence, and it gave me the opportunity to actually start something on my own and own it. So it has actually empowered me as a woman to start something on my own.
Feed is a massive challenge in the agri space, especially for animal farmers. There is a massive gap to address this feed challenge, and we are using the technology of the black soldier fly to address this challenge. So far, we have 80% of our staff capacity being women, and we are looking for it to do more to empower many rural women.
After completing my MPhil, I found myself at home. I didn't have a job, and the CEO of Agri-MSME reached out to me about what he was doing here at Agri-MSME, and I agreed to come on board. Even though I'm in agriculture, I didn't have any experience with insects or whatnot. But then coming on, getting the opportunity to be a part of the team, I've learned a lot, learned even more than the stuff that I learned at school, and I'm glad to be in the agriculture space right now.
My name is Acquah. I'm a co-founder of AIA Technologies, which was founded in 2018 through the Cosmos Innovation Center. We were fortunate to be the winners for the 2019 cohort. At AIA Technologies, we provide farmers with pest-based caring services and also agrochemical applications. So with KIC, even though after the training, they didn't leave us, they kept us in touch, provided technical trainings and services for us throughout since 2019 up to date. Initially, farmers use children to scare pest-based on their field. Instead of the children should be at school, their parents ask them to come and scare the pest-based on their field, which lasts about 8 to 10 hours a day. But since AIA came into existence, we've been able to take care of those responsibilities, and now the children get time to go to school and focus on education.
Keynote Technology is an agribusiness startup in the northern region where we make affordable and eco-friendly sanitary pads from the fibers of banana and plantain to solve the issue of period poverty, to realize that the banana and plantain sector, they waste a lot of resources. That was when we embarked on a journey to figure out ways we could turn the wasted resources from the banana and plantain into finished products. So initially we had wanted to make paper. Then upon interaction with one of the smallholder farmers, we were able to receive a grant. We're one of the winners of the Agritech 2000.
The impact has been that the children have acquired their skills. We are still in the process of farming and doing other things.
My name is Naomi Anan. I'm in class 6. My favorite subject is mathematics and English. Last year I was part of the farm, but it did not affect my
farmers end up becoming, or they traditionally are price takers, right? Like you maybe have a trader who will come around, something like this, you know, and you sell to one person and you don't have good information. Maybe two villages over, stuff selling for 30% higher, but if you don't know that, so I think it kind of starts getting into digitalization, just like you were talking about, where, you know, how can we make this data more accessible to more people? And I think back, you know, in my previous life when I was a farmer, you know, I would get up in the morning before I would take things to do my routes to go to my clients, and I would look at, you know, I'd get on the USDA website and I would look up prices for different things, and I knew about what people were paying and where I needed to land, and I could go to different areas based on where the prices were best. So I think that's an extremely important one to think about. I think also about just simplifying, especially when you think about SMEs, startups, simplifying processes. Oftentimes you'll see that it's maybe there's 6 or 7 or 8 different organizations who you have to get a seal of approval for. So if there's any way ever to be able to streamline that process. And then lastly, I would say transparency. Everybody needs to know what the rules are, what is the fee structure, all of this. And you were talking about, again, digitalization in this field can be, you know, a huge time saver. I've seen big successes there. So I'll just throw out those few, I think, for right now.
Thank you very much. Let me now direct my attention to Stephen. Stephen, you've heard from Andrew in terms of the policy gaps. He mentioned the fact that access to data, credible data for planning and decision making, especially analytics, is very difficult. Can you supplement that? What other challenge do you see that is affecting policy, framing and implementation in Ghana so far as your work is concerned? Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. And I thought I would also take the opportunity to enlighten us on exactly where WFP and how we've evolved into the discussion of being able to directly create sustainable projects that impact on the livelihood of smallholder farmers. So from before 2018, our slogan was pretty much just saving lives. So basically, when there are emergency-related situations, we mobilize support, food assistance, cash-based transfers, and then we support smallholder farmers with interventions that pretty much are short-lived and are in the moment. We've evolved since 2018, and we've also added on to the saving lives, changing lives, which means that there is a mandate within our framework to be able to come up with innovative solutions that then sustainably impact on the livelihoods of smallholder farmers. So our focus as an organization is how we come up with interventions that impact on increased incomes for smallholder farmers. Now, how are we doing that? We've also evolved from just typically working with government-based institutions, and we're targeting private sector. So since 2018, for example, we've provided over $3 million of what I'll call impact catalytic investment to entities that are into the processing space. So if you've heard of Yedent Agribusiness Company, you've heard of Premium Foods. We invested about $2.5 million in Premium Foods. They were able to expand their farmer network from about 20,000 smallholder farmers to about 200,000 smallholder farmers in 6 years. We're able to improve their capital base and their returns on investments from about $2.5 million every year to about $16 million every year. So while the agribusiness was empowered, it opened up opportunities for more smallholder farmers. We did the same with Yedent, where we provided $800,000 of investments to help them increase their processing capacity from about 3 metric tons per day to 80 metric tons per day. That was able to move their smallholder farmer network from about 5,000 to about 20,000 in just 3 years. Now, we've gone ahead and we've also supported some medium-scale processors in the northern regions. Pretty much you have maybe a lady who is aggregating maize or soy or granules and then converting that into cereal products and selling to the senior secondary schools. We set up and worked with the government of Canada. We invested about $250,000, set up 3 processing facilities in Laura, Fumbisi, and Tamale. Now they've been able to move their production capacity from about 500 kg a week to 10 kg a day. And so that's the kind of transformation that we're impacting. Even before then, they didn't have access to smallholder farmers, so they would have to go into the markets and buy these produce. Now we connected them to smallholder farmers. We provided working capital to these smallholder farmers, and they are able to now guarantee a sustainable supply chain and then sell to the school feeding program. And so in terms of how we intend to impact policy from some of these activities, I think we are rather emphasizing the need for government to stay the course on focusing on how private sector can be leveraged in accelerating agricultural transformation. Because for a long time, you typically assign resources and training, for example, to maybe a regional agricultural director. What we've done is that we are saying, no, let's rather direct training, funding, support to the agribusiness, because their farmers are accountable to them. If the agribusiness has advanced input financing to the smallholder farmer, he should lead the training, because there are certain SOPs and certain standards that his farmers must meet that allow him to then sell his produce to the larger market. But where there's a disconnect in terms of how we align resources to government institutions, they should actually be there to monitor how these resources are being efficiently used by smallholder farmers who have been supported by these agribusinesses. So we've coined a term called the agro-champions. Who is an agro-champion? An agro-champion is a youth-led business that is providing 4 services: access to smallholder farmers that allows we, the development partners, to conveniently provide support through the agribusinesses to the smallholder farmer. That's number 1. Number 2 is also access to inputs. From time immemorial, agribusinesses have been supporting their smallholder farmers and pre-financing inputs support to them. And then there's a recovery method where the farmers actually give back and then they keep the rest for their own consumption. Number 3 is access to mechanization. Agribusinesses are actively doing that. And then number 4 is basically access to markets. So these 4 components means that you are championing access to market and access to incomes for smallholder farmers within your network, and you are a contributor to the narrative of how we are trying to attack or solve the problem of food insecurity in Ghana and in Africa. And so I think in terms of policy, we as WFP can only target these agribusinesses, find out where they are. If they are in the north, how do we support them to expand their smallholder farmer network, to keep their smallholder farmers innately accountable to production, because there's a grant-based mindset that most smallholder farmers apply when they receive support. So we are taking ourselves out of that equation. We are transferring that support to the agribusiness, and it's keeping farmers responsible and accountable and seeing themselves as real agribusiness leaders within the space. And that's how I think we can advance the discussion on agricultural innovation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's very elaborate. Just a follow-up question. You know, in the policy space, there is a saying that the government has no business doing business. In other words, the government cannot, use its own resources to set up businesses to run, because eventually what happens is that it becomes nobody's business at the end of the day. And then you see resources going down the drain. So I was very, happy when you mentioned the journey you have embarked on around public-private partnership, which is very key. So PPP is now the new jargon out there. Now, if there is a private, investor right here, maybe an SME who is into production and really want to be able to partner with you, work with you, where does the journey start? If you can walk us through that one, so that by the time we leave here, somebody sitting down, listening to you right now, even if there is nothing he has got since morning, at least can walk away with the understanding that if I want to work with WFP, these are the requirements and this is the procedure. Thank you.
Fantastic. So I'm really excited about this question. And the journey starts from your ambition to even own a hectare of land, whether for rice, maize, or soybean production, to 100 acres of land, as my dear friend Fatima, who is sitting there so humbly, is doing, because she actually is managing 100 acres of maize in the north. By definition, she is a commercial farmer. Exactly. So the question is that how do we find more Fatimas? And for those who are so risk averse, how do we encourage them to start with a hectare? And which is why the Ghana Cares economic enclave model comes to naught over here. And this is what it means. Government has figured out a very smart way of being able to attract young people into agriculture. What they've done is that they will identify what we call economic enclaves across the country. So first, they'll find partners who own land, private partners who own land, meet these partners halfway, arrange some sort of a sublease agreement, pay for the cost of that sublease, bring in infrastructure to develop drains and canals in the case where you are doing rice production, bring in center pivots in the case where you are doing maize production, provide electricity if that area doesn't have access to electricity, and create all the infrastructural incentives that then allow you to come into the space. Let me give an example. There is no way that Fatima would ever want to go into rice production because the cost of land development for rice production is 40,000 cedis an acre. Then she now has to find an extra 20,000 Ghana cedis to develop that acre. So 60,000 cedis alone is a huge cost. What government is doing through the Ghana Cares Economic Enclave in Kasunya, to the Ghana Cares Economic Enclave in Kumewu, to the enclave in Oti, is that it is taking care of all the infrastructure-related costs, accommodation included. Then we as private sector, whether it's an individual or an early stage business or a startup, can then come and take up an acre of land or a hectare of land. All you need is production inputs. But the opportunity cost of not having to spend on land development frees up capital for you to invest in that 1 hectare and then realize some gains. By doing that, it becomes a model that all of Africa must actually employ and adopt in other, so you talk about government's intervention in business. So government has no business in agribusiness. Government has the business in creating infrastructure that incentivizes us to go in and then produce at a very low cost. That's what we call an enabling business environment. And I think it's been done quietly, which is why we haven't pretty noticed, but the right measures are being put in place. So what WFP can do is that we are implementing a $15 million post-harvest mechanization program. What it means is that we are creating or providing post-harvest loss equipment to different actors in the space. And let me tell you how that works. Because it's one thing to get all the money to do the inputs and get production. It's another thing to lose half of it by the time you are having to sell to an off-taker. So you have somebody in that Verime irrigation scheme, for example. He's been able to secure an acre of land. 1 acre is going to give him 2 tons of rice. 1 ton is selling about 6,000 Ghana cedis on the market. So he's expecting to get about 12,000 Ghana cedis by the time he harvests from that 1 acre. His cost of production is 6,000. So he's looking to make about 6,000 Ghana cedis into his pocket. Now, 40 days to the harvest, the birds come and they eat up half of his expected output. So he's moved from 2 tons of expected output to 1 ton because he doesn't have fish nets or he can't afford to pay for bird scarers to stand there and prevent the birds from actually taking up. So that's about 12,000 Ghana cedis, half of that gone. So he's now at exactly break-even point. Now he has to harvest the 1 ton that he didn't expect. He now has to dry it on the bare floor or on a tarpaulin. He doesn't have a dryer. By the time it's taking him a week and more days to be able to dry that without a dryer, he would have lost another half of that. That's what we call post-harvest losses. What we are coming in to do is that we are providing these enclaves with post-harvest equipment so that when young people do their financial analysis, they're like, well, what about the if of having to lose what I've generated? We are saying we are mitigating that risk because there's post-harvest equipment to guarantee the income you are expecting. And that is how we create a conducive environment that attracts young people to come into the space. The average income of a national service staff who is retained after his national service in a year is about 2,000 Ghana cedis. The average net income for anybody who owns a hectare of land per month is 3,000 Ghana cedis. So what are you doing in the bank?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a very smart one. It's a question for all of us. Now, I want to jump back to Andrew. There is this, if you like, notion. I want to speak the mind of somebody listening to us right now. The problem with Africa is not the lack of policy. We have so many beautiful policies. In fact, there are some of the policies that we don't even know about, but they exist. So how do we ensure that these policies work? For instance, let me give you an example. In 2020, we got an information out there that Nestle Ghana is buying or is importing maize. So we're like, no, Ghana, according to our data, we are self-sufficient in maize production. But how come Nestle, of all people, buying maize from Brazil? What is the problem? So when we went further to check, it came out that they were looking for a particular type of maize. The issues around aflatoxin. And this maize that they are really looking for, it's aflatoxin-free maize because they are using it to produce baby foods. And so when they scan around, they realize that Ghana, we are not doing so well in terms of aflatoxin control. And so a lot of the maize that we consume, they are infested with the fungus. And so it was not competitive, and it was risky to use it in the production of baby foods. Hence, they were importing from where they can get it at probably maybe 5 parts per billion. That is the way it is measured. But in the case of Ghana, we're doing between 15 to 20 parts per billion, which is astronomical. Nobody will buy it for the production of baby foods. So we came back to the government and we're talking about it. How do we, really stem this? And we supported a policy through the support of USAID to develop a policy that looks at how we can effectively manage aflatoxin. And we did that through the support of the Ghana Standards Authority, the Food and Drugs Board, and STEPRI. So that policy now is in place. And the policy says that you have to categorize the maize, you have to standardize it if you want to sell to certain markets. So that differentiation made it quite clearer. Now that you can produce your maize, all right, but if you want to be able to target a certain market, you have to produce within a certain, threshold so far as the the aflatoxin levels are concerned. This for me was a very fine policy, but now the problem is how many farmers know about this policy? How many of them know about this policy? So probably there is a need for us to do more advocacy, to popularize the law and the regulation, and ensure that each farmer or every farmer that we have in Ghana understands that, so that if he puts in the extra effort to produce, to meet that requirement, at least there is a market which is ready to pick from the farmer. That's where we are creating a market access, a sustainable market access. It's one of the policy regime that was implemented very effectively. But there are so many of those policies out there. So my question now to you is, how can we effectively, support the implementation of policy from where you sit? Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I think you said it very well that, that there's a lot of really good policies out there that are sitting on a shelf, gathering dust, and no one knows anything about it. But a lot of money was spent to develop that policy, a lot of effort and a lot of time went into those. And there's a lot of shelves with dusty policies on them sitting there. So I think you're exactly right about that. I think it's very well said. And there's a couple different ways that we can help to do this. And I think one important way is the different associations, the private sector associations. I think they play a very important role in actual policy implementation. Because what they can do is, when you put together a group now, it's not just Fatima, was that? It's not just Fatima with her 100 acres, even though it's a lot of land and a big farm that you have. But it's not just you. If there's all of a sudden there's 10 Fatimas coming together, that's all of a sudden you're representing a tax base now. Like the government needs those 10 farms or 50 or 100 farms, whatever it happens to be, or processors or whoever it happens to be, importers, exporters. So many different types of businesses that can go into these associations, and they're representing a significant tax base at the end of the day. So now the government, they have to listen. They have to start saying, oh well, you brought something to us, and now we understand that if maybe we were to remove VAT on irrigation equipment, you would be able to produce X amount more, and that you're going to sell that much more, and now that's tax revenue the government's going to be able to then collect and make more money than they initially would have off of the VAT or an equal money and stimulate economy. So I do think that that's a very important way, and it's also it's tricky because then the members have to hold that association accountable for doing what they're supposed to do, but the members also have to be willing and understand that it takes money to make that happen. So paying membership dues, I know that's one thing that a lot of the different associations will struggle with from time to time. And I find just generally, using the private sector always seems to be able to find ways to be able to operate even in tricky environments. Now, that's not to say that the story should just end right there, but again, working together with like-minded businesses, like-minded organizations to be able to then go back and lobby towards the government. You mentioned as far as people understanding more, just the general public. I think things like universities and the research that university is doing is extremely important, but this data has to be accessible to people. It has to get out there. People have to understand. We have to publish, and not only just publishing in scholarly journals, publishing where the average person can see and understand and use that information to make decisions, I think is extremely important. So some of these, think tanks, things like this that the universities have and put together, extremely important because data I'm going back to data again, but this information is power, this data, people understand what the system is, you can begin to make informed decisions. That's very, very important. But it's not always easy to get that information out there. So I would just, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Andrew. That's very precise. Coming back to Mr. Bedu, I have a very simple question for you. regarding coordination. You will agree with me that there are a number of entities out there. So from where you sit as a government agency, which is looking at employment, empowering the youth to be able to do what they do best, create jobs for themselves and all of that. Don't you think that there are other sister organizations which are doing something similar to what you're doing? And how do you, if you like, navigate and try to build relationship with them to be able to implement more effectively what you're doing? Because, I mean, we're witnessing what Clifford mentioned about what they are doing as a development partner. You also heard from USAID in terms of how they are supporting, these processes. And from where you sit as a government agency, how do you partner or relate, with these, partners, so that you can move your programs and projects to scale? So many people who are listening to us right now can take advantage of that and be able to access your programs across the country.
All right, so I'm going to start off from where Andrew landed, and that's the fact that in the policy making process, if a policy is structured right, which then leads to interventions and programs and projects like you're talking about being implemented by multiple people, it means that there was a problem, there was a general stakeholder consultation around what to do about it and all of that, which means that stakeholders were identified. Typically, problems are cross-cutting. There are lots of different facets of it. So in generating a policy that will address it, there are different facets of it that such a policy should look to cover. And where there are different facets, it means that there are different organizations involved in all of these things. So if you were with us in the earlier sessions, you'd remember that our colleagues from Agri-Impact mentioned a program where there's a consortium of agencies, private and public, implementing such a project. And I think that's a wonderful example of how to overcome the problem where different organizations are doing things in silos and we're all looking at the same thing but doing it differently. So if a policy is structured well, it will identify different stakeholders involved at the formulation stage, so that when it comes to implementation, there's a consortium approach to it. So GEA, because we are experienced in training and we have national reach, we'll do training for young entrepreneurs. But there's also WFP, who have had experience in post-harvest management, and so they'll take care of that. Then there's also, say, the Ghana Standards Authority, who have an insight into the standards required for this and this to happen, and so they take care of another aspect of it. And so it's very important that at the policy formulation stage, all the different actors who have a role to play in making sure that the policy moves from the desks of Andrew's very dusty shelves to the ground is actually a reality, right? So it's important that when we are designing programs, we take into context all of the different stakeholders who will be involved or who could be involved in it, bring them on board so that everybody gets a piece of the work to do, and importantly, a piece of the work where they are experienced in. Unfortunately, in cases where projects have happened already and there appear to be duplication of efforts, I think that's where it's important for regulators, or in this regard, the supervising ministries or government agencies involved, because they definitely will be in the know of such a thing, to be able to come together or to bring such implementers together to put projects which have good synergy together to achieve a purpose. And I think us too in the development space and in private and both private and public sector, I think it beholds on us to be able to make those connections, right? So, for example, in Stephen's project, where they are supporting farmers to not lose their harvest after that's done, we at GA, who are also training farmers, could liaise with Stephen and co. to come in to take over from our farmers when we have done training them and they've gone into maize production. So, for example, on our Business in a Box project, we are partnering with a private sector organization called Sahel Grains to train about 5,000 farmers to produce aflatoxin-free maize. And so in this regard, we have a private sector partner who understands how to do that. There's also the Ghana Standards Authority who come in, make sure everything is done. We on our project have a component which is in charge of ensuring that companies who are trained are regulated. So ORC, Standards Authority, or whichever else regulation is required, that agency takes care of it, or that component of our project takes care of it. And so again, like I'm saying,
is your partnership with the government, because I know there are a number of policies that are running, like for instance the planting for food and jobs, where the government is basically providing some kind of subsidy to farmers, SMEs and aggregators. So in the light of this, are you working directly with the government, in that respect? Or if you are not, what is really preventing you from really, working with the government? And that will be my last question to you.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. And I'm very excited that it's a follow-up to what Nana just brought up. And it's funny how when Nana is speaking, it goes off, and then when it's my turn, the lights are back on. Maybe. Yeah, so just a month ago, we launched what we call the Agro Champions Technical Roundtable Working Group, called AFRO.
Okay.
What it means is that for all the various actors that are connected to the implementation success of our program, we need to be in a round table, exchange lessons learned, and apply them, leverage on who is where, and ensure efficiency. So if, for example, we've been given $15 million to impact 100,000 smallholder farmers across 11 of the 16 regions, in post-harvest loss intervention, it is impossible to leverage that amount of money if you don't have strategic partners. So part of our key partners is the National Service Scheme, the Ministry of Agri through the PFJ program, because what profits a man if he invests in inputs and he can't guarantee or there's losses with his farmers from what they are producing. So there has to be a balancing effect so that we are not in projects that are duplicating what government is doing, but we are there to leverage on how we ensure that the quality we are referring to that convinces market players to come in and buy from government is important. And so what we also agreed on at this technical roundtable is, and it's important that the theme of this program is agricultural innovation. I saw that at the, for Africa. The only way we can actually create that revolution of agricultural innovation is by enforcing the policy to introduce agricultural science from the primary school level. it is pretty much far-fetched that we would have to wait till junior high school for myself and some of us over here to ever learn about what shifting cultivation is or what crop rotation is. And I remember I used to say things like, come on, this is not for me. I was 24 years old when I asked my mom, who had been a rice aggregator for the past 20 years, the income she made from that project or from her agribusiness projects got me to Ashesi University. And so that's how lucrative the space is. But I asked her at the age of 24, Mom, what do you do? Because I was so not interested. I hear she go to the north every now and then. And I remember even in 2004, she actually provided a consignment of containers that were shipped to Liberia in maize. I had no idea until I was 24 years old. And I think that's a story for a lot of the young people here who just don't think agriculture is something that they can take up until they are 60 years old and they find it more viable. And so it's important that part of this technical roundtable group we put together is that once we've all been able to co-create this story, it's easy for us to go as a unit to the Ministry of Finance, to the government of Ghana and say, there is no way we can actually sustainably attract young people into the space if we don't start changing their mindsets from the primary school level. So we talk about what we call integrated science shacks, Ghana Maths and Science Quiz. How come there's no agricultural maths and science quiz? Imagine how enjoyable that would be. Because when we listen to the Ghana Maths and Science Quiz, we don't understand a thing, but we are clapping. But when it comes to agricultural science, maths, and science quiz, when they talk about what does it cost to actually set up a rabbit farm or a maize farm, everybody can relate, everybody is educated, and we create an agricultural revolution. So that's pretty much how we can leverage on partnerships with GEA, with National Service, with Chamber of Agribusiness, with the Ghana Standards Authority, Food and Drugs Board, the Regional Agricultural Directorates are all part of our technical stakeholders group. And we believe that in about 2 years' time, we can present a draft based on the success of this program to convince government to not only increase its allocation to agriculture, but also to start a program that invests in providing teachers and tuition for agricultural science from the primary school level.
That is well said. That is well said. So I'll come to you, Bedu. So I will consider that as your parting shots. Yes. Yeah, so I'm not coming back to you again. On that basis, let me go to Andrew for your parting shots. Yeah.
So parting shot from my side, would be that I agree 1,000%. There's so much opportunity here. There's so much that can be done. And when we think of agriculture, I guess I would just say agriculture is very broad. There's so many different avenues that we can enter into agriculture from. I think one place that I'm sure everybody in this room knows it. It's not a big secret. Most sub-Saharan African countries, they produce a lot of product, ship it out as an unfinished good, and then somebody else processes it and sells it back to the country to do something with, and that's a problem right there. We need to start processing the products that are produced here on the continent, in Ghana specifically. I think there's a ton of opportunity there, and I think that's one area where the government, we're talking, since we are focusing on policy, how can the government, offer tax incentives, tax breaks, based on timelines, things like this, to allow people to actually invest into those different areas. So, pooled funds, things like this, to be able to make sure that people have access to be able to invest into that. So I think that would be the one area that I would just throw out, processing, value addition, a lot of opportunity there in the agriculture space.
Thank you so much. Okay, Bedu, your turn now.
Okay, so before I get to my parting shots, from what Stephen was saying, he waited 24 years to be able to just comprehend what his mother was doing. But another thing is, I don't know if you've noticed, but when you talk to a lot of successful agricultural enterprise owners, I don't know how many of you have noticed, a lot of them did not actually do agric. You have like lawyers who have then suddenly understood. Stephen himself did banking and finance, right? Computer science, right? And he's in the space. I did agricultural economics. I ran away to do finance and investment, but here I am back again. So I think there's some mindset shift that has to go into getting people to understand that there's a business to agriculture. Once that mindset shift happens, and that's what we are trying our best to do. I think most young people here have that, and that's why they understand that events like this are important. And so that's why a lot of the young people here are here. I believe that they have that mindset shift. They understand that there's a potential in agriculture, that's why they're here. But for those of them who are not here, but have access to some land, some capital, or could qualify for some support who are not here, the real question is, how does policy and how does our actions through some of these projects and programs we're doing reach those people? And then also, Andrew was talking about how we need to move into the processing space. But Prof. Irene and Co will let you know that in terms of productivity, we are way below average in almost everything that is a staple for us. So for example, corn. In Brazil, you were mentioning that the Nestle imported corn from Brazil. They are doing like 8 tons per hectare. We're doing like 3. With regard to rice, we're doing about 1 ton per hectare, thereabout. But we could have achieved 5 or 6. So I think that raising a new generation of agribusiness practitioners, there's the opportunity to raise them right, so that we are creating enclaves, we are creating agribusiness entrepreneurs who will take us to that level of productivity where processing 50 tons per day of sorghum is possible in so many different areas because there's a lot more produce and it's a lot more profitable. And so I think that policy has to move into action, and action that is tailored towards producing agribusiness entrepreneurs who are productivity inclined and will take us to the next level of agriculture which we need to be at, where agriculture is not just a science, but it's a business as well.
Thank you so much. I think my panelists deserve a round of applause. Yeah, thank you so much. So let me hand it over back to the MC for him to continue. But in summary, what I can say is that we have emphasized the need for policy coordination. We have emphasized the need for data, for decision making, and the need for us to also engage in public-private partnership. These are key. Thank you so much for coming. Okay.
Thank you, Bashiru. Please put your hands together for Bashiru, our moderator from Accra. We also have from the World Food Programme, Stephen Odatefiu, and Andrew, and also Nana from GEA. Now we are going to have the final conversation, and it's on gender mainstreaming. And before I even invite our panelists, let's put our hands together for them. Please, let's do this for them. The reason is that gender mainstreaming, we invited them to come for a conversation that starts at 3:10. It's 4:40, we've not started. But they've been patient enough to wait to be a part of this conversation. So I want to say a big thank you to our panelists for waiting for us to have this conversation. When we were having lunch, Miss Agriculture told me that we've just been speaking English, and that is not inclusive. We should speak other languages. Twi, Ga, Fanti, Hausa. So, Ajayade, Yaiki, Yajindadi. My friends from Vote, are you here? Hododio. Hododio. When I eat Gakinke, my Ga will come. But right now, I'm not eating Gakinke, so miss more, everybody. So I'm going to invite our moderator for this session. It's on gender mainstreaming, and this session is basically about promoting gender equality in agribusiness, opportunities, constraints, inclusive financing, and solutions. And our moderator is Abna Befi, the National Project Coordinator, Agric, NTFV Agri, ITC. Please, let's welcome our moderator as she comes up. Abna, where are you? Yes, Abna is coming. Now, our panelists are Odilia Ntiamwa, CEO of Oxford African Women Leadership Institute. So let's invite Odilia to also join us here. We also have Alice Esinam Dawson, Deputy Director, Women in Agric Directorate at MOFA. Please, let's welcome Alice Esinam Dawson as well. We have Nafisa to Yusuf, Gender Lead at MasterCard Foundation. Let's welcome Nafisa too as well. And we have the rice professor, the rice farmer, Professor Irene Ju, the agric economist. She's an agricultural economist, University of Ghana. Prof, welcome as well. So our panelists, yes. So Abena, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here with our wonderful women. As Akoto said, Farmer Akoto said, we've been patient for this session, but I'll wait for Nafisa to settle. Thank you very much. So as I mentioned, my name is Abna Befi. I work with ITC. I've been working with women in the cocoa value chain over the last few years. But to kick the conversation starting, we've heard a lot about policies, we've heard a lot about financing, but here we want to have the opportunity to learn about what women are doing for youth and also within the agri-business value chain. So let me start with Odelia. Okay, so Odelia is ready for us? Odelia, I realize you've recently set up or you've been working with the Oxford Women Leadership Institute. I've read a lot about it, but I'm curious to know, in the design of the project, how did you include women's voice and perspective to design the project and also implement? And what are some of the strategies that we can also co-opt or adapt when we are implementing strategies or projects or initiatives for youth and women businesses in Ghana? Please introduce yourself. We don't know who you are.
All right, so my name is Odelia Intiamwa. I used to be a journalist for 22 years with multimedia. Then I worked with TV3, and I currently run the Oxford Africa Women Leadership Institute, which is a gender-based organization that supports women-led businesses find access to market, technical support or capacity building, and then access to finance. Now, what we decided to do when we were putting all of this together was to basically find out from women-led businesses exactly what they wanted. And so we decided to collect data from not less than 1,400 women-led businesses. And that was the starting point. Before we even decided to come up with the 3 pillars that we are currently working with, access to market, finance, and technical support, we put out a lot of questions to these women-led businesses before they joined the program. Exactly what would you want in these particular areas? And they indicated, well, we are looking for the opportunity to get access to market, access to finance, and then access to technical support. Everything we have done in the organization from that day has always been data-based. And so based on what we did, we noticed that majority of the women in the community, we currently have 3,500 women-led businesses in the community. We observed that all these women, majority of them have connections with either agriculture itself or agri-processing, that is farming itself, or they are within the value chain. And so it's either people who are in the share space with aggregators, with people within the space, or they themselves are processing the shea products into shea butter, into processed pomades, amongst others. The observation we also made was that even though they told us they wanted access to market, access to finance, and technical support, we needed to delve deeper. So when they are talking about access to market, before we even said we will provide them with XYZ, we needed to still find out from them what they were looking for. Some were looking for local markets, some were looking for external markets, and some were looking for off-takers, amongst others. So then we went ahead to also begin to go to different places to find them different markets. One of the things we observed was that there were challenges, for example, with branding. So you decide to take them to an international shop like ShopRite, which is in Ghana. And ShopRite will tell you that for the people within the shea butter space, the challenge is that we currently have so many people doing shea butter processing and sort of branding it. And so if they really want to be able to meet the international market, their branding will have to be like top-notch, like super. Now, if you compare what they were doing to other African countries, you could see that they were doing fantastically well. But if you compare it to other brands that ShopRite was bringing into their shops, you notice that the Ghanaian branded products needed to do something little to change. Now, the observation in the industry was that if these people were doing packaging, if they have to bring the kind of packaging that met the US market, the European market, one of the things they needed to work on was packaging. They didn't have those kinds of packages in Ghana where they could buy in the large volumes they were looking for. And therefore, they quickly had to source them from China. From China, the least they could actually buy, for example, for packaging is 5,000 pieces. And these sometimes are small businesses that are actually cannot buy 15,000, 20,000 pieces of materials before they come in to be able to package. So that became the limitation. It's not that they don't want to package to meet that kind of international standard, but the point is the volumes that is required, they may not necessarily have those kinds of volumes. So that was also like one of the things we observed. The other thing we observed was that quite a number of them had also heard about AFCFTA, for example. That's the latest data we collected. But the point is, they are not a key part of, or they haven't made the effort of taking part in the whole process of AFCFTA. Because one, of course, is quite laborious. It is quite, the processes require them to be of a certain size. And we all agree that it's not all SMEs or businesses that will participate in the AFCFTA process, for example. So these are some of the observations we have made within the Oxford Africa Women Leadership Institute, the She Economy project, where women-led businesses are part of. And for us, we have been able to get involved in some of the solutions we may not be able to do as an individual organization. And we've partnered with some other organizations to find some of the solutions.
Thank you very much, Odilia. That was very elaborative. Now, let me move to MasterCard Foundation. So, Nafisa, I realized that MasterCard Foundation has been doing a lot in the agriculture sector in Ghana and Africa as a whole. So, in all the project implementation, what has been some of the key barriers to gender equality in agribusiness sectors in Ghana? And I want you to make it broader. You can focus on other African countries as well. Whilst at that, could you also share with us some of the innovative actions that you employ to address these challenges?
Thank you very much, Abna, and good evening. Thank you also for staying to listen to us, however late it is. So we are in this together. Yes, MasterCard Foundation, for those of us who may not really know what we do, because some people really confuse us with a card company, is a foundation that is in existence as a result of a gift of deed by the MasterCard company in 2006. And we are registered as a Canadian charity organization, and therefore we are guided largely by the CRA, that is the Canadian Revenue Authority laws or regulations. And so there are certain things that we are not able to do, however nice they may seem. So sometimes people will think, you people, you have the money, but you don't do this. It's because we have a charitable mandate that we are also guided by. Now to the focus of our Young Africa Works strategy, which is what is keeping us here today, because we are in work with a lot of the partners here. The Young Africa Work strategy aims to enable some 30 million young Africans to have access to work they deem dignifying and fulfilling. And that is an Africa target. And when you bring that to Ghana, it's about 10%, so it's 3 million. And within this 3 million target, we are targeting 2.1 million to be young women in dignified and fulfilling work by 2030. What it means is that we needed to really identify what are the growth sectors in Ghana and across the other African countries. So we undertook a lot of diagnostics assessment to understand the economies of those countries and to really ensure that wherever we are investing, the investment will definitely churn out some real work opportunities for young women and young men as well. And we've been doing this with a lot of partners. We try to be very strategic into who we bring on board, because we reckon that the problem we are trying to address, which is youth employment, has multifaceted challenges. And so no one organization will know it all. So some of the approaches we have employed has to do with the partner selection and also the application of what we call the consortium approach, bringing 2 or 3 partners together to work on a specific theme and to address a common problem, so that at the end of the day, we will have maximized impact for young people in Africa. Now, to your question around the challenges or the barriers to gender equality in agribusiness, correct? So, for a lot of the economies we are working in, because I've already indicated, we do diagnostics to understand the economies. In some countries, I would say most of the countries we are working in, agric is one of the main themes there. In Ghana, agric is one of our main themes. In other countries like Rwanda, tourism and hospitality is also big over there. So depending on the economy, we identify the areas to really put our investment in. And we have identified that agribusiness, because it's a value chain approach, it's not just the on-farm activities. When you look at barriers, we see barriers at all the nodes of agribusiness. So if you start from production, through processing, to marketing, and even retailing or and the other segments within marketing, there are barriers for all the target population we have in our programs. But specifically for young women and men, we realize that because of the varying gendered barriers they have to deal with early on in life, and even at the level in which they are, I think one thing I didn't say is the age bracket we target with our programs. We target between the ages of 15 to 35. And I'm sure because of that, a lot of us here don't qualify for MasterCard Foundation funded programs. I am youth. I'm sure some of you too are youth, but it's a strategic choice we've made, and we need to be led by that. So somebody might ask, why are we leaving the 40-plus people out? We are not leaving them out because we are also working on ecosystem challenges. We believe that there will be impact for everyone, but when we talk about job creation and work opportunities, we are targeting the segment that is between 15 to 35 years. So there are barriers around all of these nodes, much as there are opportunities. So if we take farming, the farm level activities within agri-business, where we realize that specifically for young women, when it comes to access to inputs and productive services and input like land, they don't really have much access, especially when they are not in a position and in communities or areas where they can buy, or it is easy for them to buy the land. Even when they can't buy, the means to do so may not be available. So that is one barrier. When you go to the other nodes like processing, the kinds of equipment they use, the technology they deploy on what they do, it's a bit limiting because it's a bit capital intensive, And because they are young businesses, most times they are not able to deploy that level of finance to them. So you see issues of access to finance playing out in how their ability to even access the equipment that is required to professionalize the kind of business that they undertake. And that is why it's no surprising what Odelia found with the women she works with, that they are not, the level of branding and standardization that needs to be brought on board is not happening. It's because there are some nuances happening there. So not to belabor the barriers, because we also believe that there are opportunities in this, and private sector players would see opportunities in how to take this to the next level. So what do we do as a foundation? We carefully select our partners, knowing very well what they can and cannot do, and ensure that they are working in tandem with other like-minded organizations, driven by the same mission and values that we have as an organization, to push their efforts and resources together to address some of these barriers. And I can give you an example with an existing program we have called Happy. I believe this morning there was a presentation by Happy where we realized that now Happy is targeting a largely production level. And we've talked about access to inputs and land as being key challenges. So what did we do? We partnered with organizations like the National Service, which has some banks of lands available, but without the needed resources and support to ensure that they are productive. And then we have other partners on board like New Age and Agri-Impact. You know, I can't mention all of them, to push their efforts and strength together to address this. And when we went to the field, we saw the impact that is really happening. A lot of young women have come back from the south where they were engaged in head porterage or kaya back to the production of rice, for example. So that is one area. And the other innovative idea, apart from strategic partnership, is to understand the challenges of young women and men in agribusiness not to be one. Even within the microcosm of young women, there may be differentiated needs. And so when we talk about even access to finance, which is a barrier that I have indicated across the chain, we look at it with three lenses. One, those who are at the spectrum where they are at the tabletop selling their produce just from farm to the table. Those who are more like bootstrappers that with some small support they can take off, and those that are gazelles. So looking at the bootstrappers, the gazelles, and the invisibles, or those that without some small push, they may even collapse within the next few hours or days. And then design products along these lines for them. So when you look at our program with APSA, which is offering 10% interest rate, way below the market rate, and there is another program that we have with Cross Boundary and some other local banks, which is offering single-digit interest rates for young businesses. And then we have what we call FILMA, Financial Inclusion for Last Mile Access, looking at those at the last spectrum of agribusinesses.
So Nafisa, hold it there on the filler. I will get back to you because I realize the conversation is getting interesting from what Odelia said and then from what you... Sorry. So from what Odelia said and what you just added on. Now, permit me to come to the policy maker. So we've heard from Odelia and then we've heard from MasterCard. So from MOFA, I just want to understand from MOFA's perspective, what are the policies available that helps the implementation of projects to support youth businesses or youth startup and agri-SMEs? Because this morning there was some conversation regarding policies. So now that we are on the gender platform, could you throw more light on those policies? And perhaps you can give some insight on some of the projects that the policy is supporting.
Yeah, good afternoon once again, and you are all welcome to this forum. Thank you. My name is Alice Dawson, and I'm from Women in Agri-Development with Mutual Food and Agriculture. Yes, with the policy on the gender mainstreaming, We have a policy on gender, which is called the GAS 2, which have strategies on how to go about gender mainstreaming into all our activities in agriculture. And we are looking at capacity building, input supply, adding value to produce, equipment supply. So in our sector, we are working with a lot of women in all the regions. My sector is called Women in Agri Development, and we work with all the women in the country, and we have 16 regional offices. With those 16 regional offices, they work with district officers with the policies that we have developed so that they can implement in the grassroots. So with that, we have production, we have processing, preservation, consumption, and we are a little silent on marketing. And we work with production. We make sure that the women produce very well to have very good produce. Like one of the panelists was talking about aflatoxin-free maize. Yeah, we look at the settings. Then with processing, we make sure that the processing is done very well so that it will get to the market, so that the women also will have their value for money. Then with consumption, we go into nutrition, teach the women how to produce, how to get good nutrition for their families, for their farm families. So with that, we have 4 different units that we operate in. We have the value addition, whereby we add value to food produce. We have the nutrition unit, the food safety, then gender unit. So we look at all these aspects in the agricultural sector using our gender in agricultural development. That's called the GATS. And with this, we work with different organizations. We work with GIZ, World Food Program, FAO. Then we have Modernizing Agriculture in Ghana, that's MAG. And with MAG, we have policies that help women in agriculture, helps women in agriculture. So we have 51 FBOs in the country that we are helping with equipment so that they can be able to process their foods very well, to get them out of drudgery. You know, we have technologies that are developed that the women use, but because of drudgery, those equipments help them to reduce drudgery. Then they'll have time for their family activities. Because without time, they wouldn't have, without those equipment, they wouldn't have time. They'll use the whole day. For example, an equipment that can take 2 hours, when they are doing it manually, to take them 8 hours to do their production. So those are some of the things that we do. And we are talking about policies. And I've told you about the GATS. We have the Planting for Food and Job. We have the environmental policy. We have the youth in agric policy that we use for all this kind of work. So with modernizing agriculture in Ghana, we are talking about how to help the women mainstream. So capacity building is our mainstay that we talk about. Then cultural and social norms. You know, culture and social norms don't favor the women. So we talk about cultural and social norms in the society. Then we talk about access to land. how they are able to get access to land to cultivate their crops. You know, women don't have access to land because they are vulnerable. So they always have, how do you call it, have to work at the fringes of lands where men work, and they don't have access to mechanization. So we look at mechanization, then the extension delivery to women to have access to extension delivery, and also climate change. You know, now we have climate change. Now you know that in the north there's not even rainfall. So climate change is affecting the women so much. So in one of our policies, we have a climate change policy. So looking at the climate change, how can we help the women to get out of that situation? So we have to look for resilient methods for them to go into their cropping system to make sure they have food security in the system. So I think land, cultural norms, access to credit, and all those are some of the things that we are looking at in the Ministry of Agriculture.
So thank you very much, Madam Alice. I would pause here whilst you're on access to credit, but I would have been very interested in the youth in agri policy. So perhaps if you could give us some specific project that this policy is working on, but I'll come back to you. Prof. So I read somewhere that you keep on saying this, permit me to quote. The future generation needs to learn. If you do not learn, you will not know. If you do not know, you cannot commit. And if you do not commit, you cannot do anything for yourself and society. So on this popular saying of yours, given the critical role of women in driving sustainable food systems, how can academic institutions like yours better equip youth startups and agri-SMEs with the necessary skills and knowledge to foster innovation and sustainability in the agri sector in Ghana? That's a professor question.
No, this examination question is too complex. We set simpler questions. Anyway, so that quote I think I can identify with. And so you're talking about academic institutions. Our mandate is cut, get people to learn. You can look at all the vision and mission statements of all the, even start from primary schools, secondary schools. I did my national service in Prestia Primary International School. So getting people to know allows them to make right choices. And so when I did economics, it came very much alive to me that once humans will make choices, it should be based on knowledge. I'm a Christian. It says, Nyansa Shasi. So Nyansa is very important. Wisdom, knowledge, get it. Sometimes they say women are discriminated against. It's because they don't know what they ought to do to get out of a certain situation. And so that is why I keep saying that if you want to do anything, you have good information about what you want to do, no way you will find it. Let me give you an example. In 2009, I went to take an office in Medina to start a microfinance scheme, just a scheme. It's my experiment. I didn't put any banner, I didn't put any, what do you call it? I didn't write anything. Do you know the people who came to find out what is happening? Curious women. Oh, ye penkrofo mbaba jisika cotton adie agric near. Oh, sir, look, within 1 week I can bet 500 people, most of them young women, older women, looking for funds, looking for information on what to do to qualify. Then, like she said, they don't know certain things. So training and it's information giving. Are you ready? Are you ready? Some were not ready. Not because they didn't have the time, but they had not been introduced to the discipline of learning, making time to learn. And that is what sometimes we don't do, men and women. We don't make time to learn so that the choices will be right. And when the choices are right, you see that you will qualify for a lot of things. They say women don't have access to land. It may be true in patrilineal societies. For free land, even then, we know. If you go and ask your father, you ask your mother, you ask your uncle, you ask somebody, a chief, they will give you land. You may not own it. So those things that we say are barriers, sometimes it's just lack of knowledge on how to go around them. It is not true that women don't have access to finance. I think it was 30 years ago, I bet you, when microfinances started coming, the women's empowerment included us. But a lot of us did not want to learn. A lot of men did not want to learn. Those who learned knew where to look things up. Those who learned partnered, because sometimes it's group action. If you don't want to learn and be part of a group, you don't qualify. In this world, I have learned that nobody will sympathize with you. So learn, find out. We talked about packaging, is that not it? So a lot of things, is it not the women who are doing TikTok more than men, maybe? Yes, so digitalization came. Some 10 years ago, I had a project from IDRC. They said women don't like ICT. It's not true. It is those who don't want to learn. Because very soon, when smartphone came, Kaya years are holding it. Is that not it? They are pressing it. They are learning. So that is why I stick to that. That if you want to improve in anything, whether it's the farming, it's the processing, preservation, the service end, the soft ones, delivery online, whatever you want to do. Now with our digitalization, sky is even not the limit. Anything you want to do, man, woman, learn. Thank you.
Ebusiafo ye dase bebi ayedu yem se besisa kasa ne kakra enti mekatwi se eye woda bonse mame na mayade se na professor aka no ka brofo kakra no akatwi na ne krakra ne se opportunities bebre wo ho a ye betumi ahwe so edi esuade enti se wunya so opportunity a entwetwe wo ho empuputi kosua ade ne wunnim na obisa ye bechew me pacho eme say ye nyina ya kasa but ade ba ku bi ehia pa prof ka say enye nokre but ye hu say ehia because fiti anopani nyina kasa ni nyina gina sikasem uni sika ebe den na we implement policies a move forward uni sika sebe cry so baka ko hu madam Alice woni office no you need some kind of transportation ye mi refi makabrofo me fan ko tribute you so baka madam Alice why you need to put together your resources. You can't go to her with a blank sheet. The doors are open. So as I was saying, Pachobe translation, made that say. It's baby ayedri panelists. What innovative financing models and market efficiency strategies can be leveraged to support businesses to integrate gender mainstreaming? We must keep prof Prof will have the last say. She has a different question. Entibe Pacho, my mention say will move for her.
Na question na busa men kana twi ana. Me Pacho busa biem. What
innovative financing models and market efficiency strategies?
Adeɛ bɛn soronko ɛna ɛwɔ hɔ a yɛbɛtumi de asɔ mmaa mu sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ a wɔn bɛnya sika ɛne mmoa a wɔn bɛhia ɛde ayɛ business.
So it's love with the inclusive part and the resilience.
Yɛbɛyɛ obia awa tu na yɛtumi egyina hɔ ɛtintim mu na yɛayɛ adwuma akɔ yɛn anim.
So, dear, you bet me I didn't say, or should I speak English? Okay. There should be a deliberate effort to engage diverse women in agribusiness, to conduct inclusive needs assessment of the women, what they really need, what their challenges are, and the experiences that they have and their aspirations. And also there should be feedbacks. When there are feedbacks from whatever they are doing, then they will know that, oh, this that I'm doing is good or it's not good. If you are into a particular business, like Gary processing, and you want to upgrade, how do you go about it? Because we have quality of Gary on the market. You have grade A, grade B, grade C. And grade A is the very crispy one. How do you go about it to get the very crispy Gary so that you get the market value that you want? You get me? So with that, you want to go international. How do you do that? So we have to do data collection or expert analysis to see what are the needs in the niche market that people need, that the women can do to get into that good business that they really need to get value for money. You get me? So these are some of the things that we should be looking at. We should do interaction with the women. How do you do it? There should be communication across boards. Even I can tell you a story. Some years back, we had these Nigerians coming into Ghana to learn about how we process our Gari. And they came, processed, and bought from us. So if you also need to learn something from there, it can be an exchange so that we can get grips of whatever we are doing as women farmers or women agri-business people. You get it, yeah.
It's on. Yeah. Thank you very much. On innovative finance models for inclusion, I think I've shared a bit on the aspects of the interest rate. A lot of businesses are started by women. So women are daring, they are entrepreneurial, but the speed with which they start, the same speed with which some collapse. And it's because of a lot of issues, including wraparound support just beyond the financing. So financing models should include wraparound support, including BDS or business development support services that would enhance the businesses so they are able to uptake more funds. Because women businesses, most times when they even go for some of these lending instruments, they go for smaller amounts because the businesses are small. And if the interest rates are killing, they will not be able to take them. The other model, beyond the reduction in interest rate, is also the elimination, more or less, of collateral requirements. Because if we talk about access to land, which is a key barrier, regardless of, I believe, regardless of whether it is patrilineal or matrilineal, there is definitely a barrier there. It may not be pronounced in some areas, but overall, there is a barrier. So, if collateral requirements, which includes access to land or property, is a challenge for women, and we still have it in our books for lending, then we are excluding a greater amount of people. And so we could look at other areas of really getting, and this might have to do with what kind of data do we have about our customers. We've had programs that have tested these models in rural communities, and they have worked, and they're able to lend without collateral. And currently, even ABSA is looking at doing up to 2 million Ghana cedis without collateral. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nafisa. I was expecting you to speak, Auza, but nonetheless, Odilia Kachini Enko.
Okay, in Tibet, by March, you collected data at your organization with some of the women. Now observe, you who say, ma dodoana omunya sika free sika krabiano, and I say when ya grant sika ontria biom now so ye be say a juma was say this ask can be yen what ye ye who say dodoana enya says cano omunya skani ria na ebia omo de tre adwuma no mu ria ya nsiesie omo say o anase ya nchro mo se ne aneoma na asese omo timi ayama na bunkama fa so no se ne omo beton no eti ema omo nya sika etre adwuma no mu no na nea broni beka say marketing and access to market no na akwa ye akwanside e de ama omo eti watre adwuma no mu adwuma na ye kese na nso so se nea obetimi ama adwuma no nea why no for de abeka ho obetimi aton no na eno aye ade kakra na etosini enti de ameka ne se ye tania na fisa kan no se ye masses kanoa ese ehunu se ye de enchechre ebeko ye behwe se enchechre no enye sikasam ho enchechre pe na mum senia enioma na wasan eye bia ka ho no obeton ama ne nsa akọ ho ama otimi atua ses kanoa ye de ama no no business development services no se yetimi emma ekọ enioma bebre esan to me hwese enye enioma emema betimi aye minisa mama se yenkosua de ye besua na nse se ayenya yenyina yenya nsua aye ne de ese ye boa na adwuma no so etimi kọ nanim still etimeka se enioma ni bi ho no mo a ese etimi eso ema na sene eti sika ne nyina na betimi afa banking system ne mu esan se enhyehyeye ene mmra ewo banking system ne mu a anhwa wo muntimi muso ema ye enti me de na one of the suggestions I did ma Swiss embassy say omomma yenhwe a catalytic fund bibi a ye de so ema omo ye adwuma asene amo omo timi akọ omanim sene omo timi akọ commercial banking space no akọ jisika ewo commercial banking system eti nya me so me de be ka ho no
pache e da sepa Professor Irene ansa ne ye be pon ye dwumie die emisi yati efi na fisa yati maybe efi Odilia ho yati efi Madam Alice ho me pache last words from the academic side osi ye nkosua de ye besua bibi fufuro wo ho bi
okay no say I wanna wo bo ho anu osande no wonyim new markets wo benyan nti one excess no be no oyezan oh there is a market survey oya bazi adusua into adusuanity sa amfanka wo adwuma ho a me kire course bi learning organization, being a learning organization even as an individual. Me microfinance, my more than 15 years. Member in full, woman be seaful. One literacy come. Every time I want now, I sustain one membership for them 15 years. Why I want now, the children would see no the I had the man, must be so for a can. Obey, but obey short lived. March, no more Korea. Korea SME informal on you. Entuman kande engusia. Or they register issue. Nay formalized. Intimin jintum. De yemma mbesiafo. Yet the mayet yara. Bojo bojo. Bojo bojo. Bojo bojo. Men jintum. A bidumary ye. Walk on him. Korea for no what's that literacy rate. Ayan posisi ya edu yenyim ba 70%. Mesi afu ya be yenyim. Ame me started a motto send your girl child to school. Na me ye penyin. Sisi am age 59. Ma tron for be 20 years. Into wo de ye je de ye fofo yen no. Na ye hye yen ho kutu pade. Ade no wo de ye sue ne ye huye. Legon na ye nyim penyimfo pia wo ye mbesi afu. Na wozi framework no to ho. Dam no wo de ye suen, dam no wo de ye. Sisi akohwe mbesi afu ne ye rule wo ho. Ye suen. Na ye na ye du ho. Into Odilia, mbesi afu no ka kire won dem se won sua won ye obudu ho. That's it.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, please help me appreciate my panel members. We had from policy, we had from academics, and we had from the practitioners. Stakeholder engagement is key. Yani ye ho ankasa ubonsi ye beye ade a obi foforo ye sika na ewo ho ne na ye de share the same thing mu inti ye nkoye nim se na prof kan ye ni ye nsua. Data collection is key. Standardization and certification is also key when you want to enter a new market. And obi fi one of the financial agencies by your credibility is key. Sena na minua na fisa aka no onsaka sika no wendi no kware a emrebe ba no ukokra unya bium. And then said careful selection of partners enyo obi ana ne beye adwuma inti hunipa or say no fata quotes and unquote a oni ne betumi aye adwuma na ubenya your friend is saying objectives na ope policies bebre wo ho mesre KIC mpanyinfo say Yebisa youth in a great policy. Enti Madam Alice share with you. Then you make it available to the youth here in the summit. Eben, you've taken note of that. Thank you. Me pacho, there wo hobby omni say so ube nya engineer suobia echese wunya nimdie. You make choices based on knowledge. Prof Makaniye. Mpache. Eti me pacho mi di ndi abnam ponsa befi mi ejuma wo ITC. Medam asise mwenya mre adia sans matna sina mwetie de ewoka. Eti se oye mo de se me de mic na etu ho a mo nsem mame.
Thank you and well done. Please let's show our panelists and our moderator some love. You know, when it comes to promoting gender equality, it's a whole week's conversation, but I'm sure they've done a lot of work and they've been able to compress everything for us in about an hour. We really appreciate you, our honorable woman, for this. Now, we are wrapping up for the day. I'd like to say thank you to all of you for staying. We advertised to close around 4:20. We've gone over an hour, but you are here because the conversations are important to you. So please put your hands together for yourselves as well. Tomorrow is a good day for all of us because tomorrow the dual room will happen with our banking partners. All the banking partners will be here. Standard Chartered Bank, Access Bank, Leverage Microfinance, FNB, and ABSA. They'll be in the dual room. That is starting from 11 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. And Camille Nabon will be moderating that. There's also a workshop on digitalizing agricultural supply chains. It's also happening tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Isaac Acquah is moderating that. That will be in room 1. After that, we'll have the dual room also in room 1. Then in this auditorium, we'll have the recap and introduction to day 2, which starts exactly at 9:45 a.m. So if we all get seated by 9:45, by 10, we'll start the recap and introduction to day 2. And we'll have a conversation on circular economy. A conversation on circular economy. We'll have a presentation by the Ministry of Environment and Science, Technology and Innovation. And we'll have reps from Palladium, and CEO of TechCycle will be here, and Macan Cosmetics will also be here. And then we'll talk about after and market expansion. After and market expansion, a very, very important conversation as well. It's happening tomorrow in this room from 11 a.m. to 11:50 a.m. And then we'll have the technology of traceability, enhancing food traceability in cocoa supply chain. Greg Sampson from ITC and Alexandra Bozia from Push, Zara Abe from Snoo Code, and Marvini Adum Ama from Farmerline will be in that conversation. That will also be in the main hall. So tomorrow, all the conversations are in the main hall. The only thing that is happening outside here in the deal room 1, in room 1 is the deal room, and before the deal room, we'll have the workshop on digitizing agri supply chains. There is also a very good conversation about employment opportunity within the agri sector, the role of soft skills. Today I was talking to one of the ushers. She says she's from, she lives in Sawama, I've forgotten her name. So she graduated from UPSA this year with a degree in accounting. And I was like, so what are you doing? And she said, she'll be looking for a job. And I said, this is the job. Because there are a lot of SMEs here, there are a lot of people in the agri space who need people to do their accounting and bookkeeping. So tomorrow we'll be talking about employment opportunities within the agri sector. Earlier, somebody said that people in agri are not people who have necessarily studied agri, lawyers, engineers, and all those things. Agri is actually the only industry that needs everybody. Because if you need engineering, you need people like us who have done building engineering and civil engineering in uni to design your roads, your warehouses, your irrigation and everything. If you need technology, you need a computer scientist. Mechanization, you need a mechanical engineers. If you need crop health and all that, then you need a crop scientist. If you need animals. So agri is the only industry. In fact, when you are sick too, you need a doctors. So if you have a large farm that employs a lot of people, you may consider even having a hospital on site. So I think agri is the only industry that needs every skill to make it work. So tomorrow you will get to know of employment opportunities within the agri sector, the role of soft skills. And we'll have the CEO of Jobberman Ghana, the CEO of Mianan Foods, CEO of Chamber of Agribusiness, and we'll have the managing partner of EF and Associates to talk about that. And there's one panel discussion on youth startup and Agri-MSMEs incubation and acceleration, moving beyond capacity building and pitches. This is a very, very important conversation. I think over the past 10 years, there's been a lot of capacity building and pitches. Now we are seeing catalytic funding going in, but how do we move beyond that into building the businesses that will change the fortunes of our economy? That conversation also happens tomorrow. And then we have a general summary of key insights and recommendations, and then we have the closing for tomorrow. So please do me a big favor. Let's be here on time tomorrow. Let's bring our friends and colleagues along. Let's learn, because tomorrow is about opportunities, 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 and let's grow together. My name is Kojo Akoto Boateng. I've been your moderator for today. Thank you very much for making today a success. On behalf of KIC and partners, we wish you a great, great, great evening. We'll see you all tomorrow right here at UPSA. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you.
Baby, give me chance, make I love you, cool. My pocket, no dry, give me love it.